Luke was speechless. The rich are truly willful. Elsa couldn't agree more. Few residents here are nice to talk to. Try not to say anything when we see her. Luke nodded. He knew that rookies were expected to say and do less, and watch and listen more. As they talked, they reached a villa. Luke observed the villa and compared it with the houses he had seen in the last few days. He knew that it couldn't be too expensive. The villa wasn't located in the best neighborhood, nor was it big. It couldn't be worth more than $3 million. So, it was only a low-end residence in Beverly Hills. Most of the truly luxurious houses in Beverly Hills cost more than $10 million. The best ones might even cost $30 to $50 million. They pressed the buzzer, and a woman spoke to Elsa over the intercom for a while. Elsa also showed her badge to the security camera. They then waited for several minutes, but nothing happened. Luke found it odd. What's the meaning of this? It takes her this long to call Katie. Elsa wasn't bothered. Don't be impatient. I waited 40 minutes the first time I was here. When we finally met, she told me that she was putting on makeup. Luke was speechless. Is she ugly? Many stars weren't really pretty without makeup. Elsa smiled. No, she looked as pretty as if she was about to attend a news conference when she met me. Luke remarked, it is in the nature of every woman to pursue beauty. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman ran over, shouting in panic. Ah, come in, officers. Something terrible has happened. The front door was already open when they arrived. Luke and Elsa looked at the woman in confusion. Elsa introduced her quickly. This is Sally, a caretaker that Katie hired. Sally was still shouting. Elsa could only yell, stop. Scared, Sally finally stopped screaming. Elsa asked, what happened? Sally panicked again. Dead. Miss Katie is dead. Elsa exclaimed, what? Luke was lost for words. A moment later, Sally took them to the pool. Looking at the body floating in the water, Elsa and Luke then stared at each other in bewilderment. Soon, Elsa called the police department for reinforcements. It was unnecessary to call an ambulance. Looking at how she was floating in the pool, they knew that the star was as dead as a doornail. Very soon, the forensics department arrived and began to collect evidence. Luke asked Elsa in a low voice, is Katie in the habit of swimming naked? Elsa replied, not that I know of. At least, she wears a bikini when she's out on Santa Monica Beach. Luke nodded, deep in thought. Yes, Miss Katie Winterster was floating naked and face down in the pool in her own backyard. Furthermore, this pool was only 1 meter deep. However, 2 people had drowned one after another in this 1 meter deep pool. Even weirder, both John Doe and Miss Katie had died naked, and had even been found in the same position. The case was pretty odd in every aspect. However, Luke wasn't in any rush. It was Elsa's case. It was best that he didn't speak unless he was absolutely confident, or Elsa would feel that he was being rash. Elsa showed no intention of asking for his input either. She was busy working on her own. The police officers who had arrived as reinforcements interrogated the villa's 2 caretakers and the security guard. Luke simply quietly observed how Elsa communicated with them. What he had learned back in Shackleford could only be called the basics at best. Elsa was obviously more skilled. The forensic examiners here were more professional, too. They were as busy as bees in and outside the house. They examined Katie's bed, the floor, and the pool, and even collected a bottle of pool water. However, the conversation which the 2 examiners had over Katie's naked body was rather creepy. I actually quite liked her in Don't Move. I remember that there's a red dot on her chest. Is she fatter now? Look here. It's definitely cellulite. That's fine. It's not like she has to worry about her weight any longer. She claimed on her blog that she's 1.7 meters tall, but she's actually only 1.64 meters tall. She really lied about her height. Everybody wants to be taller. Touch here. Oh, needle punctures. She had fat implants. No wonder she changed from a 34B to 34D. Luke was lost for words. They regarded the body of such a famous star purely as medical learning material. They claimed to be Katie's fans, but their hands were cold and emotionless, as if she were a dead pig. In the end, one of the forensic examiners gave Elsa the preliminary findings. The estimated time of death is between 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. This might not be accurate, however, given how long the body was in the water, and we'll need to examine it further. There's water in her lungs, so she may have drowned. There are no external injuries, except for a broken toenail. Elsa listened and asked a few more questions. Luke seized the opportunity to go to Katie's bedroom. He nodded at the examiner who was working and observed the bedroom. The examiner was occupied, but her interest was piqued. She asked the young detective curiously, "What are you looking for?" "Inspiration." Luke closed his eyes and circled the room without bumping into any of the furniture, which astonished the examiner. Then, Luke smiled at her and walked out. The examiner was a young girl who was obviously new on the job. Dazed by Luke's smile, she blushed a moment later. "Wow, he's really handsome, isn't he?" "No, I have to work. I'm definitely working late today." She was busy for a moment, before she stopped again. "But he's really pretty, especially when he smiles." "Why did he smile at me? Is he interested?" "No, he didn't even ask for my name." Without the faintest idea that he had flirted with a girl with his face alone, Luke walked out of the bedroom and returned to the pool. Instead of meeting with Elsa, Luke took a turn and followed a trail through the garden at the back of the villa. In the end, he found himself standing before a small gate. The gate was shut. Luke peeped out through the iron bars and saw that the main road was only 200 meters to the right. He followed the wall to the right and looked around. When he stopped at the end of the wall, he noticed a surveillance camera above the door of another house across the street. He found the caretaker named Sally again and asked her how to open the gate. Sally said that it could be opened with a remote inside the house. Luke nodded and said, "Please open it for me. I want to check the street out back." Sally pressed a button on a panel in the living room and then said, "It's done." Observing the panel from behind her, Luke suddenly asked, "Is this the only way to open the back gate?" Sally shook her head. "No, Selev also has a remote that can open the front and back gates." Luke thanked her and left. He went to the back gate again, and it was already half open. Luke walked out and went down the road on the right. He observed the surveillance camera for a while. It was installed over the back door of the house. He moved on and reached the main road. Standing on the main road, he looked around, deep in thought, before he shook his head and returned to Katie's villa. Elsa was looking for him. She frowned and asked, "Where have you been?" Luke replied, "I was looking for surveillance cameras to see if we might get anything from them." Elsa found the answer acceptable. She nodded, "Not bad. What did you find?" Luke said, "There's a surveillance camera over the back door of another house. We can ask for the footage." Elsa said, "Go and do that. Bring the tape back to the police station. I need to go back now. Boss is already asking about our progress. We'll be screwed if we can't crack this case." Luke just nodded. The death of a popular star was definitely a troublesome case, not because stars were important, but because people tended to gossip about it. If they couldn't crack the case, it would significantly tarnish the police department's reputation. The death of the 200-pound fatty didn't have as big an impact in comparison, and the police department wasn't as anxious over it. Luke left via the back gate and went over to the house with the surveillance camera. He pressed the doorbell and showed his badge. Soon, a security guard spoke to him. After checking Luke's badge and hearing Luke's request, the guard said that he had to inform the owner of the house. Eventually, Luke didn't get the tape. The owner of the house refused Luke's request for the surveillance footage without any explanation. Luke negotiated for quite a while. The guard hesitated, but didn't ask the owner of the house again. Luke had to give up. When he returned to the police department, Elsa was reporting to Dustin. Luke's arrival caught their attention. Both of them frowned when they heard that the owner of the house was unwilling to cooperate. "Are you sure you were nice enough?" Elsa couldn't help but ask. Luke smiled bitterly. "It was a security guard who spoke to me. I think he was willing to give the footage to me, but the owner of the house told him to refuse me without meeting me at all." Dustin shook his head. "Elsa, go and see what's wrong with the house. Try to get the footage. After all, there aren't many surveillance cameras in that area." "All right, chop chop. The director is calling me again. I don't want to give him nothing the next time he calls me." Luke and Elsa nodded and left. Elsa obviously wasn't in a good mood. They hadn't solved the John Doe case yet, but a star had already died again in the same spot, which was too eye-catching. If she couldn't solve the case, she might be demoted. With an awful look on her face, she asked Luke to follow her and said, "You're still too young. You have to be smart when you deal with those magnates." She retrieved information on the house that owned the surveillance camera. Then, her expression became even more awful. The house belonged to Jenny Guineas, daughter of the president of the Tiger Foundation. Boris, the president of the Tiger Foundation, was a great player in the field of law and finance. They were truly a rich and troublesome family. Even though the footage wasn't important to them, they might still be unwilling to cooperate. Taking a deep breath, Elsa took Luke to the house again, only to be refused once more. She didn't even meet the owner of the house, much less acquire the footage. Infuriated, she talked to Dustin and applied for a search warrant which would allow them to retrieve the footage. It was mostly because word of the case had already gotten out. Katie had really become popular in the past 2 years. She had always been a topic of discussion, and dying naked in her own pool like the previous John Doe made everything even more intriguing. Under enormous pressure, the police department didn't care about the president of the Tiger Foundation anymore. After all, they only wanted the surveillance footage, not to arrest him. Elsa left with high expectations, but returned in frustration. She had finally made it into the house this time, but failed to obtain the footage. The owner of the house claimed that the surveillance camera was broken and hadn't recorded anything. The technicians that went with Elsa checked the surveillance system. They told her that the tape inside had been removed. The monitor was dark because the surveillance system hadn't been activated at all. As to whether it had been deactivated before she arrived or if it had always been down, nobody could tell. Elsa was scolded by Dustin again for failing to get the footage. Dustin, on the other hand, was scolded by the director, who told him that Boris had called to protest the police's abuse of power. Elsa gloomily scolded Luke after she returned. It was because nobody would have known about the surveillance camera if it wasn't for him. In the end, Elsa was frustrated again and again, and didn't find any leads. Luke didn't complain and simply said that he would check again. Elsa was too upset to talk to him. She simply drove her car away. She could ask Luke later whether her purchase of weed would be exposed during the investigation. Thinking that, Jenny carefully put Luke's card in her purse. She was slightly reassured by Luke's promise. At least, she felt that she could pay the young officer for inside information from the police department. Luke, however, had other plans. Jenny had bought weed from drug dealers. For Luke, she was a gold mine. As long as he kept an eye on her and even pretended to befriend her, Luke might be able to catch a big fish with her help. Luke had never realized the importance of money until he came to Los Angeles. He would need a tremendous amount of money to establish the network of informants that he had in mind. After solving Katie's case, He could cripple the dealers who had provided Jenny with the illegal drugs and shake them down for the money he needed. He returned to the police department with Elsa. They began to watch the footage which they had just acquired. Based on the timestamp from David's videotape, they soon found the shadow again. On the videotape from Jenny's camera, the person appeared twice, at 3:35 and 3:57 respectively. Altogether, there was almost 30 seconds worth of footage of him on video. It was a pity that the man's face was blocked by a cloak. He was also intentionally keeping his head down, so it was impossible to tell what he looked like. The footage gave them a clear idea of his height and physique, however, which was important progress. Elsa wasn't in a hurry, and continued watching the videotape with Luke. They rewound it clip by clip. It was a week's worth of surveillance footage on the videotape, and few people appeared on this back road. Thus, they were able to skim through it quickly. When the videotape was rewound to the evening of the day before yesterday, Luke suddenly called out, "Stop." Elsa instinctively hit the pause button. Luke said, "Play it back a little." "Right there." "Elsa, do you see him?" Elsa squinted at the man who was walking toward the camera, his back to the setting sun. His face happened to be turned to the side, allowing the sun to illuminate it. She said, "Call a technician. Ask them to compare the man with the suspect." A technician soon arrived to process the image of the man on the videotape, before he generated a model on the computer. Comparing the model with the person on David's videotape, the technician said decisively, "It's a 92% match, most likely, they're the same person." Elsa said excitedly, "Run his profile through the facial recognition system and see if we get any hits." The technician was immediately on it. Elsa and Luke went to Dustin's office with the photo. Elsa had barely presented the photo to the commanding officer of the Major Crimes Division when he frowned. "Sergei Mazanov." Elsa was stunned. "Boss, do you know him?" Dustin said, "He's not active in our territory, but he's the leader of a Eastern European gang in New York. I've seen his file before. He's brutal and vindictive. Why are you investigating him?" Elsa said, "He could be our suspect in Katie's murder." Dustin exclaimed, "What?" His head throbbed fiercely when he heard the answer. Things were tricky now. If his guess was correct, this man would have returned to New York after the crime. That meant that in order to investigate the case, they would have to work with NYPD, which could be complicated. More importantly, the man was a gang leader. NYPD might not be interested in challenging a notorious gangster over a Los Angeles case. The gangs from Eastern Europe were famous for their insanity and brutality. They wouldn't hesitate to use bombs or RPGs in downtown city areas if they were cornered. Would NYPD risk that over a case in Los Angeles? Dustin waved his hand and said, "Work on the case and verify that he's the criminal first. As to when the criminal can be arrested, that will be another matter." It wasn't exactly the best solution. After all, a case was never really closed until the culprit was caught. The public didn't consider the practical problems that the police department faced in law enforcement, and would only curse the police's ineptness. The rich upper class would know better, however, so the pressure from them wouldn't be as bad. Interstate law enforcement had always been a problem in America. Most of the time, it required FBI intervention. Few local police departments, however, would be glad to invite the FBI to share the credit. They would never ask for the FBI's help unless it was absolutely necessary. Elsa and Luke looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. This case was truly depressing. Now that they had a suspect, the investigation became a lot easier. Soon, they got word from the forensics department that the John Doe and Sergei were a 99.99% DNA match. John Doe was actually Sergei's biological son. At that point of the investigation, Elsa and Dustin basically figured out what had happened. It was still unknown how Sergei's 200-pound son had died in Katie's pool, but Sergei obviously blamed Katie for it. He even took action personally and drowned Katie in the exact same pool. Katie's autopsy report wasn't out yet, but Elsa learned that there had been a sedative in Katie's system. Sergei had obviously drugged Katie before throwing her into the pool. Thus, she didn't cry for help, and there were no signs of a struggle. Katie had simply drowned in the pool without a sound. The case was basically solved. Elsa and Dustin weren't exactly happy, but they were in much better moods than before. They now knew who the criminal was, although he had yet to be apprehended. The police department finally had something to tell the public now. Luke wasn't interested in staying any longer with the two old detectives. He simply said that he had things to do at home because he had just moved here, and left. He left without hesitation because the system had already rewarded him for solving the case. Mission: solve Katie's murder. Total experience: 50. Total credit: 50. Contribution rate: 80%. EXP plus 40. Credit plus 40. The reward for this mission wasn't much. Luke speculated that it was probably because he hadn't apprehended Sergei. If he had caught the criminal, he should have gotten more than 100 experience points. Since the man had already run away, however, Luke decided to take a break. He had been busy the whole day walking around and then watching video footage. He was pretty exhausted. But it had definitely been worth it. At the very least, Elsa and Dustin took him more seriously now. Not everybody could crack a case in a single day. Luke did have some skills despite the fact that he had been transferred through connections. He wasn't as useless as they thought. By the time he returned home, it was already past 8, and night had fallen. Selena was watching TV in the living room. She sat up when she saw Luke. "Hey, you're back. So tell me, how does it feel to work a case in Beverly Hills?" Luke replied helplessly, "I haven't taken a shower or eaten yet. I'm dizzy after walking for half a day and watching video footage for hours." Selena quickly cajoled him. "I bought sandwiches and Dr. Pepper for you. You'll be energized after you have them." Luke said insincerely, "I can't thank you enough. I'll take a shower first." Fresh out of the shower a few minutes later, Luke sat down on the couch and had the sandwich which Selena had heated up in the microwave. He had been too busy working the case to eat today, and was already starving. Selena knew better than to talk to him right now. She even turned down the volume on the TV. Luke finished the sandwich in a couple of minutes and had a mouthful of Dr. Pepper. He burped in satisfaction. "All right, what do you want to know?" Selena asked, "Is it beautiful? Are the manners swanky? Do they all have hundreds of maids and servants? Right, do they all have a white-haired butler who says, 'Can I help you, sir,' the moment you enter?" Luke didn't know what to say. "You're talking about the movies. The house I went to only had 2 caretakers and 1 security guard. It's only roughly the size of Robert's house, although it's better decorated." Selena remarked disappointedly, "So the movies lied?" Luke chuckled. "Did you think they were all real?" "Well, the house I went to wasn't as extravagant, at least." Selena snorted. "I thought that everybody in Beverly Hills is rich." Luke said, "They are. The house I visited today is worth $2 million at least, not counting the decor and furniture. She definitely isn't poor." Selena asked, "Huh? Is she beautiful?" Luke answered, "Yes. She's not bad looking naked." Selena was surprised. "She met you naked?" Luke nodded and said, "Yep. She even showed us her butt." Selena wasn't convinced. "Are you joking?" Luke said, "Not really. When we arrived, her body was floating in her pool, naked." Selena's eyes bulged. "So, unbelievable. Come on, tell me everything about this case." Luke nodded at the TV and said, "It's on the news." Selena turned around, only to see pixels floating in a pool next to a familiar face. After a brief daze, she turned up the volume and exclaimed, "Katie Winterster? You saw her body?" Luke nodded lazily. Thanks to the TV, he didn't have to keep talking. He pondered how to find the dealers who had sold the weed to Jenny, and how he could loot them. Selena asked him again, "Did you find the murderer?" Luke nodded and said, "Keep it to yourself. It's confidential for now, because the murderer ran away." Selena was amazed after hearing what Luke had to say. "You just got here and you've already solved such a big case. Your partner won't dare underestimate you now, right?" Luke looked at her and said, "What about you? How was your first day at work?" Selena sniffed and said, "It's okay. I'm a gorgeous lady, after all. But I think Donald treats me like a little kid." Luke shrugged and said, "You're still young, after all. When I see Elsa, I can feel a generation gap." Selena burst into laughter and kicked him. "She's already 32. Of course there's a generation gap." Ignoring the violence, Luke asked again, "How do you feel about your partner? He's not hard to get along with, is he?" Selena thought for a moment, then shook her head. "No, I don't think so. However, I do feel that he's too slow." Luke frowned. "Huh?" Selena said in a low voice, "I don't think he's as smart as you are." He was still asking questions when even I had noticed something wrong. Luke asked, "What was your case?" Selena said, "The death of a gangster." I knew from the suspect's face that he was guilty, but Donald still asked questions for a long time. Luke looked at her and asked, "You didn't interject, did you?" Selena shook her head. "Why would I? You told me to say and do less, and watch and listen more, so I kept silent." Luke nodded and said, "I don't think Donald was wrong. He might have known that the suspect was guilty, but there was no reason for him to show it. It's possible that he wanted to make sure first. According to Elsa, Donald is most famous in the Major Crimes Division for how reliable he is. You better not try to outsmart him. Let's just get used to the environment here and the way they work first." Selena wasn't silly, but she wasn't wise in the ways of the world, either. It was possible that someone might set her up if she stood out too much. To Donald, she was a new partner. Luke didn't think that Donald would help her unconditionally just because she was pretty. Luke, on the other hand, had proven his abilities today and hadn't competed with Elsa for credit. That was how he had made his partner happy. Dustin had to know something, too, or his attitude toward Luke wouldn't have changed. Still, Elsa would be considered as having made the greater contribution to the case after it was solved. Luke was only a newcomer, after all. He had confidence as well as the system, so he wasn't upset about how unfair it was. If Selena were in his place, however, she might argue with her superiors. Luke talked to Selena a while longer about how important it was to keep a low profile, before they returned to their respective rooms and went to bed. The next day, Luke went to a body shop that he had made an appointment with earlier, and bought a second-hand Ford Focus. The vehicle had only been used for a year and was in good shape. Luke paid $10,000 for it. He then drove the second-hand Ford to the police station. Elsa was at her desk and looked exhausted. She greeted Luke when she saw him. "Let's go. Dustin's asking for you." Following Elsa, Luke asked, "You didn't get any sleep last night?" Elsa yawned and said, "No, I was busy looking into Sergei's files." Luke's interest was piqued. Why was she busy investigating Sergei? The commanding officer of the Major Crimes Division looked just as exhausted in his office. Dustin nodded at both of them and indicated that Luke should close the door. After the door was closed, he said, "Katie's case is basically solved now, but there's still the problem of Sergei. Luke, Elsa believes that you can try catching him in New York. Are you willing to go?" After a brief daze, Luke asked in confusion, "Is the police department in New York okay with that?" Dustin sighed and said, "You'll have to negotiate with them and work out a solution." Luke was rendered speechless. He was just a rookie detective. How could he negotiate with NYPD, the biggest police department in America, and which had twice as many officers as LAPD did? Looking at his face, Dustin explained, "You'll check the situation in New York and see if you can apprehend Sergey in a remote place. NYPD should be fine with that. The director has talked to the rest of the department, as long as you don't arrest him in public, they'll allow you to assist them with this case." Luke felt his head throb fiercely. It looked like a nice gesture on NYPD's part, but they had full control over the case. Luke and Elsa would only be acting as support when they were in New York. He looked at Elsa, who nodded slightly. Luke knew that it meant that she wanted to go. What choice did he have? Could he refuse a work trip when he had just started his job? He could only say, "I'm yours to command, boss." Relieved, Dustin said, "That's great. Get ready while we finalize negotiations with NYPD in the next 2 days. It's going to be tricky. Keep it up." Elsa and Luke nodded and left. After they returned to their desks, Elsa asked, "Are you all right?" Elsa knew that she should have talked to Luke in advance, but for whatever reason, she hadn't. Luke shook his head. "I'm fine. However, should we investigate the drowning of Sergey's son, while we still have the time?" Elsa was stumped for a moment, as she hadn't expected Luke to bring it up. However, Luke's performance yesterday made it impossible for her to overlook his opinion. She asked, "Do you have any leads?" "Sergey is Russian. Selov, Katie's security guard, is also Russian, isn't he?" said Luke. Elsa was stunned. She had been too focused on Katie's case yesterday to think of that. At Luke's reminder, she immediately thought it through. "Do you think that Selov let Sergey's fat son into the villa? Or did he kill the son?" "Wait, no, if Selov had killed Sergey's son, he would be dead." Luke said, "I asked Sally yesterday. She said that Seely has a remote that can open the front and back gates, letting in guests would be too easy for him." Elsa slapped her forehead and said, "That's right. Let's go and investigate Selov." Luke naturally didn't take his car. He was on the clock, so he got into Elsa's car and they drove off. In the car, Elsa asked, "Are you sure there's something fishy about Selov? Do you have any proof?" Luke shrugged and said, "Sergey may have jumped over the wall to enter the villa, but his fat son weighed 200 pounds. I don't think there's any other way that he could have entered the villa other than through the front or back entrance. He wasn't telling the truth. Yesterday, his sharp nose had played an important role. He had smelled Selov in Katie's room, the mix of gun oil, gunpowder and body odor had been all too obvious. He had learned that while Selov was the security guard, he couldn't enter Katie's room without permission. Considering how strong the smell was, he must have entered the room before dawn. A security guard entering his employer's room in the middle of the night, and his employer drowning in the pool after that. There was nothing right about that. Secondly, Seely's smell had also appeared on the trail to the back gate. He had obviously walked that trail many times. The same smell had been by the pool, too. On top of that, there had been another smell that was similar to Selov's, except that it also carried the scent of chloroform. The autopsy report showed traces of chloroform in Katie's body. A man with the scent of chloroform had entered Katie's bedroom, while Selov had carried the faint smell of chloroform as well. Luke had closed his eyes in Katie's room before because he had been trying to discern the smells with sharp nose. So, the only explanation was that Selov had been in on it. He had secretly let Sergey into the villa. He might have even worked with Sergey to drug Katie and throw her into the pool. In the end, he saw Sergey off at the back entrance. That was the only explanation for the suspicious points in the case as well as for the sense that Luke had picked up. Luke had left via the back entrance because he had been tracking the smell, which had lingered up to the main road. That was why he was certain that Jenny's surveillance camera had definitely caught Sergey on tape. Luke had found the criminals in this supposedly tricky case thanks to his newly acquired ability. Luke and Elsa reached Katie's villa. They pressed the doorbell, and Sally answered the door. When they entered, Elsa asked, "Where's Selov? There's something that we need to ask him." Sally said, "Oh, I saw him in the backyard just now. Should I bring him here?" Elsa and Luke looked at each other. Elsa said, "Let's go together. We don't have many questions." They didn't want to alarm him and give him a chance to escape. However, there was no sign of Selev in the backyard, only the small gate there was wide open. Luke immediately began to run, because he smelled that Selev had left via the back entrance. After a brief daze, Elsa hurried to follow him. Sally was left confused. "Where are you going, Elsa?" Elsa had no time to answer her. She sped up and tried to catch up with Luke. Luke ran even faster. He burst out of the back gate several seconds later and turned left. By the time Elsa ran out of the back gate and looked to her right, Luke had already turned another corner. To the right of the back entrance was the main road, while there were several other villas to the left. It was a complicated environment. Naturally, it was thanks to Sharp Nose that Luke was able to track Selev. Right now, Luke had 24 strength and 20 dexterity. He was an extremely fast runner. In less than 1 minute, he saw Selev running wildly up ahead. Amused, Luke shouted, "LAPD. Selev, don't move." But Selev only ran faster. Luke, however, smiled and shouted again, "Selev, stop and come back with me for the investigation." Many people would argue that it was pointless to say such things, but it actually wasn't. Due process was of paramount importance for American police. Once an officer revealed his identity and ordered a man to freeze, the officer had the right to arrest the man if the latter didn't comply. It was also easy to guess what was up here. Why would the man run if he didn't feel guilty? Also, shouting enabled officers to identify themselves to passers-by, in case any of them thought that the officers were bandits and tackled them. Luke shouted twice and completed the due process. He immediately sped up. If Luke hadn't slowed down, Seely would have already been caught. However, since Selev kept running after hearing the warning, Luke was now free to arrest him. A moment later, he caught up to Selev and lunged, tackling him to the ground. Given how much more dexterous he was compared with Selev, Luke jumped up and aimed his Glock at Selev. "LAPD, Selev, don't move." Selev didn't dare move any longer now that he was at gunpoint. He actually was carrying a gun. He had run despite the warning. If he moved again now, Luke could easily shoot him, and wouldn't get into trouble for it as long as he claimed that Seely had drawn his gun. More importantly, Selev knew for a fact that he had done something stupid. Yesterday, the director of the police department had stated that they knew who the culprit was, but that his name was being withheld while the investigation was still ongoing. Selev had grown anxious after he read the news. When Luke and Elsa arrived, he had actually been in the room, hiding behind the door. He immediately started running when he heard that the officers were here for him. Luke ordered Selev to lie down slowly on the ground and put both his hands behind his head. Selev had no choice but to do as he was told. At that moment, Elsa finally arrived, breathing hard. She took out her gun and aimed it at Selev as well. Selev was a security guard who was authorized to carry a gun. Else didn't dare be careless. She then said, "Selev, you're under arrest. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney." Well, the famous Miranda warning was also part of the process. As she spoke, Elsa gestured at Luke. Luke nodded and put his gun back. He then pressed Selev down and handcuffed him. Dragging the guy up, Elsa said with a mysterious smile, "Selev, behave if you want to live." Selev was silent. Elsa didn't continue. This wasn't the place for an interrogation anyway. They took Seely back to the villa. Sally was rather surprised. "Ah, Elsa, why did you arrest Selev?" Elsa didn't give her a straight answer. She simply said, "Sally, you need to come with us, too. We need your help in our investigation on Selev." Dazed, Sally nodded her head. This time, Sally took the passenger seat of the car, and Luke and Selov sat in the back seat. Selov seemed panicked. His feet shook non-stop. Luke observed him and shook his head. The man had nobody but himself to blame. If his guess was correct, Selov must be the reason why Sergei's fat son had shown up at Katie's villa. But Sergei's fat son had died, and Katie had been killed by Sergei, who blamed her for it. One might say that Selov, an unreliable security guard, was the cause of everything. After returning to the police department, Elsa talked to Selov in person and soon intimidated him into disclosing how Sergei's fat son had died without asking for a lawyer. As it turned out, Sergei's son was the polar opposite of his father. He was shy and eccentric. Naturally, he had few friends growing up. Sergei was so disappointed in him that he just gave his son some money each month and didn't ask him to do anything. The son could have lived his life in peace. Sergei had already set up a trust for his hopeless son so that the latter would never have to worry about money. However, his son suddenly fell in love with Katie Winterster, who was sexy and enticing. That was the beginning of the tragedy. The son tried his best to approach Katie, but didn't have many ways to do so. He was too heavy for any kind of pursuit. In his helplessness, he finally remembered his father, or rather, his father's influence. After pulling some strings, he acquired Seely's contact and demanded to visit Katie's house. Selov had refused at first, but the son had been very determined, and threatened Selov with his father. Selov had worked for Sergei for a while before, so he knew how vicious Sergei could be. Besides, Sergei's son wasn't asking for much. He only wanted to take photos of Katie's house at night, and get a closer look at the items that Katie used. That was right, he didn't ask to meet Katie. He only wanted to sit in the chair where Katie sat, and take a photo of it as a souvenir. Selov eventually acceded to his request, but he certainly wasn't stupid. He only promised that he would open the back entrance. He also warned Sergei's son that, while he didn't care what the latter was going to do, he would fulfill his duty as a security guard and throw him out as long as Katie noticed anything unusual. Sergei's son felt that it was enough. On the night they had agreed upon, Selov left the back gate unlocked. He even checked the rooms and windows before midnight, in case Sergei's son broke in. After everything was done, he drank some alcohol and soon fell asleep. The next day, he discovered Sergei's son floating in the backyard pool, dead. Naturally, Selov didn't dare reveal that he knew the person. As it so happened, snobbish Katie was unwilling to cooperate with the police, and the investigation didn't go smoothly. Hence, Selov was never exposed. But that was all Selov would confess to. He wasn't an idiot, and certainly wouldn't talk about how he had let Sergei in and helped the man drown Katie. Elsa knew that Selov was a major suspect in Katie's murder, but she decided to interrogate him about that later after Sergei was arrested. Selov's confession was enough for him to be put in jail, and they were able to close the case of the uncanny death of the 200-pound fatty. After they got Selov's confession, Elsa reported it to Dustin. Luke didn't go with her. The system had already distributed the experience and credit points. He wasn't interested in any other reward. Elsa wanted a promotion, but Luke would stay to earn more experience and credit points. Mission: solve the drowning of John Doe. Total experience: 100. Total credit: 100. Contribution rate: 80%. EXP plus 80. Credit plus 80. Luke was very satisfied. It had taken no more than running a kilometer to catch the criminal and crack the case. Naturally, Elsa was the one who wrote the report later. If she wanted the credit, she certainly wouldn't let Luke do the job. So, Luke was now free. Elsa returned, delighted. She was clearly happy that the two cases at Katie's place had been cracked in just 2 days. In a great mood, she said to Luke, "Let's go. I'll buy you lunch." Luke, however, shook his head and pointed at her eyes. "Elsa, you're too tired. How much sleep did you get last night?" 3 hours. You better get some rest. Chances are Dustin will send us to New York soon. You won't have much time to sleep then. At Luke's reminder, Elsa looked at herself in the mirror and was shocked. She had stayed up all night, and had run like crazy for a kilometer today to catch Selov with Luke. When she got back, she had been focused on the interrogation. Her makeup had long been replaced with dust. Thankfully, her hair wasn't a problem since it was short. However, since she was plain looking in the first place, she now looked haggard and not half as intimidating as she usually was. The dark circles around her eyes made her look more like a drug addict. So, she made a deal with Luke about how she would buy him lunch tomorrow, before she went home and rested. Luke chuckled. Now that Elsa was gone, he could do anything he wanted in his spare time, as long as Dustin didn't bother him. At that moment, his phone rang, and it was from none other than Dustin. Hearing that Elsa had gone home to rest, the commanding officer asked Luke to meet him. When Luke went to Dustin's office, the commanding officer gave him some words of praise before he asked Luke, with a document in front of him, "You killed 13 gunmen in one night when you worked in Shackleford?" Luke nodded. Yes. This was in his personal file and couldn't be kept a secret. Dustin asked, "Are you good at shooting?" Luke said, "I think so." Dustin fell silent. Deep in thought, he said a moment later, "Okay, that's all for now. You can go back to work." Luke nodded his head and left. Before he left the office, Dustin finally said, "Rest up well. You may get busy later." After Luke left, he began to ponder what Dustin meant. Was Dustin thinking about sending him to New York to catch Sergei alone? He quickly shook his head. That was impossible. The case was too important for him to handle alone. Elsa would definitely come with him. Luke soon put the thought aside. Whatever the final decision was, he only needed to work hard for experience and credit points. When he got off work, Luke picked up Selena in the second-hand car he just bought. Selena was quite happy. She finally didn't have to take a bus to work anymore. Luke was okay with giving her a ride. They could go to work together, and when they got off work at different times, they could just wait for each other. 2 days later, Luke received Dustin's notice. He and Elsa were being sent to New York as department representatives to help the local police capture Sergei Mazanov. Elsa had recovered in the past 2 days. Selov had been easier to deal with than they thought. He had been sent to the DA, and would be imprisoned for a year or 2. Luke and Elsa took a plane to New York. Unlike Selena, Elsa wasn't interested in the Greyhound bus. She only wanted to catch Sergei and close the case as soon as possible. So, for the first time in this second life of his, Luke got on a plane. After they took off, Elsa smiled at Luke, who was clearly curious. "You've hardly flown." Luke said, "This is my first time. I only took a helicopter once before." Elsa nodded and said, "You'll get used to it." Luke agreed with her and didn't say any more. Elsa shook her head with a smile and put on an eye mask before she fell asleep. Luke wasn't curious for long. He lost interest in the blue sky and the clouds half an hour later. Elsa was fast asleep and snoring heavily. It was naturally impossible to talk to her. They were on a Boeing 757, which only had 1 aisle and 3 seats on each side in every row. As the veteran detective, Elsa took the innermost seat, which was the least disturbed. Luke could only take the middle seat. On his right was a little girl who was around 10. She was wearing a pink sweater and a hat in the same color. Her lips were thin and cute. Her eyes were narrow and long, and the light in them showed that she was a smart kid. The girl was lovely and sharp in every way. But that wasn't important. Luke stole a glimpse at the man across the aisle, who was probably in his 40s. He had a mustache like Tony Stark, but it was clearly untrimmed, which gave him a strange vibe. His appearance struck Luke as both righteous and evil. Noticing Luke's glance, the middle-aged man smiled politely and said, "Hi. Luke smiled back at him. Hi. Luke looked at the little girl and asked, "Is she your daughter?" The middle-aged man responded with a smile, "Yes." Luke remarked, "She looks like an angel. You must be a happy father." The man smiled even more delightedly. "Thank you." They chatted in low voices. Luke was a great conversationalist. He didn't ask any personal information, and they simply talked about interesting New York facts, like how cold it was in winter. While they were enjoying the conversation, the little girl in the middle wasn't as happy. "Hey, does either one of you want to switch with me?" After a brief daze, Luke shook his head. No. Sorry for my disturbance. Please forgive me, beautiful lady." He then shrugged at the middle-aged man named Damon McCready. They smiled at each other and stopped talking. It was a 6-hour flight, and only 1 hour had passed. The rest of the trip would only be even more boring. Luke closed his eyes and considered Damon McCready's identity. Sharp nose was truly a marvelous ability. After adapting to it, Luke could control it a little now. He would no longer feel dizzy now because of the smell of 200 people on a crowded plane. It was easy to control the sensitivity and range, but it was more difficult to investigate a fixed target. Thankfully, the little girl and the middle-aged man were right next to him. He smelled the typical scents on them, but there was also the smell of gun oil and gunpowder. There was also the scent of blood on the little girl. It certainly wasn't menstrual blood, she was still too young. Luke could easily discern that the blood was from several different persons, which was quite odd. Luke wouldn't be as surprised if he smelled blood on the middle-aged man. He could vaguely tell that the man was a police officer. It wouldn't be strange if he got some blood on him from a suspect while on a mission. However, the scent of blood was on the little girl. But Luke didn't give it a lot of thought. Anyone in America could own a gun, and it wasn't unusual for a girl to shoot for fun. Of course, more importantly, it was because Luke didn't want to regard such a lovely girl as a criminal. When Luke was almost asleep, someone walked past him. He frowned. He had been controlling the range of sharp nose, but he suddenly smelled strong body odor mixed with a strange scent. Drowsily, Luke opened his eyes and looked at the source of the scent, only to discover that it was a bearded man. When his head cleared, the scent became even more obvious. It was TNT. Trinitrotoluene didn't have a scent, but police dogs could detect it. Sharp nose, to some extent, was much better than the nose of a police dog. After acquiring this ability, Luke had collected samples of various dangerous items and used his sharp nose to remember their smells, for the purpose of avoiding the very sort of danger he was currently facing. Police dogs would bark when they smelled TNT, but Luke certainly wouldn't. Nonetheless, alarms were ringing in his head. These were the years when terrorists were the most active in America. 9/11 had still happened here, and Osama bin Laden still became a world-famous terrorist leader. The smell of TNT on the man who had just walked by wasn't an accident, he was carrying a lot of TNT. God knew how much the man had brought onto the plane. Luke had goosebumps all over his body. He might be strong, but he didn't think he could survive a plane crash since he couldn't fly nor use elementary self-healing. Besides, could elementary self-healing resurrect a pile of squashed meat? Well, that might be tricky. If an explosion took place after the crash and roasted him, he would certainly be as dead as a doornail. Immediately alert, Luke fully activated sharp nose. Countless smells appeared to him like lines. He struggled to track the lines to the people whom the TNT man had talked to. Generally speaking, it would be difficult for one terrorist to hijack such a big plane. At least 2 were needed, and 3 would be best. 2 of them could reveal themselves and control the plane, and the last terrorist could stay in the dark as the commander. Luke wasn't scared of the terrorist who had just passed by, he was scared that the man's accomplices would detonate the TNT. The little girl seemed to have noticed that he was sweating. She asked curiously, "What's wrong?" She actually quite liked the young man who was gentle and pleasant looking. That was why she was kind enough to ask the question. Luke had no time for the little girl now. He waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. I'm using my super ability." The cute girl's eyes widened. There was nothing but suspicion in her glittering eyes. Luke, however, really was making use of his super ability. Holding the foul smells at bay and ruling out the irrelevant scent lines, he was close to completing his objective. A minute later, he closed his eyes gloomily. The result wasn't promising. Several passengers had been tainted by the smell when the TNT guy passed them, but there were 3 people he hadn't come into contact with who carried the smell. More critically, one of the 3 guys was also carrying TNT. So, they had a fail-safe on their team. Luke looked at Elsa, but immediately shook his head. As a detective of the Major Crimes Division, Elsa was better at solving cases than dealing with terrorists. Waking her up wouldn't help, but would only add fuel to the fire. Luke would rather look for a different ally. He soon focused on Damon, the middle-aged man across the aisle. The man had Robert's air, and must have killed plenty of people before. He glanced at the little girl who was secretly peeking at him, and thought that even she might be stronger than Elsa. With a smile, he said in a low voice, "Mindy, can you switch seats with your dad? I have something important to discuss with him." Damon looked at him in confusion. Luke was still smiling, but he made a gesture that meant enemy to them. It was a swift movement, but Damon noticed it and grew alarmed. He and Mindy switched seats. In a low voice, Luke quickly told Damon that there was a group of terrorists on the plane who were carrying bombs on them. Damon looked at him suspiciously. Luke, however, wasn't in a hurry to explain himself, but simply whispered to Damon the suspects' positions. Damon sat up straight and glanced at them. His face turned awful. If they were all terrorists, this plane would be in major trouble. The 4 terrorists were scattered on the plane, making it impossible to capture them all at once. But then Luke told him a piece of news that was even worse. "I think they have another accomplice in first class." Damon didn't know what to say. 5 terrorists. But there were only 3 people on his side, including Luke. Damon was confident in himself and his daughter, but not so much in Luke. Was Luke lying? Well, Luke had shown him his badge and medal. Damon, as a seasoned officer, could easily tell that the badge and medal were authentic. Then, was Luke joking with him? That was unlikely. Besides, there was something naturally convincing about Luke. If it had been anybody else, Damon might be 50% suspicious. But coming from Luke, he was only 30% suspicious, since he had conversed pleasantly with Luke earlier. Now that he was inclined to trust Luke, did he dare sit by and watch? They were on a plane. If the bombs went off, everybody was doomed. Damon said in a low voice, "Mindy and I can take care of 2 terrorists, but what about the rest of them, especially the one in first class?" Luke replied, "I need Mindy to cooperate with me in a bit. She'll pretend to be uncomfortable, which will give me a chance to go to first class and look for the terrorist that's hiding. Then and... How does that sound?" Damon nodded without any hesitation. He was confident in his combat ability, but he wasn't sure that he would be able to pick out the hidden terrorist, so he could only listen to Luke. At the very least, Luke was the one who had detected the crisis, if there was a crisis at all. Damon and Mindy had obviously done this many times. With simple gestures in his eyes, Damon soon let Mindy know that she was sick. Damon exclaimed nervously, "Ah, Mindy. What's up? You're feeling uncomfortable. Attendant, help me. My daughter is having trouble breathing." He shouted and leaned closer as if he were examining his daughter, when he was actually just telling her the plan. Luke stood up quickly and ran to Mindy. "Ah, Mindy, how are you feeling? Do you need oxygen?" Mindy rolled her eyes. Did anybody not need oxygen? Luke was shocked. "Ah, attendant, hurry up. The whites of her eyes are showing. Mindy gritted her teeth. She was truly an idiot to have thought that he was a kind-hearted gentleman. Luke, however, added, "No, don't bite your tongue, Mindy. Relax." Damon felt absurd as he watched all this. "Hey, are you her father, or am I? Why are you stealing my thunder?" A female attendant came over and looked anxiously at the little girl. The cute little girl had roused her maternal instincts. Luke said in a hurry, "I'm a med student, I know a thing or two about first aid. Do you have a first aid kit?" The attendant nodded quickly and said, "Yes, I'll go fetch it." Luke said, "I'll go with you." He followed the attendant to the back of the plane. Another attendant was resting there. Luke immediately hinted for her to stay quiet. Then, he showed his police badge and said in a low voice, "Stay calm and don't cry out. There are a bunch of terrorists on the plane. I suspect that they're planning something bad." The two attendants opened their mouths in shock. Luke gestured at them again to hold back their exclamations. "The problem is that one of them may be in first class. It's closest to the cockpit, right?" Luke asked, although he knew the answer. First class was in the front. It would of course be the closest to the cockpit. The two attendants quickly nodded. Luke said, "Can you let the captain know not to open the cockpit door, no matter what happens?" The attendants nodded again. They had a phone which they could use to contact the captain. Luke nodded and said, "Wait," he gazed at the first attendant. The attendant was rather smart. "Jennifer. This is Lopez. So together, you would be Jennifer Lopez?" Luke said, "Jennifer and I will take the father and his daughter to first class with the excuse that first class is more comfortable and convenient. After we leave, Lopez will let the captain know what's going on and tell him not to open the cockpit door no matter what. Don't panic if anything happens. Trust us. Jennifer, let your colleagues in first class know quietly not to hinder us. Can you do that?" Jennifer nodded. Luke said, "All right, stay calm. I guarantee that we'll make it to Kennedy Airport on time." The attendants were panicking a little, but that was understandable. They wouldn't be human if they didn't panic over news of terrorists on their plane. Luke quickly grabbed two metal table knives and hid them in his pocket. Soon, Jennifer led the way, and Luke followed her with a first aid kit as if he were a legit doctor. Thankfully, his appearance and air fitted that of a medical school student. The terrorists wouldn't be too quick to grow suspicious of him. They reached Mindy and her father. Luke whispered something to Damon, and they lifted Mindy and carried her to first class. With Mindy's body as cover, Luke secretly handed her one of the knives and kept one for himself. Pleased, Mindy quickly moved her wrist, and the knife disappeared into her sleeve. On the way, Luke and Damon snuck glances at the terrorists. Damon's heart became heavy. There was no telling how true Luke's claim was, but given Damon's experience as a police officer, he could tell that the four people whom Luke suspected were terrorists were clearly acting unusually. They were all too nervous. There was no way Damon could miss the wariness and madness in their eyes. They were definitely dangerous criminals, even if they weren't terrorists. They soon carried Mindy, who was busy pretending to be short of breath, into first class. Luke immediately activated Sharp Nose. They didn't have much time left now. The terrorists might activate their bombs if they got too anxious. There would be no going back when that happened. Luke's choice might not be the best one, but waiting and doing nothing was even riskier. If the terrorists acted and detonated their bombs as soon as Luke moved, he wouldn't have a chance to launch a counterattack. While taking action right now was dangerous, Luke had the initiative, which would be lost if he dawdled. Sometimes, hesitation was the greatest mistake a police officer could make. Thankfully, since there were much fewer people in first class, Luke locked onto a bearded middle-aged man only 10 seconds later. While pretending to examine Mindy, Luke subtly whispered the man's location to Damon. Then, pretending that he had forgotten some medical instrument, Luke returned to the back of the plane. His nervousness startled everyone a little. Was the little girl his sister? When he reached the back of the plane, Lopez greeted him anxiously and said, "I've informed the captain." Luke nodded and said, "Good. You stay here and don't make a sound, all right?" As he spoke, he lifted the curtain slightly and looked outside. It was Damon and his daughter's show, now. In this crisis, Luke wouldn't be the only hero. If Damon and his daughter weren't strong enough, the operation would definitely fail. However, Luke didn't really have a choice. 3 against 5, without giving the enemy any chance to react, they didn't just need skill, they also needed luck. Luck, in fact, would be even more important than skill now. Soon, there were exclamations from first class, but no one in economy could see what was going on because of the aisle curtain. A few seconds later, Damon suddenly walked out from behind the curtain, distracting everyone's attention in economy. Damon cried out anxiously, "No, no, my daughter is cramping and vomiting. Is anyone here a doctor? Please help her. She's only a child." Seizing the opportunity, Luke calmly and quietly approached a man in one corner of economy class. He wasn't carrying any bombs, but he had a full view of economy class from where he sat, so he was the lookout here. Moving quickly and agilely, Luke squeezed into the tiny gap behind the man's seat without making a sound. He struck the lookout on the back of his head. Even the passengers sitting right next to the lookout didn't notice. Luke now had 24 strength. Despite the narrow space, he was still able to knock the guy out. The passengers next to the guy were too distracted by Damon's performance to notice that the guy had passed out. After all, he could see everyone else from this corner, but barely anyone would notice him. After knocking out the terrorist, Luke quietly slithered back like a snake. Damon had walked down the aisle to the center of the plane. Seeing that Luke had sorted out the guy in the corner, he clenched his fists. Now was the most critical moment of their operation. No mistakes could be allowed. Luke gestured at Damon, and Damon suddenly lunged at a man 1 meter away from him. He headbutted the man so hard that the man's face cracked and caved in a little. Damon then punched the man again without any hesitation. In the meantime, Luke flung out his knife, which instantly pierced the eye of a man 2 meters away. The moment they attacked, the curtain for first class was lifted slightly, and a dark shadow shot out past 3 seat rows to hit another man in the head. The man immediately passed out. The 5 terrorists were taken care of, but Damon and Luke didn't relax. They narrowed their eyes and scanned the passengers. The passengers were all more or less shocked, and some even cried out, but nobody seemed to be acting strangely. Neither Luke nor Damon moved as they examined the passengers. As instructed by Luke earlier, Jennifer and Lopez began to calm the passengers down as they explained that this was an emergency operation carried out by police officers. Though scared, the passengers were more or less convinced when they looked at the 2 silent men. If they were terrorists, they would be yelling and threatening the passengers now. Comparing them with the appearance of the people who had been knocked out or killed, the passengers became less suspicious. Lopez approached Luke and asked in a low voice, "Now what?" Luke whispered to her, "Tell the captain to land at the nearest airport. It isn't safe on this plane." Lopez suddenly thought of a dreadful possibility, and nearly peed herself. Luke patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry, they've all been taken down, but we should get off this plane as soon as possible." Half an hour later, the plane made an emergency landing at Des Moines Airport in Iowa. A tremendous number of police officers, firefighters and doctors were waiting for them. After the passengers eagerly disembarked, the officers charged in to retrieve 4 suspects who had been tied up as well as the body of the last suspect. Elsa watched the officers lead Luke away with complicated feelings. In the end, she sighed and told the officers hers and Luke's identities. Then, she was taken in, too. Damon and Mindy were also taken away by the police with bitter smiles on their faces. Mindy glared at Luke angrily. She was being arrested at such a young age, all because of him. He didn't look like a kind-hearted gentleman at all now. After this, she decided to hate him. Luke smiled at Mindy and thanked Damon. He didn't feel guilty about pulling them in. If they hadn't gotten involved, everybody might have died together. On the other hand, it was true that they wouldn't have to worry about being taken in like this. Luke was delayed for 3 days. Damon and Mindy were released on the second day. They even dropped by to see him before they flew to New York. However, they didn't leave Luke any contact details, which puzzled him. Mindy did seem annoyed with him, but she didn't really have to cut ties with him, right? Did Luke really do something so outrageous? No, it had to be a problem on her end. Luke comforted himself that way. On the other hand, his impression of Elsa had improved. While he was being investigated by the FBI, Elsa volunteered to vouch for him, and even contacted Dustin to have him tell the FBI about their work trip to New York. Luke was under investigation for longer because he had killed a terrorist. The person who had been struck in the eye with Luke's knife had died on the spot. Luke, however, wasn't afraid. The dead person had been one of 2 bombers on board. He wouldn't be punished for killing the guy. The other bomber was the guy whose face Damon had smashed in. After Damon had knocked out the middle-aged man in first class, the father and daughter had immediately taken action. When Luke had flung his knife at one bomber and Damon knocked out the other, the girl had thrown the middle-aged man's Nokia phone out from behind the curtain. The phone, which was as heavy as a brick, had easily knocked out the last terrorist. Both Luke and Damon had only broken out in a sweat later when it was discovered that the phone had actually been a detonation device, while another detonation device had been on the guy knocked out by the phone. It was safe to say that Mindy had taken out both detonators on her own. Of course, one could also say that it was sheer luck that she hadn't detonated the bombs with her throw. The FBI's greatest concern was how Luke had detected the bombs on the terrorists. Luke had simply offered a mysterious explanation: instinct. How had Luke picked out the leader of the terrorists in first class? Luke still claimed that it was instinct. It didn't matter whether the FBI believed it or not, because Luke had done nothing wrong. The person whom he had killed with a knife had been carrying a bomb. Luke was well within his rights to do whatever he could to stop him. Mindy hadn't killed the second person carrying a detonator with her knife, though she had it at the ready when she threw the phone, in case she missed the target. After LAPD vouched for him and his records checked out, the FBI finally let Luke go 3 days later. He wasn't a suspect during those 3 days, and he worked with the investigators instead. His mood was pretty good during that time. Right after the plane landed and all the passengers disembarked, he had received a system notification. Mission: prevent the hijacking and prevent the terrorists from detonating the bombs, and rescue the passengers. Total experience, 5,000. Total credit, 5,000. Contribution rate, 70%. EXP plus 3,500. Credit plus 3,500. As experience has reached 5,000 points, the host has leveled up to level 8. Extra stat points, 4. The reward was generous, but Luke preferred not to run into another incident like that again. He might have died if he had been careless. It was too much excitement. Luke took another flight to New York with Elsa. He said in relief, "It's finally over." Elsa couldn't help but ask, was it really instinct? Luke chuckled but didn't answer the question. He said solemnly, "Thank you, Elsa." Stumped for a moment, Elsa smiled. "That's unnecessary. You're my partner, after all." Luke's impression of Elsa was a lot better now. At the very least, when the FBI was investigating him, Elsa hadn't remained uninvolved, but had tried to defend him. She even got Dustin to vouch for him. It was hard to say whether or not Dustin's words had really helped. After all, it was the FBI investigating Luke, and the commanding officer of the Major Crimes Division wasn't powerful enough to influence them. However, Luke still appreciated Dustin's efforts. He felt that with such a partner and boss, his life in Los Angeles would be more comfortable than it had been in Houston. 3 hours later, the plane landed at Kennedy Airport. Luke and Elsa left the airport and hailed a cab. The cab driver was a black lady. Luke couldn't quite tell how old she was. The cab was new, and the black driver, who was wearing green sportswear, was quite good at squeezing through traffic. Luke chatted with the talkative driver, and praised the cab and her skills. The driver was quite happy. When he got out, Luke even asked for the driver's card. After all, he might need a car during his investigation here, and sometimes a local driver might prove useful. The driver drove her cab away. Elsa looked at Luke and said curiously, "If I hadn't seen Selena before, I would have thought you were hitting on the driver." Sweating, Luke said, "Elsa, has it not occurred to you that the driver is very familiar with New York?" Elsa didn't think it was a big deal as she walked on. "Is any cab driver not familiar with New York?" Luke followed her with his suitcase. "In case you forgot, she mentioned that she was in food delivery before, and she holds the record for the quickest delivery made." Elsa said, "Oh, huh. Wait, are you saying?" Luke grinned. "The person at the top of any trade must have extraordinary qualities. She must be more familiar with New York's environment than a regular cab driver." Elsa said, "Okay, fair enough. But what's the point?" Luke replied, "Just in case, what if we need a driver during our investigation who doesn't work for NYPD?" Elsa couldn't help but stop. She gazed at Luke for a moment, then sighed. "You're not wrong. Every successful person has extraordinary abilities of their own. I've been wondering how you found the father and the daughter to help you out and finish off the terrorists so perfectly. Now, I think it may be your talent for noticing anything that may be of use to you everywhere you go. I'll get shy if you keep praising me like that." Luke smiled. "As if I would tell anyone that I have a hack." Elsa shook her head with a smile. "All right, give me a card then. I saw that you got 2 from her." Luke gave her one of the cards from the black driver. Elsa read the card. "Bell. Number, XXXXXXXX. That's all. There isn't even a full name on her card." Luke smiled mysteriously. Elsa noticed it. "What's wrong?" Luke replied, "If my guess is correct, this driver might be willing to do certain things that aren't entirely legitimate, since she seems into downtown racing." Elsa was speechless. "Now how did you figure that out?" Luke said, "She mentioned that she loves racing, so I paid special attention to her license plate, and noticed something fishy." Elsa said, "Her license plates can be switched out anytime." Luke, hee. As they talked, the two of them walked into NYPD. They showed their IDs and left their luggage in the care of the janitor. After asking for directions, they headed for the Organized Crime Control Bureau office. After wandering around the largest local police department in the country for almost an hour, Elsa and Luke finally found Barrett Joel, the Organized Crime Control Bureau officer whom they were supposed to work with. This Barrett was only a sheriff, and just a tad higher in rank than Luke. LAPD was paying attention to this case because the death of a famous star in their jurisdiction was too significant. But for NYPD, Sergei Mazanov was just one of countless gangsters in New York, and wasn't really a big deal. Barrett had been told to work with Luke and Elsa mostly because he had been investigating Sergei's gang. He wasn't exactly friendly toward his colleagues from Los Angeles. To quote Elsa when she had dinner with Luke, Barrett was a piece of sh*t. He clearly didn't like strangers meddling in his case. Looking at them, Barrett said coldly, "Let me remind you that you don't have law enforcement powers here, so you better not use your guns, or things will become troublesome." Elsa didn't respond. This wasn't her first work trip, and she was used to hostility. Luke wasn't bothered, either. The lack of law enforcement power just meant that he couldn't be the first to use his gun. If an enemy pulled a gun on him, however, he had the right to defend himself as a civilian. Before they were dismissed, Elsa asked, "Can I ask, when will we get started on the investigation?" Frowning, Barrett said, "That's confidential." I can't tell you anything. Elsa, however, didn't give up. Excuse me, but are you planning to work the case yourself? Barrett choked. If he said yes, he would definitely be scolded. The Los Angeles Police Department had paid a price to send Luke and Elsa here. He didn't know what the price was yet, but if Barrett kept them off the case, it wouldn't end too well for him. After a brief silence, Barrett said, "You can work at any empty desk here. I'll let you know when there are updates." Elsa nodded. All she needed to ensure was that Barrett wouldn't be stupid enough to try and catch Sergei without them. They were about to leave, when Barrett added, "It'll take 3 to 5 days to plan the arrest. You can get some rest first." They nodded, showing that they got it. They then found an empty desk in the bullpen. Elsa asked Luke, "How do you feel? Are you mad?" Luke shook his head. "We'd treat them the same if they came over to our place. There's nothing to be angry about." Elsa nodded with a smile. "That's right. This case isn't our call, anyway. Let's just wait." Luke shrugged and rolled his eyes. "I'll find us a hotel first. I can take your luggage with me while I'm at it." Elsa naturally agreed. Other newcomers would have been obliged to do so, anyway, but after Luke's astonishing performance on the plane, Elsa wasn't planning on asking him to. Now that Luke had volunteered, she certainly wouldn't reject it. Luke took their bags and called Belle, the black taxi driver. "Hi, is this Belle?" "This is Luke, I took your cab earlier." "That's right. I'm looking for a cheap and comfortable hotel near NYPD. What do you suggest?" "Okay. I'll tip you $100 if it's decent." Belle soon arrived. She had obviously been in the area. She greeted Luke warmly and invited him to take the passenger seat, which was unusual, because cab drivers were scared of robbers, too. Luke gave her a high five with a smile. "Hey, you're truly a racer. How were you so fast?" Belle was pretty happy. Most people tended to be unfriendly toward a black female driver. Luke was handsome and gentle, which appealed to Belle. So, they had an enjoyable conversation on the way. Belle was indeed familiar with New York. She claimed that she knew every corner of it. However, it was Brooklyn and Queens that she knew best, while she was the least familiar with Manhattan. Luke knew why. Manhattan was a much richer area than Brooklyn and Queens, and few people in Manhattan would have called for her cab or used her previous cheap food delivery service. Luke subtly steered the conversation toward drug dealers. Belle was clearly nothing like the stereotype. She was a hard worker, and the only illegal activity she indulged in as a hobby was racing, which wasn't worth mentioning compared with drug abuse and violent crime. She spoke quickly and dumped a whole lot of information about drug dealers on Luke. It was barely possible for Luke to remember all the names. How many gangs had she mentioned? 27. 31. And that was only Brooklyn. Belle hadn't even started talking about Queens yet. Luke couldn't help but think that there were many fat lambs in this city waiting for him to feed on. Suddenly, he heard something interesting. "I heard that someone's been sorting out the drug dealers in recent years, and many of them have been taken down. The big gangs are still around, but many of the smaller gangs were wiped out overnight," said Belle excitedly. Luke found that odd. "And you're not angry?" He was certain that many gangsters in Brooklyn were African Americans. Was it really all right for Belle to describe their misfortune so delightedly? Belle glared at him and said, "Hey. Remember that these people are all corrupt scumbags. Besides, many Eastern European and Latino gangs were also wiped out for selling illegal drugs. Whoever did it doesn't care about race." Luke raised his hands and apologized. "Sorry, my bad." But he was curious about the person who had gotten rid of more than one group of drug dealers. Belle snorted at his apology and added, "I heard that whoever it is might be a drug dealer, too, since they swallowed up all the goods and money of the dead drug dealers." Deep in thought, Luke wondered what he should do. His plan had always been to eliminate a few groups of drug dealers. Luke would kill the drug dealers, collect their money, and destroy their goods. They would lose everything. As they talked, Belle led him to an old apartment. Belle opened the garage with a remote and drove the cab inside. Luke was a little stumped. "You're not trying to rob me, right? I've only been working for a few months. I don't have any money." Belle laughed and thwacked his shoulder. "You're fun, kid. Get out. Let me show you a temporary rental." They left the garage and climbed the iron fire escape outside the building to the third floor, where Luke saw a few rooms. "This is my boyfriend's place." He modified the third floor into single-unit apartments. "Two of them happen to be empty right now," said Belle. Luke remarked, "You're definitely going to be rich." Belle was amused. "Aren't you sweet, kid? For your sweet mouth, I'll give you a lower rent." Luke said, "That's unnecessary. I'm on a work trip, and the police department is paying for this." Belle grimaced at him. "Hee hee, isn't that even better then? You can save some money for yourself. You know." Luke couldn't help but laugh at the funny expression on her face. "No, Belle. My colleague is the one in charge of the money." "So, you know," Luke said, helplessly. Belle sighed regretfully. "How about $120 a day for 2 rooms?" Luke smiled. "Make it $150. We can afford it on our allowance." Belle chuckled and patted his shoulder in satisfaction. $30 wasn't a lot, but she was happy that Luke had volunteered to increase the amount. However, a man suddenly interjected from behind them, "Damn it, Belle, did you fall in love with a white boy? And you're flirting with him in my place?" Luke and Belle both turned around. Luke saw a tall and handsome black man standing behind them, devastation all over his face. Belle immediately jumped 1 meter away to show that there was nothing between her and Luke. Luke rolled his eyes. "Bro, what's your problem? Your girlfriend is at least 35, and I'm 20 at most. Why do you think your girlfriend is cheating on you?" Several minutes later, however, Luke realized that the black couple had only been teasing each other. After pretending to squabble for a while, they returned to being lovey-dovey. Hearing that Luke had decided to rent the apartments for $150 a day, the man named Jesse was finally reassured. "So, you're really here to rent rooms?" Luke said, "Yes. My colleague is a woman, and she has a higher rank than I do. So, you don't have to worry about me and Belle." Jesse, however, wasn't embarrassed. "Please forgive me. I love Belle too much. She's my treasure." Luke got goosebumps all over his body when the couple kissed again. He said in a hurry, "Belle, can you give me the key and drop me back first? I need to give the key to my colleague." The couple finally said goodbye to each other unwillingly. Luke put the bags in his room and asked Belle to drop him back at the police station. Elsa found it strange when Luke returned so quickly. So soon. Luke told her how Belle had rented them her boyfriend's apartments. Elsa was astonished by how enterprising Belle was. Elsa asked for the price, and didn't say anything about it. If they were going to be here a while, it would have been enough to put aside $1,500 a month for a suitable apartment. Since they weren't going to be here for more than 10 days, however, $150 a day wasn't too outrageous. The price was within her budget, so Elsa didn't really mind. Luke gave Elsa a key and wrote down the apartment address for her before he left. He told Elsa that he needed to familiarize himself with the environment here first. Elsa didn't really care. They had rested enough in Iowa in the last 2 days. She preferred to remain at the police department and read Sergei's files. As to why Luke was going out, she didn't think too much about it. She had realized that Luke was much more reliable and sophisticated than he appeared. It might really be beneficial for them if Luke explored the environment first. Elsa had spoken with Dustin before coming here. She was well aware of Luke's history. For example, the young officer had killed more than 20 tough Mexican gangsters since starting his job half a year ago. 2 days ago, he had killed a terrorist again. Elsa even felt that had Luke been armed on the plane, he might have started another killing spree. Luke was devoted, ambitious, and ruthless. Elsa certainly didn't dare underestimate such a partner. Considering Luke's history, she wouldn't doubt it if Luke said that he could catch Sergei on his own. Although it was highly unlikely, Luke's past deeds made her optimistic. So, she simply told Luke to keep an eye on his cell phone for possible updates before he left. This time, Luke had to resort to public transport. He went to Brooklyn by subway first, before he roamed the area on a bus. On his trip, he recorded down all sorts of information in his notebook. He was mainly connecting the information which Bell had given him on the drug dealers to what he was seeing in reality. This task couldn't be completed in a day or two, but Luke didn't intend to wait until everything was clear to him either. He would choose a gang in 2 days at most, because Barrett had said that it would take 3 to 5 days to plan Sergei's arrest. He wouldn't be as free to stage a robbery 3 days later. Just like that, Luke roamed about for 2 days and helped out some people in passing. Of course, Luke didn't move against anyone openly, since he didn't have any law enforcement power here. Thus, Luke talked to Belle and asked her for a bunch of tiny balls. The balls were very small but heavy. It was easy for Luke to cause a dent in a criminal's head by throwing a ball at them. He could also cripple the enemy if he hit them in their joints. With the balls, he knocked guns out of the hands of numerous gangsters and put a stop to several robberies as well as one rape. He didn't even reveal himself when he threw the balls from 10 meters away. As for fingerprints, naturally, he wore gloves. Luke was rather tempted by how he could earn credit simply by wandering the streets. New York, the capital of crime, was truly the best place for him to reap experience and credit. There were countless petty crimes, which meant countless experience and credit. Luke didn't feel like he had done anything by the end of the day, but he earned more than 130 experience and credit points each day. However, Luke couldn't stay here for the long term yet. As a great battlefield, New York would be visited by many supervillains, superheroes, and even alien fleets. Luke was too weak to be part of that yet. Any one of them could easily wipe him out. One of the advantages of the chaos in New York was that he could attempt his first robbery here. It wouldn't matter if he failed. He could learn from the failure and do a better job in the future. In the end, he focused on a bunch of drug dealers in Queens, mostly because it was only a 10-minute ride from his apartment. There were several suitable targets in Brooklyn, too, but they were too far away. Luke checked out their hideout during the day and figured out the basic layout. He decided to take action that night. In the afternoon, Luke stayed in his apartment and unhurriedly painted a mask. A long time later, he finally put down the mask in satisfaction and blew it dry with a hair dryer. It would only be used once and didn't have to be impeccable. When Elsa returned that night, Luke said hi, then shut his door. At 10 o'clock, it became quiet next door. Luke knew that Elsa must have fallen asleep. Elsa had been reading files in the police department the whole day. She had to be exhausted. Luke left the apartment with a black backpack. There were few surveillance cameras in this area. Luke soon changed clothes and made himself look much brawnier than he actually was. Sergei had been discovered before thanks to a computer simulation. Luke had learned his lesson. The backpack further disrupted the line of his back. He also changed into a bigger pair of shoes. With his cloak, it was impossible for anyone to see his face after he put on the hood. Luke took a cab a block away from his apartment and headed for his destination tonight, which was a bar. Instead of going into the bar, he entered the alley behind it and stepped up onto a dumpster and went over a wall. Behind the wall was an old apartment building. Hiding in a corner, Luke changed clothes again. 2 minutes later, Luke examined himself. Satisfied that nothing was wrong, he put on the backpack and walked into the apartment building unhurriedly. The time-worn walls of the building were dark and dilapidated. Luke reached the third floor. After he turned a corner, he saw a short fatty who was listening to music with earphones. The fatty didn't notice Luke until Luke was only 5 meters away from him. He raised his head, only to see a gun pointed at him. The fatty opened his mouth, but didn't dare say anything. Luke gestured at the fatty to open the door and lie on the ground. In the next moment, the fatty was knocked out. Withdrawing his fist, Luke searched the fatty, then shook his head regretfully. The fatty had nothing but a knife on him. Holding the knife in his hand, Luke took a deep breath, then activated Sharp Nose. Numerous scent lines took shape, enabling him to discern how many people there were inside the room. There were 6 men and a woman. 2 of them were on the left, 2 in the middle, 2 on the right, and the last one was in the bathroom. Luke walked into the room as if he were a regular visitor. A black man playing a video game on the right was stunned. What the hell? However, Luke aimed the gun at him and raised his finger to his lips, hinting that he should shut up. The black man grew anxious. His partner, who was playing with him, glared at him in dissatisfaction, and was stunned when he saw Luke, too. In the next moment, the woman in the middle of the room screamed. Ah! Luke tilted his head, as if he were observing the woman's red skirt, which barely covered her legs. She was leaning back against the couch, and she easily saw Luke to one side. The black man next to her was vigilant. He quickly grabbed a pistol and aimed at Luke. Luke's left hand moved quickly, and the knife that he had been holding pierced the man's chest. Confused, the man looked at the handle of the knife in his chest, and he dropped his gun. Luke dashed forward and picked up the gun with his left hand. He put his own gun, a Glock 23, back into his waistband, before he quickly checked the gangster's gun. The gangsters hadn't anticipated an intruder at all, and failed to react in time. By the time the 4 men on the couches started to rise, Luke had already finished checking the gun, and he simply aimed at the gangsters on his right. This was tricky. These hoodlums had killed people before, but everything that was happening was still too spooky for them. In their eyes, this intruder was like a ghost. He was wearing a loose cloak and a Zorro hat, and his clothes were entirely black. There was a weird, fake smile, as well as a carefully trimmed mustache, on his mask. The gangsters were all creeped out when Luke tilted his head and observed them. Luke took out a small recorder from his pocket and pressed the play button. The device immediately played the question, "Where's your money?" The gangsters looked at each other in bewilderment. Luke released the pause button, and the device said again coldly, "Speak, or you will all die." At that moment, the bathroom door opened, and a young Latino man came out. Astounded, he reached for his gun. But in Luke's eyes, the man was moving in slow motion. Luke even had the time to glance at the 4 men and the woman in front of him, before he pulled the trigger. Bam! 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 After 3 gunshots, 3 men, including the one at the bathroom door, collapsed. All of them had been shot in the head. They were as dead as could be. They had all reached for their guns, but hadn't had the chance to draw them. Luke had leveled up to level 8 after the failed hijacking, and he had allocated the 4 stat points to strength. Now, he had 28 strength and 20 dexterity. He was far stronger than the gangsters in every aspect. Even though the 3 men were spaced out, none of his shots had missed. Luke rewound his recorder and played it again. "Where's your money? Speak, or you will all die." The mechanical warning shocked the survivors back to their senses. Dripping tears and snot, the woman in the red skirt pointed at a safe not far away. "It's there. It's over there." Luke pressed the recorder again. "Bring it to me." The woman stumbled to the safe and fumbled as she keyed in the password wrong many times. Thankfully, it was an old safe, and wouldn't automatically lock after the wrong password was put in consecutively. 2 minutes later, the woman finally opened the safe and took out the cash inside. Most of it was $10 and $20 bills. Luke waved the woman aside. He took out a black bag and started putting in the money. As if he was being careless, he put down his gun next to the money. The two men on the couch glanced at each other and saw an opportunity. They both drew their guns and tried to aim at Luke. Pooh! Swoosh! There were two different sounds, but Luke was unmoved. He simply continued to unhurriedly put the money in his bag. A tiny hole appeared in one of the men's forehead, and a dagger pierced the other man in the eye. Hi. Good evening, it seems that we're late. Luke grabbed the bag and looked at a purple-haired girl who had appeared at the door. Behind the mask, Luke suddenly smiled. Instead of reaching for the gun on the table, he waved his hand at the purple-haired girl as if in greeting. The purple-haired girl asked him curiously, "Are you mute?" Luke shook his head and made a gesture, hinting that they should talk outside. The purple-haired girl looked at the woman in the red skirt. "What do you want to do with her?" Luke made a "be my guest" gesture and crawled out the window. The girl snorted. What a strange man, but very interesting. As she talked, she picked up a knife on the couch with the flat blade of the long saber that she was holding. She flicked the saber and sent the knife into the woman's chest. After searching for a while, the girl found a pile of white crystals, which she flushed down the toilet before she left through the window as well. On the balcony, Luke stared at the opposite building and made a gesture of greeting. On the building, a man who was also wearing a mask moved his eyes away from the sniper rifle. Where is this guy from? He's not scared that I'll shoot him. The purple-haired girl asked the stranger, "Who are you?" Luke took out the tiny recorder. The girl was stunned. Why don't you talk? Chuckling, Luke finally took out a modified phone and typed something into it. He pressed the play button, and the same mechanical voice rang out. You're too unprofessional. Modern technology can easily expose you. The girl observed him, and had to admit that he had done a better job of disguising himself. The man didn't reveal any skin at all. In comparison, half of her face was exposed. Luke put in another sentence. You're lucky you met me. So, a word of advice, if you follow my example, you'll live a longer life. The girl frowned and remarked, but you look ugly. Luke chuckled again. All right, enough nonsense. Do you want the money or not? The girl was stunned. You don't want it? Luke put in another sentence. I know that you just came from Los Angeles, so let's make a deal. Both the girl and the man on the building were shocked. How did the stranger know that they were from Los Angeles? Luke tossed the bag to the girl and said with his phone, if you have cash in LA, I'll take that in exchange for this. If you don't, this is my gift to you. The girl was completely confused by what he was doing. Wasn't he here to kill the drug dealers and loot them of their money? Why was he suddenly so generous? There was more than 10 grand in the bag, and he was giving it away. She couldn't help but look at the opposite building. The man wearing the mask hesitated, then said something to her. The girl said, okay, but we need to know how much you know about us. Chuckling, Luke typed again, I only know your name. However, I need to remind you again that your disguise is too simple, and it's not hard to recognize you, Mindy. The girl's eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. She was obviously dumbstruck. Luke said again, it's possible to do model simulations from video or photo evidence now. You haven't been found out so far, even with half of your face exposed, because you've been dealing with gangsters who are incapable of such technology. The police, however, are a different matter. The girl was completely at a loss. She was no expert on computers. The middle-aged man also scratched his head. Was he outdated when he had only retired 2 years ago? In the end, he said something into his headset. The purple-haired girl said, remember this address. We have some equipment and cash stashed there. Take them, and our deal is done. Luke listened to her and nodded, showing that he had memorized the address. The girl asked, "You won't leak our identities, will you?" Luke shook his head and typed again, "Maybe we're the same sort of people. I wouldn't have said your name if I wanted you dead. Rather, I can give you some tech support." The girl was curious. "What tech support?" Luke raised the phone in his hand and typed, "For example, the gadget in my hand can prevent you from being recognized by your voice." The girl asked, "Is it a gift?" After a brief silence, Luke typed, "Business is business. I don't care about money, but making devices like these requires money. Besides, you aren't looting the drug dealers for personal entertainment, are you?" The girl thought for a moment, and agreed with him. "We can pay. But how will we get the money to you?" Luke scratched his head. A bank transfer might easily betray him, particularly if anyone was keeping an eye on his account. In the end, Luke typed helplessly, "You can buy it on credit." The girl was lost for words. What was this stranger thinking? Wasn't he afraid that they would go back on their word? Luke typed, "How does it sound? If you're okay with it, you can post your requests on the military forum on this phone. I'll leave you a special codebook, too." The girl finally said, "Okay, deal." Luke nodded and adjusted the settings on the phone for a moment, before he saved an address on it. He put in one final sentence before he tossed the phone over. "This is for you to try. There are other interesting functions on it. Remember to order more if you find it useful. Quality guaranteed." Luke then stepped onto the edge of the balcony and leapt down. Nimbly picking up the phone, the girl also ran to the edge of the balcony, only to see a black shadow using the ledges on the building to descend quickly. It soon disappeared into an alley. She looked back at the opposite building, and her father said, "Let's go back first." A moment later, slightly perturbed, they disappeared as well. In the dark, Luke changed back into his original clothes and tossed the cloak, hat, mask and black clothes into an empty barrel. He poured a bottle of oil into it and set the pile alight, watching as the items slowly burned up in the flames. He then chucked several pieces of wood into the barrel to keep it burning, before he left the area. Not far away, a homeless guy opened his eyes blearily. "Who's wasting fuel? How annoying." He rolled over and fell asleep again. It was already 1:30 by the time Luke returned to his apartment. He confirmed that he had left no traces or personal items behind before he went to bed. He was rather satisfied with his harvest tonight. Mission: eliminate the drug dealers and destroy the illegal drugs. Total experience, 1,000. Total credit, 1,000. Contribution rate, 60%. EXP plus 600. Credit plus 600. He had earned a lot of experience and credit from the mission, but his contribution rate was rather low. Even if Damon and his daughter hadn't shown up, he would have completed the mission himself, yet his contribution rate was only 60%. He read the mission again, destroy the illegal drugs. He hadn't done that, so it must have been Mindy who had completed the objective. So, he had only contributed to the elimination of the drug dealers, which was the reason for his low contribution rate. He might have been able to earn 100 more experience and credit points if he had destroyed the illegal drugs. He had to keep that in mind the next time he dealt with drug dealers. Thinking that, he fell asleep. The next morning, Elsa knocked on his door. "Luke, we better hurry up. The operation will start in a day or two." Luke hummed a response and got up drowsily. He quickly put on comfortable sportswear. After he left the room, he found Belle, who was working on her cab. Luke got goosebumps as he observed Belle. Belle was touching the car as if it were her son. It was rather creepy. Luke asked, "Belle, can your baby give us a ride?" "Oh, I don't mean Jessie." Belle smiled and said, "I know. Jessie is my sweetheart, this is my baby." She then gently patted the hood of the cab. Luke asked, "So, are you taking us or not?" Belle said, "Of course, as long as you pay." Luke said, "Have we ever skipped on payment?" Belle said, "Not really." "Let's go." "Are you in a hurry?" Elsa quickly interjected, "Normal speed will be fine." 2 days ago, she overslept, and had asked Belle to drive faster in case she was late for work. In the end, Elsa threw up, despite how tough she usually was. Belle drove her cab more like it was a plane than a car, it simply exploded and burst forth on the streets. Elsa checked the license plate when she got out. Indeed, it wasn't the same as when she had taken the cab before. Elsa couldn't have admired Luke more at that moment. With Belle's skills, Elsa could chase down any suspect in New York City. More importantly, Belle wasn't scared of getting a ticket, because she could switch out her license plates anytime. 10 minutes later, Luke and Elsa reached their destination. Belle bade Luke farewell with a high five. Elsa observed them in amazement. She had always found it curious how Luke and Belle could become such good friends. Sitting down at the desk that he had barely used, Luke finally began to work on Sergei's case. It wasn't because he was sloppy. Actually, Barrett had never told them the details of the plan. Even Elsa didn't know anything. It was impossible for them to investigate the case on their own without NYPD. If Luke went to catch Sergei on his own, Barrett would send him to jail alongside Sergei. Luke read the files that Elsa had sorted out in the past few days. They were all investigation reports on Sergei. The situation was neither good nor bad. Sergei's gang was tricky, but definitely not one of the trickiest criminal groups. There was no telling what promises the Los Angeles Police Department had made, but NYPD had decided to wipe out the gang and transfer Sergei to Los Angeles after he was interrogated. Everybody in the room was busy except for Luke and Elsa. It wasn't until noon that Barrett finally came back. He asked Luke and Elsa to come to the meeting room. 17 officers were already in the meeting room. Including Barrett, Luke and Elsa, they made a team of 20. Barrett began to lay out his plan. According to sources, Sergei was going to pick up a batch of goods, which could either be drugs, weapons, or even human beings. Sergei's gang wasn't big, so it wasn't unusual that the boss would personally take action. That was also why Barrett didn't think very much of him. The bosses of bigger gangs would never get involved personally in transactions. Hence, even if they were caught, they could still get their lackeys to take the blame. Barrett was soon done with his introduction. Luke was slightly surprised. He asked Elsa in a low voice, "Sergei is carrying it out in the middle of the day. Isn't that too blatant?" Elsa replied in a low voice, "They're covering up what they're smuggling in with all the vans going in and out. If the police don't find the correct van, there'll be huge losses when we lock down the port. Some expensive goods may be ruined as soon as they're opened for checks. That's why NYPD hasn't done anything yet." Deep in thought, Luke said, "So, the key is to find the correct van, right?" Elsa suddenly thought of something. "Can you track their drugs with your instinct?" Luke chuckled. "I don't know, it doesn't always work. Let's wait and see." Elsa didn't ask anymore, but she was more hopeful now. She was more confident in Luke than she was in herself. "Does anyone have any questions?" asked Barrett, but he was only looking at Luke and Elsa. Neither of them said anything, as if they were only here to watch. Barrett was actually glad that they didn't ask any questions. It would be best if they just stayed back while NYPD got the job done. After they got into a commercial van which had been modified into a mobile command center, Elsa looked curiously at what Luke was holding. Was it a baseball? Noticing her curiosity, Luke casually explained, "Oh, I'm using this to exercise my fingers. It can increase my precision in shooting." Elsa asked, "Really?" She was tempted to try it out herself. The 20 bandits killed by Luke were the best evidence of Luke's expertise in shooting. Luke chuckled. "It's too advanced a skill for you right now." Elsa nodded her head regretfully. Forget it, then. Soon, the van reached a port. New York was a city that had been built around the mouth of a harbor, when British colonizers sailed across the Atlantic Ocean and seized it from the Dutch. Called New Amsterdam then, the place was renamed New York. York was in fact only a town in Britain, and not nearly as famous as its younger brother, New York. There were plenty of ports in New York, and too many goods were shipped in and out of the ports every day. It was also why Sergei had never been caught for smuggling. Luke and Elsa weren't part of the actual arrest operation, but they had a clear view of everything from the command vehicle. The vehicle received all forms of communication from Barrett's men as well as camera footage. Barrett was also in the van as the commander of the operation. Sergei soon appeared. Sergei was gloomier and colder than he appeared in his files. There was no telling whether or not it was because his son was dead. Soon, they entered a pier. The officers nearby immediately kept an eye on the gangsters. Luke somehow felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't exactly say why. Thinking for a moment, he said, "I need fresh air." Barrett frowned. "You better not go out. What if you're discovered?" Luke argued, "Do I look like a police officer right now?" Barrett was lost for words. Luke would be the last person in Barrett's team that Sergei would suspect, mainly because Luke was too young. There were no officers as young as Luke in NYPD. Even the officers in their 20s were at the lowest rank, and had to wear their uniforms when they were on duty. Barrett still said, "You're responsible if anything goes wrong." Luke chuckled and got out. How could he be responsible? He hadn't done anything in this operation except sit in the command vehicle, and there were multiple containers between them and Sergei, who was 200 meters away. So, Barrett could only be bluffing. Luke moved some distance away from the command vehicle. With his black backpack, he looked like a high school student. Facing the wind, he took a deep breath. Barrett glanced at Luke, but soon ignored him. He found the young man unreliable. It wasn't like the command vehicle was a public toilet. Did he really need fresh air so badly? Luke, however, was actually analyzing the smells in the air with sharp nose. Based on the information in the files, his target was simple: weapons, drugs, or women. It would also be in massive quantities, or it wouldn't be worthwhile smuggling them in by boat. But very quickly, Luke frowned. He couldn't lock onto a target. He smelled oil, gunpowder, illegal drugs, and women, but they were scattered around, and there didn't seem to be a large cluster of them anywhere. Puzzled, Luke returned to the command vehicle. Barrett didn't look at Luke at all and only said, "Don't go out again, in case you raise suspicions." Luke didn't say anything. He was starting to believe that it was unnecessary for him to go out again. He soon saw Sergei and his team on the surveillance camera. They waited patiently until a tiny boat appeared. The officers looked at each other in bewilderment. Such a boat was too small to contain many women or weapons. It was probably only big enough for drugs. However, it was 4 women who got off the boat and spoke to Sergei. Smiling courteously, Sergei spoke with the 4 women before they bade each other farewell and went their separate ways. Barrett was flustered. Even if the 4 women had been smuggled in, they weren't enough to use as grounds for the police to imprison Sergei. 400 women would have worked. Were the 4 women important? Clinging to hope, Barrett got his team to search the women's files. But they didn't find anything useful at all. The women had legally crossed the border as models from Brazil. Luke listened in amusement to the officers' reports. In the next instant, Barrett angrily called off the operation, leaving some of the officers behind to watch Sergei. Luke and Elsa were back at the desk they shared. Elsa was also confused. What's going on with Sergei? He went through all this trouble to meet 4 women. Aren't they just a few models? Luke chuckled. They're more than that. Elsa was excited. Did you notice something? Luke said, they're 4 models with particularly long legs, it's like they have nothing but legs below their necks. Elsa was speechless. Do you think this is funny? Luke grinned. He didn't really know what Sergei was up to. There were still too many uncertainties. But since it was Barrett's case, all Luke needed to do was wait. Barrett had to wait for another opportunity after Sergei's odd welcome ceremony at the port. So, Luke and Elsa were once again at loose ends. Luke roamed New York by bus again. 2 days later, he was standing at a bus stop and wondering if he should take down another group of drug dealers, when a fiery BMW 760 blew past him like the wind. Luke was stunned for a moment. It was a beautiful and fast car, but, wasn't this downtown? Wasn't the driver scared of getting a speeding ticket? But Luke's question became moot when he heard the blare of sirens behind him. A couple of police cars rushed past as they chased the fiery BMW 760. Luke realized that the BMW was running from the police. He wondered if it belonged to a car racer. Curious, he used sharp nose to try and find out who was in the fiery BMW. His expression turned strange after he was done with his analysis. Women? Exactly 4 women, and the smell of a gun that's just been fired. Mulling this over, Luke returned to the police department. He greeted Elsa and asked, I saw a bunch of police cars chasing a red BMW in the afternoon. What was that about? Elsa shook her head. I have no idea. There's no TV here. Luke shrugged and wasn't upset. They left the police department together. On their way out, they heard 2 police officers talking. One of the officers said, the robbers didn't just have guts, they also had a great car and driving skills. 40 police cars were deployed, but they still got away. The other officer snorted. They were driving a BMW 760, which is much better than our police cars. Isn't it only natural that they got away? The first officer wasn't convinced. If you had an F1, could you drive it at more than 100 miles an hour? Those robbers certainly could. The second officer said, fair enough. It's true that they're good at driving. So, it's not strange that we couldn't catch them. The first officer said, of course not. Luke couldn't help but interject, excuse me, but what exactly did the red BMW do? I saw it being chased by police cars in the afternoon. The officer looked at him, but didn't say anything. Luke showed him his badge and said, I'm also an officer. I'm just curious. Also, it's going to be on the news later, isn't it? The officer thought that Luke had a point, so he explained, they just robbed a bank in Manhattan, and stole more than $3 million. Luke exclaimed and asked, how many of them were there? The police thought for a moment and realized that it would be all over the news anyway, so he simply said, 4. Luke nodded and said, okay, thank you. When they left the police department, Elsa asked him curiously, why are you so concerned about the robbers? With an inscrutable look on his face, Luke said, I have a wild thought, but I'd rather not say anything at the moment. He watched the news on TV in his apartment. Looking at images from the robbery, Luke wondered if his assumption was true. NYPD was keeping them away from the operation to capture Sergei. However, this robbery was probably unrelated to Sergei, right? The next day, Luke went to the scene of the robbery in Manhattan. However, when he was still on the bus, a familiar fiery BMW dashed past him again, followed by a series of police cars with blaring sirens. Luke was amused. Was playing with the cops what the robbers did for breakfast? Luke pressed the bell, and the bus driver opened the doors at the next stop for Luke to get off. He glanced around, only to discover that it was too crowded for him to take a cab. He suddenly saw a teenager who was slowly riding a bike. Luke grabbed him. The boy nearly fell off his bike. He looked at Luke in a panic. Luke asked, how much did you pay for your bike? The boy stammered, it's a giant Orc 3300. I bought it for $379 last year. He confessed quickly because Luke was too intimidating. Luke quickly took out $400 from his pocket. "It's mine now." He gave the money to the boy, and then rode off on the bike. Stunned for a moment, the boy called out, "Wait, my bag." Thank you." Hearing his shout, Luke noticed a tiny bag hanging on the frame. He picked up the bag and tossed it back to the boy. The boy instinctively caught the bag. Looking at the $400 in his hand, he was confused. Huh? Is today my lucky day? The bike that he had been using for a year was sold for $20 more than the original price. He was certainly lucky. Luke started to speed up. A bike certainly wasn't as fast as a car, but he wasn't trying to outrun the robbers. All he needed to do was tail the red BMW 760Li. Based on what happened yesterday, the robbers would escape the police in 10 minutes at most. Given the morning traffic, the longer the police were delayed, the more likely they were to get stuck. The robbers were certainly well aware of this. The robbers were driving at around 100 miles an hour, which meant that they could cover 30 kilometers in 10 minutes. The giant Orc 3300 that Luke was riding was a road bike for beginners. It would take him slightly more than 20 minutes to cover 30 kilometers with his 28 strength. Tracking the smell of the fiery BMW with his sharp nose, Luke rode on. Luke hastily stopped when the light turned red at an intersection. At that moment, a fat young man charged at him from across the street and flashed his badge. "NYPD. I need your..." Crack. Boom. Bam. 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 Luke was stunned by the young officer and the cars not far behind him. Just as the guy who had called out NYPD tried to stop Luke, the first car behind him braked abruptly, and the second car after that hurriedly swerved to the side, only to flip over. The cars behind crashed into each other like dominoes. Luke estimated that at least 20 cars were involved. 2 of them even flew into the air before they fell, like a scene in a movie. Luke looked at the young officer in shock. What was this guy's problem? The officer was also stunned for a moment at the pile-up he had caused. But then, he suddenly put his badge into his pocket and ran away, as if he had nothing to do with it. This man was truly a genius. Amused, Luke glanced at the accident again, only to be amazed. Nobody was heavily wounded even though so many cars had crashed into each other. Even the drivers of the 2 cars that had been tossed into the air had crawled out, and were frantically making calls. Luke shrugged. The light turned green, and he rode on. 10 minutes later, he saw many police cars patrolling the streets. They seemed to be looking for something. Luke suddenly stopped the bike, because he saw 4 hot girls not far away. 4 gorgeous women in a blue BMW 760Li were being interrogated by a police officer. Then, the girl in the driver's seat got out. Luke couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. A beautiful, dazzling leg stretched out of the car and stepped onto the ground, followed by another leg that was even more beautiful. The girl stood up, not far from Luke. Also, it was already November. New York was freezing whenever it rained or the wind blew. Yet, the long-legged girl was wearing smooth silk stockings and a short skirt. She almost towered above the officer in her high heels that were more than 12 centimeters tall. Luke couldn't help but whistle with a smile. The officer didn't pay much attention to him. After all, whistling wasn't against the law. Another girl got out of the car. She was also wearing silk stockings and a short skirt, as well as a colorful coat on her that made her look like a turkey. Her long legs were most appealing, too. While the second girl was answering the officer's questions, the girl who had been in the driver's seat glanced at Luke. Luke was secretly amazed. He finally understood the meaning of electrifying eyes. In terms of looks, the driver wasn't the prettiest, her face was even a little masculine. Her eyes and her faint smile, however, were most enticing. The officer who was interrogating them stammered when he saw the smile. Well, can you open the trunk? He only managed to get a whole sentence out when he looked away from the driver. Luke closed his eyes and took a deep breath, which made the girl glance at him again. Luke secretly smiled. This was the very scent. He slowly rode his bike to the car. The officer saw 2 silver boxes when the second girl opened the trunk. He stepped back anxiously. Please open them. He placed his hand on his gun, because the bank robbers had packed their loot in exactly the same sort of silver boxes. The driver said with the same faint smile, "Do I have to, officer?" Her voice was cool, and shouldn't have sounded cute, but Luke felt electrified once again. At that moment, he stared at the silver boxes from where he was on the sidewalk, not far from the car. Duty-bound, the officer insisted, "Ma'am, please open them immediately." The girl finally laughed with mockery and disdain. She pressed a button with her long fingers, and the boxes opened slowly. The officer was stupefied. Luke whistled again. "Wow! That's definitely the most fascinating thing I've ever seen." The girl glanced at him and asked, "Really?" Luke replied, "Yes. Thank you, officer, for satisfying my curiosity and my eyes. Goodbye." He rode his bike away after that. Embarrassed, the officer waved his hand and said, "All right, ladies, you're free to go." He had been looking for bank robbers, but uncovered 2 boxes of sexy lingerie instead. That was too stimulating. The boy wasn't wrong at all, that had definitely been a most fascinating sight. The officer was too excited to remember that driving in high heels was also a violation. A moment later, the blue BMW set off again. Luke, on the other hand, carried his newly bought bike onto the subway with a smile, and rode back to the police department after that. Elsa was stunned to see Luke with a bike. "Did you buy this?" Luke nodded. "Yes." Elsa was speechless. "It's secondhand, isn't it?" Did it belong to a Sam Cage?" Luke asked, "Huh? What?" Elsa pointed to one part of the bike. "Isn't that his name written there?" It wasn't until then that Luke discovered the signature on the bike, which seemed to have been carved with a blade. It was likely the boy's name. Luke shrugged and said, "It's cheaper and more convenient for me to get around with a bike." Elsa couldn't care less about the money. She asked, "Did you find anything?" The look on Luke's face was inscrutable. He looked around and saw that there were a few people nearby, so he sat down and whispered, "I did find something, but I don't know if it's related to Sergei." Elsa perked up. "What did you find?" Luke asked, "Do you remember the 4 girls that Sergei welcomed at the port 2 days ago?" Elsa said, "Of course I do." Luke said, "I saw the 4 women in a BMW 760Li on the streets today." Elsa was confused. "Huh? What's wrong with that?" Luke chuckled. Just now, another bank robbery took place in Manhattan. 4 robbers disappeared in a BMW 760Li after the job. Stunned for a moment, Elsa realized what he was implying. "Are you saying that the 4 women are the robbers?" Luke said, "It's just a guess, and I don't have any evidence. However, do you think it can help us?" Elsa frowned. Whether or not the 4 women were robbers, they were the ones, not Sergei, who were committing the crime. Thus, there was no value in this case for her and Luke. However, the women hadn't started robbing banks until after they met Sergei. Also, the female robbers had robbed 2 banks in a row. NYPD had to be desperate to catch them. It would be possible for her and Luke to get something out of this. They might be able to negotiate for law enforcement power in Sergei's case. Of course, the odds weren't high, but it was still worth a shot. Considering it carefully, Elsa asked, "Can you keep an eye on the 4 women?" Luke nodded and said, "I can try." Elsa said, "You watch them. In the meantime, I'll check out the robberies." Luke asked, "Do we have enough money?" "We'll burn through our funds if I take a cab." Elsa's gaze shifted from Luke to the second-hand bike he had bought. Luke rolled his eyes. I can ride a bike, but you should at least reimburse me first. Elsa remarked, this ragged thing is worth $100 at best. I'll personally reimburse you if the boss won't. Luke chuckled. Excuse me, but I paid $400 for it since it was an emergency. Elsa, get lost. I can give you $200 at most. You can go on foot if you don't want it. Luke said, deal. Remember that you owe me $200. Elsa was lost for words. Luke left on the bike that had been half reimbursed. Elsa was bummed for a moment, but got excited soon enough. If this case turned into a big thing, her plan might actually work. Now, she needed to sort out the case details and report back to Dustin so that he could decide whether or not to make a deal with NYPD. After Luke came out, he wasn't in a hurry to track down the robbers. Instead, he found a store that sold second-hand appliances. He bought a bunch of parts in the store, including second-hand phones, laptops and radios. He also bought a set of maintenance tools, before he finally left the store. Luke couldn't help but turn around to look at the black boss just as he was about to leave. He found the boss's face familiar, but he couldn't think where they might have met. The sign for the second-hand store read, Zeus Appliances. However, since he had robbers to track, he put the thought aside and returned to his apartment with the parts. After preventing the hijacking, Luke had obtained abundant credit points. It would be too wasteful if he didn't use them. He finally made up his mind to learn Tony Stark's abilities. What he chose were all the 1,000 credit abilities. Elementary Electronic and Mechanic Engineering, Elementary Electronic Development, Elementary Mechanical Development, and Elementary AI Development were all advanced abilities that cost a lot. Luke didn't feel regretful at all. He estimated that he would have acquired 20,000 credits by the time he accumulated 40 strength for elementary self-healing. While credit was precious, it had to be used when necessary. With the abilities that he learned from Tony, he could build useful gadgets for himself. When he had more money, he would even be able to design equipment for himself. Of course, he was different from Tony. Tony Stark had the body of an ordinary person, so he needed advanced technology, which required a tremendous amount of money, to build up his combat ability. Luke, on the other hand, didn't need as much advanced technology to make up for his shortcomings. He had also made a deal with Damon and Mindy previously to supply them with equipment. As long as he found a suitable way to get the money from them, he would have enough funding for his projects. What if the father and the daughter didn't cough up the cash? Well, for Damon and Mindy who harvested drug dealers like they were fruit, was money important? They could always kill more drug dealers if they needed money. So, Luke wouldn't be short of money in the future. What he was making right now was a receiver. He had given the phone which he had specially modified to Mindy. Now, Luke intended to make a better one. Just now, when he watched the 2 boxes of sexy lingerie being opened, he had stuck a special tracker to the BMW with a flick of his fingers. However, given its size and the fact that it wasn't very energy efficient, the tracker would only send out a signal every 10 minutes, and it wasn't a very powerful one. So, Luke needed a special receiver to detect the signal from a distance. Of course, the receiver didn't have to be small, Luke could live with it even if it weighed 5 kilograms. An hour later, Luke had created a brick. Different from Tony, who pursued beauty as a perfectionist, Luke was a pragmatist. More importantly, he didn't have as much money as Tony did. The brick-like receiver was hideous, but it was functional. On second thought, however, Luke couldn't help but put the brick in a black bag. It was too ugly to be seen. Thinking this, Luke suddenly paused. Why do I care so much what it looks like? Right, this has to be a side effect of Tony's abilities. I'm definitely not such a superficial man. Quickly putting the blame on Tony, Luke left his apartment with the receiver. It was connected to an earpiece, so Luke didn't have to hold it and check it all the time. By then, it was getting dark. Luke returned to where he had enjoyed the lingerie show, before he started searching in the direction in which the blue BMW had disappeared. After a long while, Luke finally received an alert. Target acquired. 230 meters up ahead and to the right. Luke perked up and approached his destination unhurriedly. It was an old building in Queens. The first floor of the building appeared to be a body shop. The body shop looked like it was closed, except that Luke could faintly hear voices inside. Luke took a deep breath, and immediately recognized the four women. He had to admit that it had been easy to track them. They were very professional when it came to bank robberies, but they were even more professional in the pursuit of beauty. Luke could have smelled their perfume from hundreds of meters away. But Luke frowned a moment later. Why was there a familiar scent? Was it Belle? Luke scratched his head. Why was his landlord/driver here? Except for the fact that her driving was as good as theirs, she shouldn't have anything to do with the robbers, right? Luke didn't enter the building. He sniffed the air again, before he stepped onto his bike with a weird look on his face and peeped through a window. Inside the body shop, two unlucky people, one man and one woman, were being held at gunpoint. Two other women were arguing. Luke couldn't understand them. They seemed to be speaking Portuguese. It did make sense when he recalled that the robbers were from Brazil. It was the gorgeous lady driver from that morning who was pointing a gun at Belle and the man. Judging from her argument with her partners, however, she didn't seem inclined to pull the trigger. Luke thought for a moment, and aimed at her from the window with his own gun. If the woman really was going to shoot, Luke had to take action even though he wasn't authorized to. He couldn't allow Belle to be shot, she wasn't a bad person. Raising his gun, Luke observed the man who was standing next to Belle. It was a young, white man, who looked frustrated and somewhat familiar. Luke finally recalled that he was the person who had stopped Luke that morning, only to cause a car pileup. How had he run into Belle? Wasn't Belle a cab driver? However, her treasured car was nowhere to be seen. A moment later, the young man grimaced at Belle and gave a long speech. Eventually, he grabbed a gun by force and hid in a back room with Belle. The four women outside shot wildly at the room, forcing the man to stay behind cover. They then looked at each other and got into their car. Luke was greatly relieved. He wouldn't have to deal with the four women right now. While he wasn't worried about the power of law enforcement anymore, the four women might be connected to Sergei, so it was better to keep them alive for now. However, Luke heard a noise a moment later and smelled something burning. It was a strange smell, as if it was a mix of different things being burnt together. Luke was reminded of the car that he had set on fire in Thermia. In the meantime, he heard Belle and the young man laughing in the room, but it was hoarse and weird. Thanks to Luke's sharp nose, he also smelled something sweet, which he couldn't recognize. He then heard Belle laughing while cursing the young man for being an idiot. She said that it was nitrous oxide, known as laughing gas. Luke was amused. The young man was truly a genius, to regard laughing gas as regular gas. More importantly, the four women had left, and Belle and the young man were alone in the room. Why would he release laughing gas? Luke was lost for words. The young man struck him as a harbinger of disaster. In the next moment, the doorknob broke. While laughing, Belle cursed the young man for being stupid enough to break the door. Luke was speechless at the young man's bad luck. Thinking for a moment, Luke decided to open the door for them. However, the moment he was about to jump off his bike, he heard someone slamming into the door. Then, Belle laughed and yelled again, "Are you seriously an idiot? This door is meant to be pulled, not pushed. Why are you slamming into it?" After that, they left through a back door. Luke didn't know what to say. He had known Belle for a few days now, and she had never been this unlucky. However, since they had already left the room that was full of laughing gas, Luke was no longer worried about them. He jumped off from his vantage point and was ready to ride his bike away. He had barely left the alley when he saw a police car approaching. While the lights on the car were still flashing, two officers got out and pointed their guns at the alley. "Drop your weapons now." Luke couldn't see clearly, but he knew that the officers had to be shouting at Belle and the young man. He couldn't help but wonder if those two had been blessed by the god of misfortune. A moment later, there was a major explosion, and the officers hurriedly dodged the flying debris. Belle laughed and cursed again. "Ha ha ha. My car has blown up as well. Run, if you know what's good for you." Then, the two of them ran away while laughing hard. Luke made up his mind to stay as far away from the young man as possible. It seemed that the young man brought bad luck to anyone around him. Riding the bike slowly, Luke tracked the four women. After 2 kilometers, Luke's receiver detected a signal again. Target acquired. 330 meters up ahead and to the left. He rode the bike to the location, only to discover that it was a warehouse. It was close to the outskirts of New York, and the place was littered with warehouses and factories. Luke thought for a moment, and fiddled a little with a new phone that he had modified, before he approached the warehouse. Suddenly, his nose twitched. Another acquaintance? Luke found it odd, but he couldn't quite recall whom the scent belonged to. Eventually, he found a window, and hopped onto the bike to have a peep like he had done earlier. Luke secretly cried "bingo" in his heart when he saw who was inside. His acquaintance was in fact Sergei. No wonder Luke had felt that the scent was familiar, though he couldn't recognize it. He had smelled Sergei in Katie's villa before, and at the port a few days earlier. Now, Sergei was talking to the four women with a stiff smile on his face. They were speaking English. Given Luke's higher strength level, he was able to hear them even at a distance of 20 meters. A moment later, Luke finally figured out why Sergei had welcomed the four women in person, and why they had gone their separate ways after their first meeting. To put it simply, the four women were able to rob the 2 banks thanks to Sergei's support. Hideouts, cars, maintenance tools and sites, and intelligence on the banks, all of it had been provided by Sergei. Sergei was going to launder the looted money. In the end, the four women would take 30% of the loot, and Sergei, 70%. It wasn't that Sergei was greedy. He might have only asked for 50% if he was just laundering the money and nothing else. He had also provided so many other services, however, so he was absolutely justified in taking 70% of the money. The whole thing was purely a coincidence. The four women had reached out to Sergei through a mutual friend. One party wanted to rob, and the other party wanted to earn money, so they soon reached a deal. However, based on the looks on their faces, Luke didn't think that either party would compromise on the money. The four women had control of the situation for now. They had carried out 2 successful robberies, and looted about 8 million, but they hadn't given anything to Sergei yet. According to their deal, they would rob one last bank in 2 days. After that, they would meet with Sergei and give him the money. Luke chuckled. Things were getting interesting. Using the phone, he recorded a video of the 2 parties conversing, and after they left, he returned home in high spirits. It was close to 1 in the morning, and the subway had stopped running. Luke could only ride all the way back home. However, Luke felt that he was still much luckier than Belle. At the very least, he still had a bike. New York at midnight was a super hotbed of crime. On his 1-hour trip, Luke knocked out 7 gangsters who intended to rob him, and 3 scoundrels who attempted sexual harassment and even rape. By the time he reached his apartment, he had earned 120 experience and credit points, which could almost be called bountiful. He stopped briefly in front of the garage and took a sniff, only to realize that Belle's car wasn't inside. Luke shook his head. Had Belle really lost her precious cab because of that disastrous young man? However, there was nothing he could do. The modified cab must have been worth dozens of grand. Belle could afford it because she had done most of the modifications herself. She would probably go crazy after losing the car. He could only ask her tomorrow if there was any way he could help. The next morning, Luke was woken up by Elsa's knocking. Elsa squeezed into his room before he was dressed. "How did things go yesterday? Did you find anything?" Speechless, Luke pretended to shiver under his quilt. "Can we talk after you let me put on some clothes?" Elsa could only go out and close the door. "Be quick about it. Do you think anyone wants to see you naked?" 10 minutes later, Luke opened the door again and let Elsa in. Luke showed Elsa the video he took yesterday, and Elsa's eyes glowed. "You're incredible. It'll be a lot easier now that we have this." Elsa immediately made a call, and Luke could just barely hear her as she spoke in a very low voice. She was speaking to Dustin. After a long conversation, she finally hung up. "Now, we'll wait while the boss talks to NYPD." Luke asked in a low voice, "What do you think will happen?" Elsa grinned and patted his shoulder. "We're trying to make a deal with NYPD where we'll get Sergey and NYPD will get the 4 women. After all, Sergey matters little to them, but the 4 robbers have slapped their faces twice and looted 8 million. The banks must be angry." Luke thought for a moment and realized that it made sense. Bank robbers in New York, the finance capital, were certainly much worse than a murderer who had killed a minor celebrity in Los Angeles. The minor celebrity would only stir up some gossip among the common folk, but the capitalists behind the banks could come down hard on NYPD's head. Luke and Elsa got up and left the room after their discussion. Jesse, Belle's boyfriend, caught them coming out. He looked at them in surprise. "Are you together now?" Both Elsa and Luke were lost for words. Jesse, however, wasn't in a good mood today. He said in frustration, "Something's wrong with Belle. She doesn't like me anymore. She's out in her car every day, and I had a big fight with her last night. Is she not coming back?" Luke recalled the harbinger of bad luck, and couldn't have sympathized with Belle more. Not only had she lost her precious car, even her sweet boyfriend was less sweet now. Thinking that, Luke said, "Jesse, it's probably because Belle's been unlucky lately." "It's not what you think." Jesse was dazed. "Huh? Why haven't I heard anything about that?" Luke chuckled. "It's best that you don't know. The god of misfortune definitely has an eye on Belle right now. During this time, she needs your trust and support, not your suspicion." Jesse asked, "Really? Was I really mistaken?" Luke nodded. "Yes. She lost her car yesterday in an accident. So, she and her car didn't leave you, her car left her." Jesse immediately got it. Considering how much Belle cared for the car, this loss would definitely be a major blow. And yet he was still making a fuss. It was no surprise that they had such a huge fight last night. Finally understanding the situation, Jesse called Belle. Luke and Elsa looked at each other and went to work. Elsa took a bus since waiting for a cab would take longer. Luke, however, rode his bike to work, and he arrived 10 minutes earlier than Elsa. As soon as she sat down at their temporary desk, Elsa became lost in thought. She was already contemplating how to capture Sergey if they managed to strike a deal with NYPD. The day was peaceful and quiet. Luke left the police department on his bike before noon. Elsa didn't stop him, and merely told him to keep his phone on hand. Luke had just brought her a big surprise. She certainly wasn't going to stop him working on his own now. Chances were that he would return with even better news today. Wandering the city, Luke tracked down the 4 women's real hideout. They were hiding in another warehouse in Queens. Old warehouses like these were the best cover for people like them. Looking at the Audi A8 which had been partly dismantled and the 4 women who were busy, Luke secretly chuckled. He saw a garbage truck, and immediately understood the situation. He had been wondering how the women had switched out the boxes of money they had grabbed ever since he saw the lingerie. Seeing the garbage truck now, the answer was obvious. Back in Shackleford, it had taken the shooters from the Carlos family several trips on a garbage truck to enter town, before they hid in a place on the edge of town. In the end, they had launched their revenge attack on Luke and Selena with the garbage truck. Garbage trucks had a fixed schedule, were big enough, and wouldn't draw any suspicion. There was no telling how the women had found the driver of the garbage truck, but the driver had to be the one moving the loot with the garbage truck after each robbery. After the loot was transferred, the four women would change the color of the BMW 760 before leaving the crime scene. No wonder NYPD had never caught them or discovered the loot. Luke wasn't tempted by the money at all. He would never take that cash. Technically speaking, the money belonged to the banks, and he would be guilty of illegal procurement if he took it. He could certainly grab the money off the women, but they hadn't killed anyone during the robberies, and had only knocked out 2 security guards who had tried to resist. The system might not allow Luke to blatantly rob the women of their money. Furthermore, the money they had looted was too much, which would affect how much credit he would lose if the system disapproved. Luke didn't intend to waste his credit on them. He simply turned into a videographer again, and filmed them packing away the money. The women hid the money away inside the doors of the car, until Luke could barely detect the smell of cash. It seemed that they weren't planning on giving Sergei the money. It remained to be seen how the two parties, who each had their own plans, would fall out. Thinking this, Luke stopped filming and operated his phone. He was relieved to see that there were no surveillance cameras in the warehouse. His phone could detect bugs and cameras within a range of 100 meters and disrupt them for a short while so that they wouldn't record anything in that period. It was also why he made up his mind to learn Tony Stark's abilities. Without these inventions of his, it was possible that he would fall victim to a hidden camera or bug someday. Thanks to his phone, he would always know if he was being watched. When the four women took a break in a nearby room, Luke nimbly crawled in through the window. He snuck over to the A8 and stuck a tracker that he had modified to the bottom of the car. After that was done, Luke slipped away. Before he left the warehouse, he installed ugly bugs that looked like buttons in the corners. If he was lucky, he might be able to pick up on the women's retreat plan. After he left, Luke rode his bike to a fast food restaurant not far away. Listening in via the bugs with his earpiece, Luke considered how he could most benefit from this robbery case. Sergei had to be apprehended, or LAPD wouldn't be able to explain to the public why such a ruthless man who murdered Katie was still free. As long as Sergei was escorted back to Los Angeles, Luke's job was done. Whether or not Sergei was convicted, and how, would be left to the district attorney. Elsa, Dustin and even the director of the police department would all be commended for this. It would be up to them how they would share the credit. Senior detectives and his boss Brock hadn't been involved in the cases that Luke had cracked in Houston. The cases were kept confidential even from Brock. It was one of the reasons why Brock had been so hostile toward Luke. Things would have been better if Brock had been open-minded, but Brock was actually a petty man, so they could only fall out. Luke and Dustin currently weren't on bad terms, and they wouldn't suddenly become enemies after this case. That was because of Elsa, who had worked under Dustin for years, and surely enjoyed some privileges. Since she and Luke were now close, Dustin wouldn't come after Luke, if he was a sensible man. Hence, Luke had to resolve this case perfectly. Sergei had to be caught. But what about the four women? Luke hadn't made up his mind about them yet, not because he was charmed by them, but because the women hadn't killed anyone in the robberies. They only used the guns to threaten the security guards. Luke didn't dare rob them of their loot, precisely because their crime wasn't severe enough. Once the deal with NYPD was made, the four women would be NYPD's problem instead of Luke's. So, should Luke apprehend them or not? He thought for a moment, then decided that he wouldn't specially act against them nor indulge them. At the very least, he had to get the money back. Given his understanding of the super detective system, he would only be rewarded if the money was retrieved. It was like the hijacking previously, most of the experience and credit he had received was for rescuing the passengers, not for suppressing the 5 terrorists. Luke made plans in his heart as he listened to the conversation via his earpiece. However, he couldn't understand one bit of it. He shook his head helplessly. He hadn't even picked up Spanish yet, let alone Portuguese. He could only operate the device he was holding, which looked like a phone, before he read the text on it. It was a translation system with a voice recognition function. Though not entirely accurate, it conveyed the gist of the conversation. As it turned out, it was true that the women intended to leave after the last robbery. They wouldn't meet with Sergei at all, but would simply drive through Queens into Nassau to escape NYPD's dragnet. As for the loot, they had connections to bring it back to Brazil. Nobody in Brazil would care that the money was illegal, as long as it was real. After a while, Luke basically figured out the women's plan, and he returned to the police department. He found Elsa, who was still checking files and waiting for updates, at their desk, and he told her the women's plan. Elsa was excited. "They're going to do another job." Luke remarked, "Elsa, they're not going to share their loot with you. Why are you so excited?" Ignoring Luke's teasing, Elsa murmured, "If they succeed again, NYPD won't be able to take it anymore." Luke said, "But they're on a tight schedule. After the robbery, they're going to leave through Nassau in half a day with the money. How will that affect our negotiations with NYPD then?" Narrowing her eyes, Elsa suggested, "What do you say we stop them from escaping first?" Luke said, "Elsa, are you serious?" He basically understood what she was saying. If the women completed the job, Dustin would be able to make a deal with NYPD. It was obvious that Elsa's plan was to stop the women if they could, and hand over the loot and the robbers to NYPD. But wouldn't that be a slap in the face for NYPD? They were here to help NYPD with a case, but if they eventually cracked NYPD's case for them, that might end up being a disaster. Elsa, however, was tempted. She was an ambitious woman and liked to control everything. Her patience had run out after being ignored in NYPD for a week. She had to hold back before this because she was under someone else's roof. Luke, however, had gotten his hands on massive leverage which might very well see Sergei's case transferred back to the Los Angeles Police Department. How could she not be tempted? Elsa smiled. "Do you think I'm like you? We know what you did in Houston. You remember how your boss disliked you from the beginning, right?" Luke hummed and smiled bitterly. "I didn't do it on purpose. Should I just have stood there and let the bad guys shoot me?" Elsa chuckled. "You did nothing wrong, and nor will I. I'll report it to Dustin. If he doesn't agree, we'll just stand back and play bystanders. If he agrees, what is there to be scared of? However angry NYPD gets, can they tell our director to fire you?" Luke immediately got it. Elsa wasn't going to work the case in secret, but would ask for the director's permission through Dustin. If the director was on board, they wouldn't really be punished even if anything went wrong. That was the tradition in local police departments. Even if a director might be forced to demote his own men, he would reinstate them once everything blew over. If he didn't reinstate them, none of the officers under his command would be loyal to him anymore. Thinking this, Luke agreed with Elsa's proposal and watched her make the call. It was different from how things had worked in Houston. As long as the police department agreed to the plan, he and Elsa would be fighting on LAPD's behalf, and everybody from the director to Dustin had to support them. After lunch, Elsa finally received a reply from Dustin. "You can keep an eye on the bank robbers and prepare to take them down. The director is already negotiating with NYPD. I'll let you know once it's settled." Elsa said excitedly, "All right. Thank you, boss." Dustin chuckled. "Why thank me? This is work, of course I have to help you. Don't disappoint me." Elsa said, "Yes, sir." She hung up and looked at Luke, who was bored. "Why are you still here? Get up and keep an eye on those women." Luke asked, "What about you?" Elsa said, "I'll have to stay here, or Barrett will get suspicious. Once you figure out when those women plan to retreat, I'll go out with you to stop them." Luke said, "I have another question. Elsa asked, "What is it?" Luke replied, "In case you forgot, those women are great drivers. You're not hoping that I'll be able to chase them down on a second-hand bike, right? They're super racers who ran circles around 20 police cars on city streets." Elsa frowned. "What are you getting at?" Luke chuckled and said, "Check what happened to Belle's car. I noticed yesterday that it was gone, and she was with a police officer." Elsa asked, "Do you really like her?" "I'm going to tell Jesse on you." Luke rolled his eyes and said, "You can try. Jesse thought we were a couple this morning." Elsa was angry. "Go away." Luke shrugged and rode his bike away. Since Elsa had decided to intervene, he had to make preparations. Those women could run away, but their money couldn't. He needed more tools to deal with the car later. He would give Belle a hand in passing just because she was a nice person. It would be a waste of his super detective system, however, if he simply placed all his hopes on a cab driver. He went to the second-hand appliance store again and bought a huge amount of goods from the black boss. Looking at the boss, Luke couldn't help but ask, "Do you have a twin brother? I think I've seen you before." The boss snorted and glared at him intimidatingly. "Hey, are you mocking me because I'm black? I hate racists like you the most. Why are you looking down on me when I'm making legit money in my own store?" Luke raised the cash in his hand and said, "Why would I shop here if I look down on you? I'm not mocking you. You really do look familiar to me. Also, you can't discriminate against me just because I'm white." The boss was stunned. "What? Excuse me? Me, discriminate against you?" Luke spread his hands and said, "Just because I'm white and I asked you a question because you look familiar, you accused me of being a racist. Isn't that discrimination?" The boss was baffled. A moment later, he finally declared angrily, "The things you bought today are worth $237 in total. I'm charging you $240. Give me the money." Luke was speechless. "You're good." He counted out $240 and slapped it down on the counter before leaving with the parts that he had bought. The boss put the money away angrily and wiped his glasses. "Twin brother? I'm the only boy in my family. Do I look like my sisters?" Well, his sisters were both obese and weighed more than 200 pounds each. He didn't intend to turn into them at all. Luke didn't pay the black boss much mind after he left the store. It had just been a casual question. He sniffed at the garage again when he returned to his apartment, but Belle's cab still wasn't there. Luke thought for a moment, then called her. "Hey, Belle, where's your baby? Your sweetheart complained this morning that you don't like him anymore. You want him to go to hell. I'll pass that on to Jesse later." "I don't need to." "Okay. Belle, there may be some people that I need to chase down in a day or two, so exactly where is your car?" At the Transportation Bureau in Queens." "I'll make inquiries for you. By the way, your sweetheart looked like sh*T when I saw him this morning." Luke hung up the phone and shook his head. Belle had to be in some kind of trouble. She was a great driver, and the license plates on her cab could be switched out. She didn't race all the time either. How could the police have caught her? Luke remembered the unlucky officer who had been with her, and felt that he had his answer. Putting the thought out of his mind, he returned to his apartment and began to craft equipment. He finally completed a few pieces in the evening. One of them was very small. It was a backup device that he intended to install on the A8 that had the money. If he succeeded, it would be practically impossible for the A8 to run away. The other two devices were a little like landmines, except that the damage would be centered on the vehicle and not the people inside. What Luke was really worried about was the women's racing skills. Based on the files that Elsa had obtained, at least one of the women, presumably the lady driver he had seen before, was as adept at driving as Belle was. Luke still vividly remembered her unique, electrifying eyes. In the end, it was appearance and wealth which mattered most. Why was Dr. Bruce Banner's life so miserable, and Tony Stark so popular? The only reason was that the doctor was both ugly and poor. Night had fallen by the time Elsa knocked on Luke's door after work. She came in, her head aching, and said, "Do you know what Belle did? She was involved in illegal car racing, ran multiple red lights, and destroyed public property." Luke asked, "Did she crash into a building?" Elsa said, "Not exactly, but she broke a fire hydrant in the middle of the street." Luke was speechless. "Can we get her car released?" Elsa said, "It was troublesome, but I did it. Here's the paperwork. She can claim the car at the Transportation Bureau tomorrow." She gave Luke a sheet of paper. Luke accepted it and asked again, "Anything else?" Elsa said, "NYPD hasn't given in yet. They're also asking us to share intelligence with them first." Luke was amused. "Why?" "Because Barrett has a pretty face." Though Elsa was more or less on par with him in looks. NYPD had a good plan, but LAPD wasn't stupid either. LAPD had expended a lot for Sergei's case, it was NYPD's turn to do the same for the bank robberies. Barrett hadn't exactly been friendly toward Luke and Elsa so far. Luke shook his head and said, "I'll take another look at the robbers. It's been a long day. You get some rest." Elsa followed his advice and returned to her own apartment. Luke made a call as he went out. "Belle, are you home? This is Jesse's home, not yours. Okay, I have news on your baby. Don't you miss him? Hee hee. That's the spirit. I'll be waiting for you downstairs." Belle arrived quickly. However, the person who came with her made Luke's eye twitch. Shoot. Why was the harbinger of disaster here, too? Belle laughed and ran to Luke. "Where is he? Where's my baby?" Luke stared emotionlessly at the guy next to her. "Who's this guy?" The young man stretched out one hand with a smile. "I'm Watson. You must be Jesse, right?" His face gloomy, Luke ignored the hand and said, "Belle, can you have him go away first? I don't want anything to happen to us." The young man was dumbfounded. Belle smiled. "Watson, go back to your mother's place first. I'm busy right now. Also, he's just a renter, my boyfriend Jesse is black. Is that clear?" Watson left with the same hapless look on his face. Luke didn't know what to say as he watched Watson walk away. Finally, he gave the sheet of paper to Belle. "Take this and go claim your car at the Transportation Bureau. By the way, I may need your car in a day or two." Belle was amazed when she looked at the paper. "Not a problem. I'll go get it immediately." Luke said blankly, "They would have gotten off work by now, right?" Belle grinned. "All right, stop pretending. This isn't a regular document at all. Look at the signature, Major Crimes Division. Anyone with this sort of certification will be able to get their car whenever they want." I didn't expect to see something like this in real life. I heard that this is a privilege only informants have." "Wait, you don't want me to be an informant, do you?" There was hesitation on her plump face. Luke rolled his eyes. "Forget it. By the way, if you work for the guy who just left, your car may burn to ashes next time." Belle was stunned. "How did you know?" Luke chuckled. "The first time I met Watson, he tried to commandeer my bike, only to cause a car pile-up. You better stop hanging around someone like him. Has it never occurred to you that you're particularly unlucky whenever you're with him?" Belle thought for a moment, and was creeped out. She realized that it was true that she had been unlucky ever since she met the guy. She lost her car, had a fight with her boyfriend, and had almost been killed by a bunch of robbers. Luke said, "You better get your car back as soon as possible and make sure it's good to go. I need you to help me catch some tough criminals who are good at driving." Belle was stunned. "Tough criminals who are good at driving?" Luke chuckled. "You didn't catch the news. The criminals who robbed 2 banks in Manhattan had a BMW 760i. Bell exclaimed, "You're after those women." 2. Luke was puzzled. Huh? The news hadn't mentioned that the robbers were women. How did Bell know that the robbers were female? Oh, right, they had held her at gunpoint yesterday. Bell smiled bitterly. "I was caught by the police while I was chasing them." Luke said in amusement, "It's time to get your revenge. Keep your chin up." Bell nodded and said, "I'll go get my car. I have to get my baby back and fix it up as soon as possible." They said goodbye and went their separate ways. Luke rode his bike to the warehouse where the robbers were hiding. He knocked out 5 gangsters on his way with the iron balls, and earned 65 experience and credit points. He stopped his bike 100 meters away from the warehouse and activated his bugs. There was nothing to be heard. Luke activated the electronic reconnaissance function on his fake phone, before he pressed on. He found a familiar window, and climbed inside. He observed the warehouse, only to discover that the A8 which contained the money was covered with a dark plastic tarpaulin and parked in an inconspicuous corner. None of the 4 women were visible. Luke wasn't in a hurry to move forward. Instead, he took a deep breath to determine their location. They were resting in a shack that was situated in one corner of the warehouse. It was possible to see the warehouse from the shack's window, but the view would be limited. Luke unhurriedly approached the car in the shadows of the warehouse. The car wasn't far from the shack, and the women inside would hear him if he made any noise. Thankfully, they didn't have any advanced weapons. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem for Luke even if they did. Luke stopped near the shack and took another deep breath to locate the 4 women. 2 were watching TV, 1 was playing on her phone, and the last was taking a shower. The shampoo fragrance drifted over almost as if on its own accord. Luke smiled and approached the car. Moving the dark plastic tarpaulin slightly, Luke frowned. It rustled as soon as he touched it. No wonder the women hadn't bothered to set up any sort of alarm. Luke bent down and observed the CAE. He discovered that the plastic tarpaulin didn't really cover the car the whole way, and there was a 10-centimeter gap at the back. Luke lay down and stealthily stuck a tiny chip inside the exhaust pipe. He then examined the exhaust pipe with a tiny flashlight and a mirror. The chip was the same color as the exhaust pipe, and wouldn't be discovered unless it was observed from up close. Luke nodded in satisfaction and put away the flashlight and the mirror. After installing another bug on one of the car's back doors, Luke quietly rose, ready to leave. Suddenly, he heard the noise of the bathroom door opening in the shack, and the sound of a female voice. Luke was rather anxious. He was still lying on the ground behind the car. The window of the shack opened. Smelling the scent, he knew that one of the women had craned her head to look outside. Thankfully, Luke had wedged himself in the gap under the shack before she opened the window, so she didn't see him. However, in the next moment, the door of the shack opened, and 3 women came out. Luke was rendered speechless. He was now in a dilemma. If he went out, the woman who was observing from the window would catch him. But if he were to stay here, the other 3 women might detect him when they searched the place. The 3 women turned on their flashlights and examined the car. They circled the car and paid special attention to the bottom. However, the plastic tarpaulin looked the same as before, and they didn't find anything out of place. The first woman frowned. She was still wet and undressed. New York at night in November was too cold for her. Shivering, she looked around with the flashlight and said, "It's nothing. I was probably too nervous." The other women didn't complain. One couldn't be too careful when they had so much money in the car. The 3 women returned to the shack and shut the door. The volume of the TV was turned up, and they resumed their conversation. Luke felt quite lucky. He finally relaxed his hands and feet, and fell on the ground without a sound. There was a tiny space blocked by planks and tubes below the shack, mainly used for the purpose of fixing the wiring in the shack. Just now, Luke had been hanging onto a tube in the corner. The gap was only 30 centimeters wide, and someone would need to be extremely strong and have a keen sense of balance to hide in it. Also, it was at a blind angle that could escape detection. When the first woman finally examined the gap, Luke had actually been right next to her. Although the light was dim, Luke had keen eyes. Since they were close to each other, he almost saw her completely naked. The woman who had been taking a shower was none other than the electrifying chick who had left the deepest impression on Luke. She was wearing nothing but a bath towel that barely covered her back. What else could Luke do except hold his breath and enjoy the show? As it so happened, the woman was the most active searcher. She circled the area multiple times, and her unrestrained breasts bounced in front of her. Water also dripped from her wet hair. Luke could only stay silent and watch. It truly was like a shampoo commercial. Luke calmed down and managed to get the exciting picture out of his head, before he slowly slipped away. After he flung himself out of the window, Luke looked back at the shack and grinned, before he rode his bike away. He heard sounds from the garage when he returned to the apartment. Luke knocked on the shutter and asked, "Hey, is that you, Belle?" Belle replied, "Ah, you're back, Luke. Come on in." Then, the shutter was rolled up, and Luke entered the garage. He clicked his tongue at the cab that had been taken apart. "What happened to your baby? Was it bombed?" Belle said in frustration, "No, it suffered a tsunami." Noticing the disbelief on Luke's face, she sighed. "The car took a dive into the water. A lot of the parts have to be replaced. I don't know if I can get it done before your job." Luke observed it for a while and nodded. "It truly is a lot of work. How about this? I can help you for an hour now, and I'll help you again tomorrow if I have the time. Let's hope that we can revive your baby by tomorrow night." Belle asked him suspiciously, "You know how to repair a car?" Luke shrugged and said, "A little bit. Besides, aren't you a master? Just treat me as your helper." Belle realized that it made sense, and immediately started to order him around. Luke had Tony Stark's abilities right now, and engineering was one of them. However, Tony Stark didn't specialize in cars, which was at most a hobby for him. So, Luke merely followed Belle's instructions without offering much advice. An hour later, it was 2 in the morning. Luke patted his hands together and said, "Belle, it's time to go to bed." Belle, however, was still screwing on a nut. She said, "I'll work for a while longer. I can't go to sleep anyway." Luke shook his head. "You can't fix the car overnight. You haven't slept for days, have you? Get some sleep and keep working tomorrow morning." After that, he went upstairs and went to bed. Belle was busy for another half an hour before she finally stopped. After a short break, she washed her hands and returned to the second floor. Her sweetheart in the room was already snoring. Belle gritted her teeth to keep herself from kicking him off the bed. The next morning, Luke was woken up by Elsa again. This time, he didn't answer the door until he was dressed. He asked Elsa to sit down while he washed his face. When he was almost done, Elsa asked, "What did you find yesterday?" Luke shrugged and said, "Nothing new." Elsa wasn't very disappointed. After all, they were already clear on the robbers' plan. Luke added, "However, I tampered with their car. I think it's possible to stop the car at the right moment." Dazed for a moment, Elsa then got excited. The robbers were important, but the $8 million even more so. If she and Luke could find the money, their operation wouldn't be for nothing, and NYPD would have to tolerate them because of it. Luke finally asked, "Has the boss reached a deal with NYPD yet?" Elsa shook her head. "They're not giving in. It's still a deadlock." Luke chuckled. "That's fine. They probably will when the next bank is robbed." Elsa said, "Let's hope that NYPD can't afford a fourth robbery." Luke was rendered speechless by her gloating remark. They acted exactly the same as before. Elsa went to the police department as the liaison, while Luke kept an eye on the four women. Wearing his earpiece, Luke had breakfast at the fast food restaurant near the robbers' warehouse and eavesdropped on them. From what he was hearing, the robbers wouldn't take action until tomorrow. At the moment, they were planning the operation in the warehouse. After an entire morning, the four women finally had lunch and took a break, and so did Luke. Luke returned to the apartment and greeted Belle, before helping her with car repairs again. "Can we get it done by tomorrow morning?" asked Luke while he tried to help. Busy with the work, Belle replied, "Yes, if I work all night." Luke asked, "How long do you need if I help out?" Belle said, "In that case, probably by midnight." Luke said, "All right, let's make it so." In any case, Belle's car was only a backup, and might not be put to use. That night, Luke took another tour of the four women's warehouse, only to discover that they had already gone to bed. Luke wasn't surprised. Those people would start their last operation probably at 5 in the morning. It was only reasonable that they would sleep early. Confirming that the four women hadn't run off, Luke returned to his apartment again. Belle's car was almost ready. To quote her, she never expected Luke to be so useful. Luke chuckled at that. Tony Stark's abilities were more than useful. Elsa was back, too. She even observed Luke and Belle as they worked, but she wasn't interested in helping at all. The best thing the female detective could repair was probably her gun. Jessie, Belle's sweetheart, dropped by as well. Luke simply buried his head below the engine hood when they kissed and cuddled each other. At 11 that night, Luke returned to his room to rest. He asked Elsa again in passing, but NYPD still hadn't given in yet. Luke reminded her, they'll perform their last operation tomorrow morning. Are you sure there's still time? Elsa said, maybe not, but that'll be NYPD's problem, not ours. Luke was suspicious. Really? Elsa said, of course. Remember to get up early tomorrow. We'll ask Belle to drop us off at the Nassau border. Luke snorted, knowing that his partner was planning to fly solo without NYPD. If NYPD still wouldn't give in, she could still acquire the A8, where the robbers had stashed their loot, as important leverage in her negotiations with NYPD. Luke understood her thoughts and nodded. All right, I'll go to bed soon. At 6:30 the next morning, Luke was woken up by Elsa again. After he indicated that he would be ready to go in 10 minutes, Elsa left to wake up Belle. Today, Belle was going to take them to the Queens-Nassau border for their possible chase and run. Though slightly tired, Belle soon cleaned herself up and went downstairs. Today, she was in red sportswear. Luke remarked, Belle, we're going to be chasing robbers today. Are you sure they won't pick you out as their primary target because of your eye-catching clothes? Belle said, all right, I'll change. A moment later, she returned in bright yellow sportswear. Luke opened his mouth, only to come up with nothing. He remembered that Belle had been in bright green sportswear when they first met, so all her clothes were probably in the same style. She would probably have to stay in the car later. Luke pointed out the route, and they slowly drove past the four women's warehouse. With the bugs, Luke heard them making final preparations. They were clearly ready to leave. He checked the time. It was slightly past 8. In the next moment, a white BMW 760 drove out of the garage. Luke smiled at the four women who looked like men in their suits, hats, masks and sunglasses. Let's go, Belle. We'll wait for them on the road up north. Belle said regretfully, it's a pity that I can't race them again. Luke was lost for words. Don't even think about it unless you want your baby to be impounded again. Elsa might not be able to help you next time, NYPD might even revoke your driver's license because of her. Belle found that odd. Why? Luke said, because we're going to steal their credit today. Belle was stunned. Aren't you detectives who transferred here recently? They're so mean to their own people. Luke chuckled. We're officers from LAPD, not NYPD. Belle said, I don't care. I would rather help you than help those who locked up my baby for days. At least you got my baby back and brought him back to life, didn't you? Luke grinned. Of course I did. Belle asked, are we in a hurry? No, Belle, normal speed will be fine. They won't be able to go so fast. Elsa clearly didn't want to suffer another near-death experience. Belle shrugged regretfully. Fine, let's go. Half an hour later, the three of them appeared on the Nassau border. It would be best to settle everything within New York, or Nassau police would become involved if the robbers escaped into their jurisdiction. Luke felt lucky when he saw how busy the road was. It was a good thing he had tampered with the robbers' car, or they could very easily cause a car pile-up in a traffic jam like this when they chased the women later. He wasn't Watson, and he didn't plan on causing any disasters. Belle was so bored in the car that she turned on the radio and listened to a rather funky rap. Elsa said helplessly, Belle, can you switch to the local news? We might hear something about the women's next job. Belle thought that made sense. She certainly couldn't miss out on any news related to the foe who had made her lose her car. Luke, however, grinned. Elsa didn't need radio updates at all. Luke had been eavesdropping on the robbers, and everything was under control. Elsa just didn't want to listen to the funky rap. Luke was still focused on his earpiece. At 9:45, an hour after the banks opened, there was breaking news on the radio. Another bank has been robbed in Queens. The four robbers are now playing hide-and-seek with the police in their BMW 760Li. Yes, dear audience, you heard that right. The Ballsy robbers are at it again. Estimates are that they've looted more than 10 million in their 3 robberies over the past week. What a bunch of greedy criminals. The announcer didn't seem very angry. If anything, he seemed to be gloating. This was mostly because losing several million was nothing for the banks, and the bank accounts of ordinary people weren't affected. More importantly, the robbers had only knocked out 2 disobedient security guards and wrecked the bank interiors, and hadn't injured any civilians. They were purely after the money, and weren't interested in civilians, as long as the latter didn't get in their way. Luke asked Elsa, there's no updates from the boss. Elsa seemed rather uneasy. Whether they were going to have meat or soup would depend on NYPD's response. She checked her phone, the signal was fine, but there were no calls. Taking a deep breath, she shook her head. Let's just wait. She noticed that Luke was playing with a baseball. You're still training your fingers. Luke said with a smile, yes, I have to exercise all the time. Then, it was another half an hour wait. Luke suddenly said, they're almost here, Elsa. Anxious, Elsa called Dustin. Boss, is it still not settled? Our fish are about to escape the hook. Dustin said helplessly, we're still negotiating. I'll inform you as soon as we have results. Remember not to use your guns until you receive my go-ahead. Is that clear? Elsa said, got it. Luke shrugged after she hung up the phone. Let's just wait. Someone is bound to be more anxious than we are. Suddenly, he heard gunshots through his earpiece. Luke frowned. Elsa, do you hear anything, like gunshots? Elsa opened the window and listened carefully. Yes, it's headed this way. Could it be? Luke thought quickly as he listened to his earpiece. Belle, drive back. Don't go too fast. Belle nodded and slowly turned the car around. 400 meters back the way they came, they saw that the road was blocked. A big truck was parked horizontally across the entire road. Belle was surprised. What the hell? Then, intense gunfire burst out, and she hurriedly hit the brake. Luke frowned and took a deep breath. He left the car and said, Belle, stay back. I'll let you know if we need your car. Elsa followed him and asked, what's going on? After they were some distance away, Luke said to Elsa in a low voice, "It's Sergei. His men have stopped the 4 robbers." Dazed for a moment, Elsa got anxious. "How many of them are there?" Luke said, "We're talking about a job that's worth more than 10 million. How many people do you think Sergei would send?" Elsa said, "Probably most of his subordinates." 30 of them? Luke nodded. "At the very least, I would think. So, here's the question, what are we going to do? The robbers are going to be killed." For the sake of an easy retreat, the robbers were carrying nothing but pistols. They had abandoned the rifles which they had robbed the banks with. Now, they were caught in an awkward situation. The 30 armed gangsters were shooting at them so fiercely that they didn't dare remain in the car any longer. Naturally, it was also because they were worried that the money stashed in the doors of the car would be revealed if the car was damaged. So, the robbers could only retreat, fighting back as they did so. However, Sergei had blocked the road with big trucks on both ends to prevent them from fleeing, trapping other cars along with them. The cars were their best cover, but it was impossible for the women to escape through the cars either. At the same time, they were probably also hesitating because of the money in their car. Sergei had too many men. The 30 armed bandits couldn't care less. They simply chased down the women, and were about to surround them. The robbers weren't as strong as men, after all. They were even wearing high heels. It was impossible for them to run fast. Seeing that Elsa was still hesitating, Luke said, "I'll go there and distract them." Elsa was shocked. "Are you crazy? That's 30 criminals with guns. Also, we're not authorized to use ours. You'll be in big trouble if you shoot." Luke chuckled. "I didn't say that I would distract them with gunfire. Relax, I'm not stupid. But remember to tell me if you get authorization." As he spoke, he quickly stepped off the road and approached the battlefield from one side while he put on a pair of thin gloves. When he passed the truck, he quickly climbed up and looked through the window, and just happened to catch the driver's eye. Luke said with a smile, "Hi, do you need any help?" The driver immediately raised the gun in his hand. Luke threw the baseball that he had been playing with through the open window, and it hit the driver's head with a dull sound. The enormous impact caused the driver to collapse, and he was too dizzy to react. Playing baseball didn't have anything to do with enforcing the law, right? Luke muttered to himself and punched the driver in the back of the head. Then, he groped around for the driver's gun and picked up his baseball, putting them both in his pocket. The gun would be handy in an emergency, as long as no one found out that Luke was the shooter. Luke sped up after he took care of the driver. The 4 women were about to be surrounded. In a few minutes, they would have to surrender if they didn't want to be killed. Luke, who intended to take advantage of the chaos, certainly wouldn't allow that to happen. From 30 meters away, Luke saw Sergei grab his lackey's AK and aim at a fleeing robber. Luke exclaimed inwardly. It was the electrifying woman whom Sergei was aiming at. Luke certainly couldn't allow that. He came to a stop and adopted the standard pitching stance as he then flung the baseball with his right hand. It flew in a straight line and hit the AK in Sergei's hand. Sergei was still grinning hideously when the baseball knocked his AK askew. Unfortunately, it caused him to subconsciously tighten his grip, and he pulled the trigger. As a result, the AK opened fire in a circle. Bang! 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 Sergei was dumbfounded. 3 of his men were down, presumably dead, and the lucky survivors looked at him in fear. Sergei, however, didn't know what happened at all. Luke's throw had broken the Major Baseball League's record for fastest pitch. He had unleashed all his strength in order to save the electrifying woman. The speed of the baseball had been more than 180 kilometers per hour. Thanks to Luke's distraction, the women had the time to catch their breaths as they ran another 20 meters away. Luke, in the meantime, turned on his fake phone and took a photo of Sergei with his AK and the 3 bodies next to him. With this photo and the AK in his hand, Sergei would definitely be found guilty of murder. After all, even Sergei himself didn't know what happened. Nobody would be able to pin it on Luke. Suddenly, Luke spotted a familiar person. Stunned for a moment, Luke felt alarms go off in his head. Shoot, why was that disastrous guy here? At one end of the blockade was Watson, who was running toward Luke with his gun. Then, he aimed at the women and shouted, gotcha. Freeze. NYPD. In the next moment, bullets rained down on Watson. Both he and the long-legged women hurried to take cover. Luke couldn't help but wonder if the man really was stupid enough to overlook the bandits with rifles behind the women. Did he want to be praised so much that he didn't care about his own life? Thanks to Watson, the pressure on the women was lifted a little, because not only did he have a gun, he had also shouted NYPD. Naturally, the criminals would rather finish him off first. Luke observed coldly as Watson crawled in between the cars. He couldn't help but shake his head. At that moment, Elsa finally sent him a message. A deal has been made. You can take action now. Luke thought for a moment and asked, hey, it won't be a problem if I kill too many people, right? Sergei had too many men, and it would be hard for Luke to try and not kill all of them. Elsa replied, it's fine, you can take down as many of those carrying heavy firearms as possible. However, Sergei has to be captured alive. Luke said, got it. You keep an eye on the battlefield and tell me if anything goes wrong. I will. Be careful, said Elsa. Luke bent down and moved forward cautiously before he hid himself behind the tire of a truck. He had more than 30 enemies. He would be an idiot if he shot at them openly. Bang! 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 2 gang members who were brazenly opening fire next to the road fell without a sound. Luke rolled under the bottom of the truck to take cover behind another tire. Bang! Bang! A gang member who had been charging forward collapsed. Luke crawled out from under the truck and crouched down. A moment later, he suddenly aimed to the right. 2 gang members were running and shouting as they emerged between 2 cars. Bang! 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 They fell immediately. Luke quickly turned his gun to the left, where another gang member was looking at his dead comrades in surprise. Bang! Bang! With the same surprise on his face, the gang member dropped to the ground twitching, before he fell still. This string of attacks took less than a minute. Luke moved around car corners and didn't stop after hitting each foe. He shifted targets each time he pulled the trigger. Very quickly, 7 of Sergei's gang members were killed. That was 1/5 of the men that Sergei had brought with him, and they were a major part of the force. The fleeing robbers immediately noticed the change. They didn't know what was going on, but they quickly switched directions and retreated. If they didn't, they would run into more gang members up ahead since they were surrounded. Since Luke had killed the gang members in the rear, Sergei's siege was now like a net with a hole in the bottom. The robbers immediately escaped through the hole. Luke didn't follow them. He simply hid underneath a truck as they fled. Like a ghost, he shot Sergei's men from under the cars when they chased after the robbers. He shot from up close and under cover every time. One of Sergei's men would fall each time he opened fire. The gang members further away couldn't see him at all as they watched their accomplices fall one after another amid the gunshots. By the time Sergei's men at the front of the blockade returned, 15 of their comrades had collapsed on the road. Including the 7 gang members in the rear, Luke had killed 22 people in 10 minutes, not counting the truck driver he had knocked out and the 3 men that had died at Sergei's hand. Now, Sergei looked at his 10 remaining subordinates. He wasn't angry, but fearful instead. What was going on? Had he run into a super killer? The thought that it could be a police officer never crossed Sergey's mind. The guy was terrifying enough to kill more than 20 of his men without a word. He had never heard of an officer as ruthless as this in New York. Sergey decided to retreat. He was brutal, bloodthirsty and vindictive only when his enemy was as strong as he was. However, half of his men had been killed before they could even figure out where the super killer was. How could Sergey expect to fight such an enemy? He was brutal and bloodthirsty, but his enemy was even more so. He had more men, but his enemy had better skills. Let's retreat. Don't bother with the killer. Sergey's heart was bleeding as he spoke. Not only had he lost the chance to acquire the 10 million in loot, he had also lost a huge number of his underlings, not to mention that he would probably be wanted by NYPD after this. This was really a huge loss. Hiding among the cars, Luke observed Sergey and chuckled. You want to run? Wouldn't all my efforts be for nothing if you run away? He followed Sergey in an odd half-crouch, his gun steady in his hand. He watched Sergey's team get into two SUVs that were parked not far from the road. Grinning, Luke took out two special landmines that he had prepared for the bank robbers from his backpack, before he tossed them at the two SUVs. Then, he tapped on his fake phone. When the countdown started on the screen, he put the phone back into his pocket. He mumbled quietly, 10, 9, 8, 7. At that moment, the first SUV started up and drove away. 5, 4, 3, 2, Luke had found a suitable position. He shook his head at how few bullets he had left in his gun. 1. Bam! Bam! There was the sound of two low pops, and the first SUV, which had already been going very fast, suddenly tilted and fell on its side. Sergey was in the second SUV, which fared better since it wasn't going as fast. The driver slammed on the brake and managed to stop the car. Luke, on the other hand, reloaded his gun and aimed unwaveringly at the second SUV. The gang members jumped out of the SUV and looked around in a panic, not knowing where to point their guns. Luke didn't pull the trigger until the 4 gang members were all out. Bang! 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 The 4 gang members who were trying to protect Sergey and get off the road were shot dead one by one. Sergey was left petrified. He looked around and begged, "Who are you? I can give you whatever you want." Luke wasn't interested in talking to him. He only needed to catch the guy alive. What Sergey wanted to say or do was meaningless to him. He was valuable to Luke because he was Katie's murderer, not because he was the leader of a gang. The gang members in the first SUV which had fallen over crawled out dizzily. Luke had secretly switched to a new position behind a pickup 10 meters away. He shot the gang members one by one. Pa! 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 There was only one bullet left in the magazine now. Luke removed the magazine. He always carried more bullets when he was on duty, but even so, he had almost used up the 5 magazines he was carrying. Luke wasn't in a hurry to show himself. He gathered the remaining bullets together and placed them into one magazine. Even then, he only had 12 bullets left in total. The good news was that the M1911 which he had gotten off the truck driver had 7 bullets left, and Sergey was the only person in his gang that was still alive and kicking. While Luke was reloading, Sergey thought he had a chance. He quickly jumped into the grass next to the road and started crawling. Luke had just loaded his gun when he noticed Sergey, who was 1.9 meters tall and as big as a bear, trying to conceal himself. He chuckled and took out the baseball again. The baseball had bounced back among the cars after knocking Sergey's gun aside. Luke had found it and put it back in his pocket again. Watching Sergey crane his head to observe the environment as he fumbled to escape, Luke grinned and adopted the pitching stance again and threw the baseball. In the next moment, tremendous pain exploded at the back of Sergey's head, and he passed out. Luke approached him and tied him up with nylon rope. Well, he didn't have handcuffs on him, nor did he have the right to handcuff anyone here. Elsa called him. Luke, the bank robbers are about to escape. They're moving the truck away. I'm going to go on my own if you don't get here. Luke sweated. Calm down. I'm done here. I'm on my way. Why did Elsa want to fight four of them on her own? Had a system been awakened in her, too? As he spoke, he lifted the unconscious Sergei and ran toward the truck that was blocking the way. For him, Sergei was more important, and the bank robbers were NYPD's business. Luke was fine with nabbing both the criminals and the loot, or just recovering the loot. He wasn't like one of the guys in the movies who considered honor above all else and swore to capture all criminals. However, he couldn't allow the electrifying girl to escape. Luke was no good Samaritan, and didn't plan to help her for nothing. Luke's strength, which was 5 times higher than normal, allowed him to run fast even while he was carrying Sergei. He soon reached the truck. At that moment, a woman jumped down from the truck and was about to return to the A8. From her higher vantage point on the truck, she had seen Luke rushing toward her with a man on his back before she jumped down. The woman's mouth dropped open as she observed Luke. What the hell? She recognized the man on Luke's back as none other than Sergei, who had almost caught them earlier. But why was someone else carrying Sergei and running in their direction now? The man wasn't one of those idiots who would charge at the enemy with his unconscious boss, right? Recalling how Sergei's men had disappeared after that fierce battle earlier, a chill ran down the woman's spine. Exactly who was this guy? When he was within 20 meters of the A8, Luke tossed Sergei to the ground and took out his guns. With a Glock 23 in one hand and an M1911 in the other, he quickly moved to the driver's side and said, "Wow. Gorgeous ladies, we finally meet." It was none other than the electrifying lady driver. She looked at Luke, surprised. "Who are you?" She somehow found the man familiar. Luke chuckled. "That isn't important. The important thing is that you can't go now, can you?" The electrifying girl smiled faintly at him, but Luke grinned. "Don't let your partners do anything stupid. You aren't better shooters than Sergei's men were. If I could kill all of them, I can kill all of you, too." The electrifying girl was stunned. "You killed all of Sergei's men?" Luke grinned and nodded to his left. "Ask your partner who it was that I carried here." The woman from the truck had her gun pointed at Luke. The electrifying girl asked her something in Portuguese, only to be shocked by the reply. The young man who looked like a high school student had truly caught Sergei. Luke finally said to the woman from the truck, "My lady, please don't point your gun at me, or I will kill you first if I have to take action." The woman hesitated for a moment, but did put her gun down. She was the only one who knew that her gun had run out of bullets. Luke smiled. "Good girl. Now, beautiful lady, your name is Vanessa, isn't it?" The electrifying girl glanced at him and asked, "What do you want? Money, or something else?" Luke grinned. "It's simple. You can either make a bet with me or fight me bare-handed. I'll let you go, whether you win or lose." Vanessa was stunned for a moment. As she pondered, the woman from the truck said something to her that Luke didn't understand. Vanessa's face changed, and she asked, "What will we bet on?" Luke smiled. "It's simple. I bet that you won't get away with your loot." Vanessa was confused, but she quickly accepted the bet. "All right, it's on. Can we leave now?" Luke whistled and put his guns away. He bowed slightly, before he dashed back and looked for the unconscious Sergei. The 4 bank robbers looked at each other in bewilderment, but soon gathered their wits. The woman from the truck quickly got in and urged Vanessa to drive. She had seen Luke running astonishingly quick in their direction with Sergei on his back. Sergei was a Russian man who was almost 1.9 meters tall and weighed more than 100 kilograms, but Luke had still run fast with such a heavy man on his back. Only a psycho would choose to exchange physical blows with him. So, she convinced Vanessa to bet with Luke. At any rate, it was better than him crushing them. None of them understood why the young man was letting them go, but they didn't have much time to consider it. There had been too many eyewitnesses to the gunfight. If they stayed any longer, the NYPD helicopters would show up. Hitting the gas, they fled quickly in the Audi A8. Luke, on the other hand, pressed a button on his fake phone as the A8 drove away. Then, he grabbed Sergey, found Belle, and threw Sergey into the trunk of the cab. Belle wasn't happy. Hey. I just fixed up my baby, and you're putting a bloodstained man in my trunk. Luke said, I get it, I'll give you an extra $100 to clean your car, alright? Belle snorted, it's not about the money. Well, remember that you promised me $100. Elsa asked, why did you let the women go? Luke chuckled. They can't get away. Belle, go after them. Their car will start losing momentum in a few minutes. Elsa, get your badge out and get ready to arrest them. Elsa was puzzled. Huh? Why me? Luke shrugged and said, it'll prove that you finally got the loot back after a valiant pursuit. Elsa asked, really? She found that hard to believe. Even if Luke didn't like credit, he didn't have to give it away, did he? However, she soon understood what he was doing. Luke had taken down Sergey's gang and captured Sergey on his own. So, what would her role be in her report? A supervisor? Luke was only telling her to arrest them so that she could share in the credit. The bank robbers, and the loot in particular, were an important part of this case. It would be easier for Elsa to write the report if she was the one who captured them. Belle was feeling rather excited in the driver's seat. Her car had been stopped and later impounded last time when she had been chasing the 4 women, which had been a clear defeat. She was going to win this time. She pressed a button, and the glove compartment opened to reveal a panel. She quickly pressed a few buttons on the panel. The car was immediately lifted up as the tires switched into race mode. The front and rear wings of the car also readjusted for high speed. Luke wasn't surprised. Having helped Belle repair the car, he knew the basic tricks that it had. Belle's talent was probably completely devoted to cars. She could have made a fortune with her modification skills, but she preferred to be a driver than a professional car modifier. 13.7 seconds. It's even faster now. Belle rubbed her hands together. Passengers, please fasten your seatbelts. Luke and Elsa followed her instruction without any hesitation, otherwise, they would be flung out of the car later. In the next second, Belle's car whooshed out. Even with Luke's current strength, he still felt rather scared in a car going at such speed. Shoot! You're a pilot among cab drivers. It's not that you're driving too fast, but you're flying too low. In less than a minute, they saw the A8. Belle found it odd. That isn't right. Aren't they too slow? Elsa glanced at Luke, knowing that he must have done something. In the A8, Vanessa frowned. Something's wrong with the car. I can't accelerate. One of the women suggested, should we stop and examine it? Vanessa frowned even harder. She suddenly recalled Luke's bet that they wouldn't be able to get away with the loot. Let's enter Nassau first. We'll try to get a new car there, said Vanessa. It wouldn't be easy to identify the problem with the car, certainly not when they were using every second to escape. But if she had stopped to examine the car, she would have easily discovered that the exhaust tube was partly blocked by a bulging object, which was why her car couldn't accelerate. It was as simple as that. Belle easily caught up to the A8. She laughed and sneered at the women tauntingly. Speechless, Luke could only lower his head and try not to show his face. Vanessa didn't notice Luke in the back seat. She looked at Belle and wondered how they could run into each other here. This black lady was one of the few people who was as good at driving as she was. Luke coughed. Elsa, You can show them your badge and ask them to pull over now. Elsa said, I'm a Los Angeles police officer, alright? Luke said, do you think they can really see your badge from there? Just flash it and order them to stop. Elsa did so doubtfully. As it turned out, the A8 went even faster after Elsa showed them her badge. Elsa was lost for words. Belle, drive past them and pull the cab over. I'm going to force them to stop. Belle asked, what the hell? You're not trying to make me stop them American style, are you? Elsa said, this is a cab. I'm saying that I'm going to get out and force them to stop with my gun, okay? Belle was relieved. No problem at all, just watch. A moment later, Elsa was standing in the middle of the road, a gun in one hand and her badge in the other, as she signaled for Vanessa to pull over. Vanessa frowned. She had been stepping on the gas pedal, but couldn't accelerate as fast as the car could go. At their current speed, it would be very easy to be hit by a bullet. Elsa certainly wasn't a benevolent person. Nobody in the Major Crimes Division could be. Seeing that the car wasn't slowing down, she decisively opened fire. Bang! 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 She fired 4 times consecutively. Vanessa's car swerved, but 2 bullets still hit the side mirrors and blew them off. Luke found it awkward, but he aimed at the running A8 again from the back seat. Just now, he had shot twice when Elsa opened fire. So, he was the one who had actually knocked off the side mirrors. Vanessa gritted her teeth. If her car hadn't swerved just now, the bullets might have hit her. Staring at the cold officer in the middle of the road, Vanessa didn't dare take any more risks. The closer they got, the more accurate the officer's shooting would become, and she would definitely be aiming at Vanessa, the driver. Vanessa spun the wheel abruptly and managed to turn the car around, before she drove back the way they came. Elsa put her gun down. Let's go, Belle. Just follow them. There's no need to push them too far. Since the robbers had decided to turn back, things were easier. She and Luke had forced them to turn around, and they gave NYPD their location. As long as they were in New York, NYPD could only blame themselves if they couldn't capture them. Elsa's phone rang. A woman said, "This is Marta, head of the NYPD Major Crimes Division. Am I speaking to Detective Elsa?" Elsa said, "Yes." Marta asked, "We're now on our way to your location. What's the situation?" Elsa looked at the A8 up ahead and said, "Everything is under control." There seemed to be an argument on the other end of the phone, before Barrett's voice came through. "Elsa, what are you doing?" "My sources tell me that Sergei was there and was in a gunfight with the bank robbers. You'll be held responsible if he escapes." Elsa looked at Luke in the rearview mirror and found it absurd. "All right, Sergeant Barrett. Why don't we take responsibility and you retire from this case?" Barrett didn't know how to respond, which made Marta even angrier. Marta was specifically in charge of sorting out the bank robberies. She didn't care about Barrett's conflict with the two detectives from Los Angeles. She had to settle the bank robberies first. Everything was a mess, and Barrett wasn't helping at all. To shift the blame or steal credit was all well and good, but only after the case was solved. Now, they had yet to see either the money or the criminals. Barrett was truly stupid to be threatening them at such a crucial moment. Marta grabbed the phone and said, "Detective Elsa, Sergeant Barrett's personal attitude has nothing to do with the Major Crimes Division. Let's talk about the bank robbers. What's the situation now?" Elsa looked ahead and said, "Well, they're escaping in the direction of Queens." Marta was rendered speechless. Elsa said, "We passed them earlier and forced them to go back. If you're on your way, you better pay attention in case you miss them." Marta asked, "Huh? What are they driving?" Elsa watched as the four robbers forced a Benz to stop and kicked the driver out, before they stole his car and fled. She finally said, "Well, they just stole a black S-Class Benz. They're pretty fast." Don't let them escape. I don't think we can catch them in our lousy car. They're all yours. Belle's eyes widened until the whites could be seen. Have I ever lost a single race? My baby isn't lousy at all. Luke, however, gave Elsa a thumbs up. Belle immediately knew that they had to be lying. She asked Luke a question with her eyes, and Luke gestured for Belle to stop next to the Audi A8. Luke got out and circled the A8. Coincidentally, he noticed that the unlucky driver whose car had been stolen by the bank robbers was making a call. Honey, I'm really not lying. My new car was just stolen in New York. By whom? I have no idea. Those women abandoned an A8 and robbed me of my car. Huh. Are they beautiful? Did they point a gun at my head? No, honey, I really didn't go to any of those cosplay nightclubs. They were holding real guns. Luke was amused. He approached him and said, Sir, do you need my help? Bewildered, the man raised his head. Huh. Luke took the phone and said, Hello, I'm a police officer. I can verify that a bunch of robbers just robbed this gentleman of his car. You can watch the news tonight if you don't believe me. It was the Manhattan bank robbers who robbed him. After that, he tossed the phone back to the man. The man was delighted. Honey, you finally believe me now, don't you? What? He's not my friend, or an actor. Is he really, a New York police officer? He grew doubtful himself. How could NYPD hire such a young officer? Luke smiled and showed his badge. LAPD. The man was lost for words. A woman shrieked on the other end of the phone, Jerk, you're lying to me. A police officer from the West Coast has come to the East Coast to vouch for you. Go to hell. I'm divorcing you. After the call was cut off, the man looked dazedly at Luke and felt like cursing him. Luke shrugged and said, If she's still suspicious after she watches the news, you should really reconsider your relationship. After all, you really were robbed, and I really am a police officer. After a long silence, the man finally said, Thank you. Luke chuckled and waved at Belle. Belle got out and went over to the A8. Her eyes glowed as she remarked, This car has definitely been modified. Luke asked, Can you open the car door? Belle chuckled. Not a problem. She fetched a tool she had made herself and opened the A8's door in 2 minutes. Luke thanked her and sat in the driver's seat, making sure that the prize was under his control. Leaving the door open, he took a deep breath and remarked, Ah, the scent of money. Belle clicked her tongue and said, Of course, this isn't a cheap car. Luke said, It certainly isn't. It's worth at least 10 million. Belle was suspicious. Really? I think that's way too much. Marta soon arrived. She asked Luke and Elsa for the robbers' whereabouts as soon as she saw them. Elsa asked curiously, I told you they turned back. You didn't encounter them? Marta was rather embarrassed. They did encounter the robbers, but the women had gotten away again later. So, they could only come here to look for more clues. Barrett, however, jumped out and scolded, Elsa, it's all your fault. You let Sergei go, and the bank robbers have fled, too. Didn't you say that you would take full responsibility? Elsa glanced at the idiot and turned back to Marta, whom she found far more agreeable. Is that what you think, too, Officer Marta? Marta wasn't stupid, and she wasn't friends with Barrett either. She quickly shook her head and said, No. Like I said, Barrett only represents himself, not the Major Crimes Division. Can we talk over there? Infuriated, Barrett was about to open his mouth again. Marta, however, grew impatient. Sergeant Barrett, if you stand in my way again, I'm going to write a report expounding on your remarkable contribution to this bank robbery case. How does that sound? Barrett choked and didn't say anything. The bank robberies had too much of an impact. The robbers had looted more than 3 million in this last job. Including their takings from the first 2 jobs, the robbers had grabbed more than 11 million in total. The banks were frantically pressuring the police to solve the case. The banks certainly didn't want to be robbed every other day. 3 robberies in 1 week, even the biggest bank couldn't tolerate this frequency. If Marta reported that Barrett had gotten in the way of the investigation, the agitated leadership of NYPD would definitely vent their fury on him. Elsa and Marta talked in private for a while, before they finally summoned Barrett. Then, the 3 of them began to make calls. After almost an hour, everything was finally done. Elsa returned, exhausted but excited. "Luke, hand the car over to Officer Marta." Luke chuckled and left the driver's seat. He nodded at Marta. Marta looked at him with complicated feelings. It wasn't because she was angry with him, but because her men had reported the gunfight to her in the last hour. This smiling young officer who looked like a high school student had killed and injured 34 members of Sergei's gang on his own. He even apprehended Sergei, and had thrown him into the trunk of the cab. It was safe to say that he had single-handedly eliminated Sergei's gang. Was he really an ordinary detective? He was more like Rambo. Thankfully, Luke and Elsa had tacitly agreed that the credit for retrieving the loot would go to Elsa, or Marta would be even more alarmed. After the handover, Luke and Elsa returned to their apartment in Belle's cab. NYPD would finish up the investigation today, and the 2 of them wouldn't be needed until tomorrow, so they didn't have to go into the department and annoy everybody there for now. Luke took a shower in his apartment and read the system notifications in bed. Mission: eliminate Sergei's gang and arrest Sergei. Total experience: 1,500. Credit: 1,500. Contribution rate: 100%. EXP plus 1,500. Credit plus 1,500. Luke had completed the mission on his own. Elsa hadn't helped at all. There was no need to mention the unlucky Watson. Even the system didn't deem him a contributor. Mission: seize the loot from the bank robberies. Total experience: 500. Credit: 500. Contribution rate: 80%. EXP plus 400. Credit plus 400. Luke snorted. He hadn't earned much experience from this second case. He might perhaps have earned more if he had captured the 4 robbers. What really drew Luke's attention was something else. You have defeated Vanessa. You may now learn all her abilities. Vanessa's abilities: basic shooting, basic car repairs, basic car modification. Elementary driving. Elementary driving, prerequisite, 20 dexterity and 1,000 credit points. Luke wasn't very happy, because the ability was grayed out. Although he had won the bet with Vanessa, it clearly wasn't enough for him to learn her abilities yet. Luke frowned and thought for a moment, before he left the apartment on his bike. He had been busy for half a day, and had eaten the fast food which he had packed in the morning for lunch. Since he was in a bad mood, he decided to look for something nice to eat. He didn't ask Elsa if she wanted to join him because she was busy talking to Dustin about how to split the cake. There was no room for food in Elsa's head at the moment. Luke would just pack some for her later. Luke wandered the streets of New York on his bike. Eventually, he chose a Chinese restaurant. It was a 1-star Michelin restaurant that served Cantonese food. Luke ordered almost every dish on the menu and enjoyed them slowly. Speaking of Michelin restaurants, many people would think that they were expensive. But the number of stars mattered. 3-star Michelin restaurants would burn a hole in your pocket. Eating at one could easily cost more than $500 a person. But what Luke picked was a 1-star Michelin restaurant, which was no more expensive than some regular restaurants out there. Luke only spent $87 on the food that he had ordered. Luke didn't touch most of it. He decided to pack them up for Elsa, Belle, and her boyfriend for supper. So, Luke essentially only paid $40 for what he ate. It wasn't much at all. Luke hung the takeaway bags on his bike and rode unhurriedly back to his apartment. Suddenly, his sharp nose picked up a familiar scent. Luke stopped the bike and carefully discerned the smell again. He immediately smiled in delight. Luke passed through various back alleys as he tracked the faint scent. Eventually, he found himself before a rundown building. He observed the building for a while. It was an apartment building, but it was old and in a state of disrepair. There were some residents in the building, who were mostly poor or problematic ones, such as illegal immigrants or certain criminals. After a brief moment of observation, Luke simply picked up his bike and went upstairs. He met a mother and a daughter on his way. They weren't surprised to see the bike over Luke's shoulder. Whatever vehicle was parked downstairs, bike or car alike, would be gone in 10 minutes. Luke took another deep breath on the third floor to determine the situation inside one of the apartments. He finally put down his bike and said, "Hello, here's the food you ordered." There was nothing but silence inside. Luke chuckled. "Miss Vanessa, the food you ordered is here." A moment later, the doors suddenly opened, and a gun was pointed out, but nobody could be seen. Luke said, "This is hardly a friendly gesture, Miss Vanessa." Who else could it be, if not Vanessa? Luke pointed his own gun at her. "Now, can we drop our guns and have a nice chat?" Vanessa said coldly, "Do we need to? Aren't you here to catch us?" Luke smiled again. "If I wanted to catch you, you would be in jail by now." Gritting her teeth, Vanessa finally put her gun down. "Just talk. What do you want?" Luke took a deep breath. "The other three ladies, no need to be so anxious. Isn't it tiring holding the guns for so long?" A moment later, Vanessa made a helpless gesture, and the other three women in the room put their guns down. Luke finally broke in and subdued Vanessa. It was naturally useless for Vanessa to resist in the face of Luke's physical strength. Luke easily restrained her hands and turned her around, keeping her in front of him. "Beautiful ladies, we meet again. Did you miss me?" Vanessa gnashed her teeth. She didn't expect Luke to be so fast and strong that she was no better than a doll in front of him. She was easily subdued and turned into his shield. Luke's head was right behind her own. He also had one hand pressed to her back as he restrained her own hands with the other, making it impossible for her to struggle. Luke, on the other hand, was secretly grinning as he observed the women. They clearly weren't in the best shape. The clothes they were wearing were ragged and not their own. Their lips were dry and cracked, and they looked exhausted. They had probably spent the whole afternoon running. Luke clicked his tongue. How can such gorgeous ladies live in such a poor environment? Allow this kind-hearted man to give you a hand. As he talked, he slowly exited the room with Vanessa as his shield. Luke relaxed after he was outside the range of the women's guns. He examined Vanessa's gun with a smile, only to find that it didn't have any bullets. He was immediately amused. These robbers were truly desperate now. They could only threaten other people with empty guns, which was hilarious. Luke took out a wad of cash and tossed it to Vanessa, who was glaring at him. He had stolen the money from Sergei after knocking him out, so he wasn't reluctant to give it away. He then gave Vanessa the 2 takeaways bags of restaurant food. Vanessa was at a complete loss. Luke explained, "Like I said, I'm here to deliver food. It's my compensation, and so is the money." "Alright, nice to meet you. I hope you won't point your gun at me the next time we meet." He then put Vanessa's gun back in her hand, before he picked up his bike and went downstairs. Vanessa was confused. What was going on? She didn't come back to herself until the 3 women in the room came out and asked her where Luke was. She said, "Well, he's gone." They looked at each other in bewilderment. When they noticed what was in Vanessa's hand, they grew even more curious. Cash was always good, especially given their current situation. Sergei, their previous logistics support, had been caught. Their own car was lost, too. Also, they had been planning to escape after this job, and hadn't left any supplies in New York. The cash was all $100 bills. There were about 20 of them, enough for the women to weather through this crisis. They couldn't risk exposing themselves by trying to make their own money while NYPD was currently doing a frantic search for them. Otherwise, they could have easily lured in certain energetic men by showing a little leg on the street. Luke didn't take the gun, and had even given them a lot of cash. But what was in the 2 bags? The 3 women were puzzled, because they smelled food. They weren't familiar with this particular food smell, but they were certain that it was edible. They were starving but didn't dare go shopping. For them right now, food was even more important than money. Vanessa shook her head. Let's move elsewhere and then see what's in the bags. Half an hour later, the 4 women relocated to another building several hundred meters away. They sat down in an abandoned room, and pulled off the dust-covered cloth that covered the dining table. After the dust settled, Vanessa opened the 2 bags and found more than 10 takeaway boxes in them. The women looked at each other in confusion after they opened the boxes. The food was slightly different from what they usually ate, but it was clearly food, and there was meat. One of the women swallowed. Did we really order food? Vanessa frowned. Is the food all right? Has it been poisoned? The first woman hesitated for a moment, but then said, I'll test it. Then, she grabbed some food and gobbled it down like crazy. The other 3 women were lost for words. Luke didn't care about what happened to the food. He returned to the restaurant and ordered another $100 worth of food. The boss was surprised to see him again. Huh? You finished the food you just bought? Luke chuckled. It wasn't nearly enough, so I'm buying more. The boss smiled. I bet. I make the best Cantonese food in town. Luke nodded and said, I know. A Chinese specialty. He spoke the latter half of the sentence in Mandarin. The boss was amazed. Wow, you're quite good at Chinese. Luke smiled. I love China, particularly the delicious food there. Delighted, the boss even offered Luke a steamed goose head. Only real gourmets know how delicious this is. Luke was speechless. Aren't you giving the goose head to me because you can't sell it? Luke thanked the boss for the freebie, then rode the bike back to his apartment. At that moment, Vanessa's abilities were no longer unavailable in the system. Luke was now qualified to study her abilities after defeating her in close combat. It was also the reason why Luke hadn't handed them over to the police. It would be poor manners to hand them over to the police after he had qualified to learn Vanessa's abilities. More importantly, the girl was charming and didn't piss him off. He didn't want to help NYPD catch her. He wasn't a New York police officer, nor was he Spider-Man, who vowed to catch every criminal. But who knew whether or not Vanessa would continue to be plagued by bad luck? If she continued to carry out evil deeds, it was possible that her bad luck might lead to a mishap that would put her in jail. Everything was up to her now. Luke knocked on Elsa's door. Faced with her curious eyes, he showed her the food in his hand. I'm in a great mood today now that the case has been resolved. This is on me. Elsa said, how generous of you. She had finished discussing matters with Dustin, and was feeling hungry. So, she didn't refuse Luke's offer, and just tasted the dishes one by one. As it turned out, Elsa's favorite was char siu, which was essentially sweet meat. The steamed goose that Luke liked, on the other hand, didn't pique Elsa's interest. Elsa was horrified when Luke chewed on the goose head unhurriedly. You dare to eat that? Luke said solemnly, this is the best part. The boss only offered it to me because I was a big customer. Elsa was highly suspicious. She would call the police herself if someone gave her a bull's head while buying steak. After Elsa was full, she asked Luke's opinion on what to include in the report. Luke shrugged and said, you can speak up on my behalf if there's any reward money, but I don't think I can get a promotion. I only have a high school diploma. In a lot of major cities, police officers could only obtain a promotion after taking a civil service test, and a college degree was the minimum requirement to do so. While these officers weren't federal employees, passing the test meant that they were qualified to manage other officers. Any further promotion would only need to be approved within the police department. No further tests would be necessary. Elsa thought for a moment, and realized that it made sense. She asked again, "Are you not planning to go to college? Some colleges allow part-time study, right?" Luke shook his head. "I'm only 18. It'll take me several years before I can get a college degree. To me, a promotion isn't as important as money." After a brief hesitation, Elsa asked in a low voice, "Exactly what am I supposed to put in the report?" Luke looked at her face and shrugged. "Whatever you want. I'm not desperate for a promotion. If you get promoted, I'll just rely on you for help." Elsa asked suspiciously, "You really aren't?" Luke said, "How do you think our colleagues will view me if I become a sergeant a year after getting this job?" Elsa remarked, "Although I want to say that they'll congratulate you, many of them will definitely badmouth you behind your back." Luke spread his arms. "That's right. I haven't gone to the police academy yet. Everybody will hate me if I'm promoted right now." "It's fine, claim however much credit you want for the case. It'll be best if you can be promoted." Elsa was dazed. "Huh?" Luke chuckled. "You can return the favor then by making Selena my partner." Elsa asked in surprise, "Are the two of you really?" Luke shook his head. "No, actually. But we've been through life and death together twice. We trust each other." Elsa was lost for words for a long moment. In the end, she said, "Fine. I feel that it's happier to be your partner than to be your wife." Luke rolled his eyes. "I'm only 18, all right? Can we not bring up such a heavy topic? Have I ever said anything about you getting married?" Elsa raised her hands and gave up. "Okay. I was wrong to bring it up." She was already 32, and her family and friends would ask her if she had a boyfriend every time they met. As a detective of the Major Crimes Division, however, she had little time to find a boyfriend. Forget a boyfriend, she could barely do one-night stands because of her unique job. How many men had the courage to hit on a detective of the Major Crimes Division? Alright, fine, if she were as beautiful as Selena, some enchanted men would have still pursued her. The best that could be said about Elsa was that she wasn't ugly, she just couldn't charm any man with her face. After the meal, Luke left her apartment. Before he closed the door, he said again, "Remember, I don't want anything but money." Elsa was speechless. Who wouldn't want such a partner? Given how Luke performed, Elsa believed that she would be promoted in a few months if she continued working with him. And if he worked under her later? Elsa didn't think it was entirely impossible that she could be promoted to an even higher level. The most important reason was that Luke was really good at fighting. In the event of a major crime, she would only need to dispatch Luke as his superior, and she would get some of the praise after the case was resolved. Los Angeles was a crime capital, and countless gangs roamed the city. It was the dream of every leader in the police department to have such a warrior. The most important leadership ability was to put the right man in the right place. The director and the deputy director of NYPD, for example, were both civil officers, and weren't involved in specific operations. They only managed the police department as administrators. Elsa thought about it and grew excited. As for the possibility that Luke was lying, the chances weren't high. After all, Luke failed to meet many requirements. He hadn't graduated from a police academy, didn't have a college degree, didn't have enough work experience, and hadn't passed the police test. These were all shortcomings. However, if Luke didn't want to be promoted, none of these things really mattered. A detective was in fact only half a level higher than ordinary officers, but the rumors wouldn't touch him as long as he cracked enough cases. If Luke planned on being promoted to sergeant, however, He would have to meet those requirements, or other people would come down on him for it. Elsa thought hard for a long time before she finally calmed down. She began to work on the case report. Luke, on the other hand, went to Belle's room with the food that Elsa hadn't touched. But before he could knock on the door, he already heard the sounds of people having sex inside the room. Luke simply shook his head and said loudly at the door, "Belle, I brought you some special food. I'm leaving it at the door. Bye." He put the food down and returned to his apartment. He turned on the TV and watched the news, finally able to relax. He checked the abilities which Sergei's lackeys had, but none of them were useful. As he expected, those gangsters had nothing remarkable at all. Luke scoffed, but he also knew that basic abilities were no longer any use to him since he had dealt with too many tough figures previously. Elementary abilities, on the other hand, all cost more than 1,000 credits, when basic abilities only cost 1 or 200. Robert's basic driving enabled Luke to drive a car, but Vanessa's elementary driving could turn him into a top car racer. However, he hadn't learned Vanessa's skill yet, because he didn't have a car in New York. He had been busy for days. Although stalking the long-legged robbers had been a pleasant task, it had still been rather exhausting. Now that there were no more tasks to complete, no more targets to follow, and no more equipment to make for tomorrow, Luke relaxed, and soon fell asleep. He didn't wake up until 6 o'clock the next morning. Luke went out for a ride on his bike after he got up. He bought some breakfast as recommended by the restaurant owner yesterday, and it didn't taste bad at all. He ordered some for Elsa after he finished. Elsa had just gotten up when Luke returned. When she saw the breakfast that Luke had brought her, she couldn't help but ask, "What's the meaning of this? Are you hitting on me?" Luke shrugged. "I slept too early last night. If you don't want to take it for free, you can pay me. It's 27.50. We can round it up to 30. Lost for words, Elsa gave him $30. "Don't be too nice to girls, or you may cause a misunderstanding." Luke chuckled secretly. "Are you really a girl? I respect you like an ant." Luke returned to his apartment with the $30 before Elsa figured out what he was thinking. They had to go to NYPD today and report what happened yesterday. Naturally, Luke and Elsa had worked out a story. They weren't criminals, in any case. The main problem was that Luke had been too ruthless yesterday. 20 of Sergei's 30 men had been killed on the spot, and most of the rest were heavily wounded. Sergei and the truck driver were the least hurt, but had severe brain concussions nonetheless. Luke rode the bike to the police department and carried it inside. The atmosphere turned weird all of a sudden. He looked around, only to notice that many people had gone quiet and were sneaking peeks at him in the busy hall. When Luke looked at them suspiciously, they went back to whatever they were doing. Luke sighed inwardly. He was probably famous in NYPD now. It was rare in the police system for one person to go up against more than 30 enemies and annihilate them. Teamwork and cooperation were what mattered most nowadays. LAPD's SWAT organization, for example, was a famous special force. With teamwork and tactics, a SWAT team could crush a similar number of criminals who weren't as organized as they were. Luke's performance yesterday, in comparison, was incomprehensible. The police officers thought that his stats were out of a Stallone or Schwarzenegger movie. Only someone like that could kill dozens of people without getting so much as a scratch. Those officers hadn't been there when Luke had terrorized Sergei's gangsters, or they would have known that Luke's style was nothing like Stallone's or Schwarzenegger's. Before he learned elementary self-healing, Luke certainly didn't have the courage to shoot at dozens of people out in the open. The place went back to normal, but every now and then, someone would sneak a glance at Luke before quickly averting their gaze. Luke's corner was no longer peaceful. Elsa also showed up soon after. She was going to report to Marta on the loot from the bank robberies. Luke, on the other hand, needed to talk to Barrett, who was responsible for Sergei's case. Luke greeted Barrett in the latter's office and simply sat down without an invitation. Barrett wasn't his boss, and Luke had received little appreciation so far at NYPD. Thus, Luke had no reason to smile at him. Barrett looked at Luke and didn't dare dismiss him like before. Luke had killed more gangsters yesterday than Barrett had killed in his entire life. The young man was only 18 and had been an officer for merely a year. Barrett wasn't an idiot, and certainly would rather not piss off such a dreadful figure. He had been blatantly edging Elsa and Luke out because Elsa was a woman and Luke was a teenager. Now, Luke was still a teenager, but he had killed more than 20 people. Barrett didn't dare be as cocky anymore. Now that his attitude had changed, the investigation ran more smoothly. Luke didn't have much to say. NYPD only needed to find out whom he had killed, and if anyone else had been involved in the gunfight. Luke's debriefing took an hour. In the end, he asked Barrett, "How is Sergey?" Barrett said, "He's still in the hospital for now because of his brain concussion." Luke was lost for words. If he had known, he wouldn't have thrown the baseball at all. Thinking that, he gave the photo of Sergey carrying the AK to Barrett. "I took this yesterday before the arrest. If your forensics department is any good, you should be able to find Sergey's fingerprints on the AK. He was the one who killed the 3 men lying on the ground. This is enough to get him convicted, right?" After a brief daze, Barrett nodded his head. With the photo and a statement from the forensics department, Sergey would definitely be found guilty of murder. After that, there would be enough time to investigate the other cases that Sergey was involved in. During lunch at noon, Elsa sat opposite Luke with a strange look on her face. Chewing on his hamburger, Luke asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Elsa shook her head. "Captain Marta was even more courteous today after word of your performance yesterday spread. Barrett even said good morning to me. Hee. I always thought that his eyes were on the ceiling." Luke said, "I prefer money to fame." Elsa chuckled. "There's no reward money, but it's easier for us to do our job now. We should have been kept for 3 days of questioning, according to standard procedure, but I'm already done on my end. What about you?" Luke said, "I think everything is over now. Does this mean we can go back to Los Angeles tomorrow?" Elsa thought for a moment and nodded. "I'll ask the boss later. If he says it's fine, we'll go back." They had completed their mission to apprehend Sergey. Where Sergey would be incarcerated depended on the negotiations between the police departments, and wasn't any of their business. It was safe to say that Luke and Elsa's trip had come to an end when Luke delivered Sergey to NYPD yesterday. After lunch, Luke went to the Major Crimes Division with Elsa to discuss some things with Marta. He then left with Marta's card. Belle was already waiting for them outside the door. Luke sat in the passenger seat and gave her the card. "Here's a gift for you." Belle accepted it without thinking much of it. "A card? Who is this?" Most detectives of the Major Crimes Division didn't have their positions listed on their cards. Some cards didn't even have full names, as this could pose a risk. This was exactly the case with Marta's card, which only had Marta and a phone number printed on it. Luke explained, "This is a captain in the Major Crimes Division. I told her that you're good with cars and well informed. She said that you can be an informant for her if you're willing." Informants were different from going undercover. Belle only needed to provide Marta with intelligence regularly without getting involved with the gangs. Essentially, she would be a living surveillance camera. Informants like these were paid less, but it was also a lot safer. Also, they were paid per job, and could withdraw whenever they wanted to stop. Another benefit for Belle was that she could ask for Marta's help if her car was impounded again. After hearing Luke's explanation, Belle burst into laughter. "Wow, I have an officer behind me now. Thank you, Luke." Luke shrugged and was amused by the system notification. "System, you have received Belle's appreciation. You may now learn all her abilities." Belle's abilities: basic craft, basic car repairs. Elementary car driving, elementary bike riding. He had gone through so much trouble to acquire Vanessa's abilities, but had won Belle's appreciation so easily. But does this mean that you never appreciated me until I gave you the card? Also, what's with elementary bike riding? Luke couldn't help but ask an excited Belle, "Belle, are you a good cyclist?" Belle eyed him strangely and said, "Of course, I delivered food by bike before I became a cab driver. I still hold the best record for food delivery in Queens." Luke was lost for words. Fine. It was an elementary ability, in any case, and was better than nothing. Elsa called Dustin and made sure that everything had been taken care of. She booked a flight for the next morning. The next morning, Belle sent them to the airport. She hugged Luke and said, "Come find me when you're in New York again." Luke nodded with a smile. "All right." Fist bump, it's time to say goodbye. They bumped fists, shook hands, and bade each other farewell. After Luke and Elsa entered the airport, Elsa teased him. "I'm really worried for Jessie." Luke rolled his eyes. "I'm worried for Belle." Elsa was rendered speechless. Luke was insinuating the same thing of Elsa and Jessie, so she stopped poking fun at him. 40 minutes later, they boarded the plane and sat down. Looking at the familiar cabin, Elsa couldn't help but remark, "I hope it won't be like when we came here. What an ill-timed jinx." Luke could only gloomily examine the plane with his sharp nose as he filtered out the fouler smells. "Relax. Nothing will go wrong this time." Luke rubbed his nose and started to read a magazine. Elsa said, "I hope so." The flight turned out to be a safe and uneventful one, just like any other flight that Elsa had taken before. Elsa shook her head and smiled when she got off. "I was too silly. We can't run into emergencies all the time, can we?" They returned to the police department as soon as they landed. Luke wasn't bothered. It wasn't bad to check beforehand if Dustin was going to give him any reward money. When they arrived at the police department, they dropped off their suitcases and went to Dustin. Seeing them, Dustin immediately put down his pen and stood up with a smile. He shook hands with Elsa and hugged her first, before he did the same to Luke. Luke was flattered. Wasn't Dustin being a little too friendly? Dustin asked them to sit down and smiled. "Sergei has been caught, so we can finally announce the outcome of Katie's case now. The crisis is over. You did a great job." Of course, the bank robberies had enabled Dustin to reach an agreement with NYPD which made up for the sacrifices they had made before this. But Luke and Elsa didn't need to know the details. "You just got back. Go and rest up. We'll talk later." "Do you need a break?" asked Dustin. Luke looked at Elsa. He didn't really care. It was up to his partner. Elsa said, "I'll take a break today and come back to work tomorrow." Luke said, "Then, me too." Dustin nodded. "All right, you can go back now." They left the police department. Elsa gave Luke a ride home before going back to her own place. Luke saw Elsa's car off. He finally took a deep breath and stretched. "I finally have half a day off. How rare." He opened the door to his apartment and grinned. It seems that Selena hasn't been slacking off at all. Their stuff from Houston was now all in this new apartment. He had been away for 2 weeks, and their things from Houston had already arrived. Selena had Luke's car. She had gone to get the items, and then arranged them in the new apartment. The previously empty apartment now seemed more lived in and no longer felt like a cold dormitory. Luke walked around the apartment, including Selena's room. Since he was away, Selena left her room door open. Luke couldn't help but shake his head at the bras that were strewn everywhere, her clothes from when she had changed in the morning, and the messy sheets and blankets on her bed. Selena was indeed as much of a slob as ever. His own room was a lot tidier. Everything had been put away neatly. Well, Luke had done most of it earlier on, and Selina had merely added a few items that belonged to him. Luke then checked the kitchen, and discovered that the cooking utensils and seasoning that he had bought in Houston were all here. He opened the fridge, only to shake his head. There was nothing in the fridge except 2 cartons of milk, a few Dr. Peppers, and some cheese. Luke called Selina. "It's me." "Yes, I'm back." "Are you busy?" "I'm not." "When will you get off work tonight?" "By 7 at the earliest." "Fine then. You're using the car." "Okay. There'll be food for you tonight. Bye-bye." He left the apartment to buy ingredients. 30 minutes later, Luke returned carrying 2 enormous bags. Thankfully, he now had 28 strength, or it would be somewhat tiring to carry such big bags on foot. Back at the apartment, Luke did the necessary preparations. His strength and dexterity proved useful once again as he completed in 40 minutes tasks that would have taken other people more than 2 hours. All he needed to do now was wait. It was only slightly past 3. Selina wouldn't be back any time soon. Luke had plenty of time. Luke found his laptop and checked the news on a certain playboy. Only then did he discover that the man who had paid a fortune to get him and Selina transferred to Los Angeles was having fun in New York. Since it was close to the end of the year, many annual meetings and competitions were going on. Tony Stark was attending, a competition for the top 10 cover girls. This sort of event was definitely designed for him. Seeing how carefree the playboy was, Luke felt somewhat reassured. The prodigal Iron Man would save the world. But that would also mean the start of a never-ending global crisis. From that perspective, Luke thought that it would be best if Tony Stark could continue his life as a playboy. Luke had no plans of being killed during a battle. He wasn't invincible, after all. Luke browsed important world news and busied himself in the kitchen every now and then. It soon turned 8:30. The door creaked as someone opened it with a key. In the next moment, Selina showed up, exhausted. She grinned when she saw Luke and gave him a big hug. "Oh, how I missed when you were around. I've put on a lot of weight." Luke was speechless. "Huh? Shouldn't people lose weight when they missed someone too much?" Selina sighed. "I've put on almost 2 pounds because of the garbage food I've been eating." Luke found it impossible to sympathize with her. Other people would have turned into a 200-pound fatty if they ate like Selina, but she still had her figure, which was rather unscientific. Luke could only smile. "Go take a shower and change. I'll make dinner." Selina looked desperate. "Huh? Dinner isn't ready? I expected food on my return." Luke smiled. "Only the main course isn't done yet. You can have something else first. However, let me remind you that you better leave some room in your stomach for the main course." Selina was happy to see the cupcakes that Luke was pointing at on the table. She kissed Luke's cheek and said, "Oh, darling, you truly are my savior." She then ran off to take a shower. Luke wiped off the lipstick mark on his face with a tissue, not knowing what to say. He shook his head with a smile and put the chicken that had been marinating for 5 hours into the oven. After setting up the oven, Luke left the kitchen and browsed the news again. 10 minutes later, the bathroom door opened. Luke wasn't distracted, and kept reading the news. Suddenly, he heard quick footsteps from the bathroom, and he instinctively raised his head. He immediately saw a naked woman running through the living room into her room, before she closed the door. Luke was too stunned to realize what had just happened. Recalling the elegant curves of that body, Luke finally understood that Selina must have forgotten to bring her towel in with her before her shower. She had been on her own in the apartment when Luke was away. God knew what new habits she had picked up. Nudity might have been one of them. She wasn't scared of peeping Toms anyway, since the curtains were closed. Thinking that, Luke shook his head and checked the roast chicken in the kitchen. By the time he returned, Selina was already seated at the table and was having a cupcake. Luke asked with a smile, "Is it delicious?" Selina snorted. "Is it beautiful?" Luke was stumped for a moment. He then realized that Selina was accusing him of ogling her when she had been naked. He smiled. "It's very beautiful. Thank you for entertaining me the moment I got back." Selina glared at him angrily, but finally became amused herself. "Fine, it's not like you've never seen it before. Tell me, why did you raise your head the moment I ran out, when you were so focused on your laptop before that?" Luke shrugged. "I have good senses. I subconsciously checked what was going on since you were running too fast. I wouldn't have looked up if you had walked at a normal pace." Selina was speechless. "So, it's my own fault." Luke smiled and didn't say anything. He got up and brought out a pot of stew from the kitchen, which was full of potatoes and beef pieces. The fragrance was truly enticing. Selina immediately forgot to censure Luke any longer. "What's this?" "Stewed beef brisket with tomatoes," Luke replied. Seeing that Selina was drooling, Luke took out bowls and other tableware, and ladled out a bowl of soup for each of them. "Let's have this first. I didn't prepare rice today, but there's pizza." "Do you want it?" asked Luke. Selina hesitated for a moment, but still nodded in the end. People anywhere had staple food. In Asia, it was noodles and rice. In Western countries, it was bread, cake or pizza. Without staples, most people wouldn't feel full, and maybe even uncomfortable, after a meal. The pizza was already ready. Luke heated 2 pieces in the microwave for himself and Selina. Selina was so happy that her eyes narrowed into slits when she smiled. She liked food more than anything else. She hadn't realized it, until Luke started cooking for them every day after work in Houston, when Brock didn't give them much to do. Luke had known how to cook in his previous life, although he wasn't exactly good at it. Cooking prep was also tedious, so he barely cooked. He was much stronger and faster in this world, however, so cooking became something he enjoyed doing. He had read a lot of books on delicious food and had tried many himself in his previous life. Now, with Selina as his test subject, his culinary skills were improving by leaps and bounds. Still, his skills were no way good enough for him to work as a chef, since chefs were concerned with much more than just taste. Luke hadn't spent much money in New York. He had to thank Sergey, who had been carrying several wads of cash on him. After giving 1 wad to Vanessa, Luke kept 2 for himself, which amounted to roughly $4,000. It had covered most of his expenses in New York. It had also been enough to cover the money that he paid for the electronic parts and second-hand goods. He wasn't worried that he would lose credit for taking Sergey's money. Based on the files he had read at NYPD, Sergey was involved in smuggling and human trafficking, and must have killed more than 20 people. Criminals like him weren't protected by the system. Of course, only gangsters like Sergey would carry so much cash on them. Luke was certainly justified in using the money to make better food for himself and Selina. Selina was devouring her food when Luke reminded her twice, slow down, slow down. You'll be full soon if you eat so fast. There's more food to come." Selina had to slow down, but she couldn't help but quickly speed up again. In less than 5 minutes, she had already eaten half a cupcake, a bowl of stewed beef brisket with tomatoes, and a slice of pizza. The pizza had fruit on it, and was sweet and sour, which was also why she had devoured it so fast. After that, Selina reached for another cupcake. Luke slapped her hand. "Don't eat any more. You can save them for tomorrow." Selina said in frustration, "You really are like my mom." Luke rolled his eyes. "You don't want anything to happen to your stomach since you like food so much, do you?" Selina shook her head quickly. Luke chuckled. "The detectives that I know of in the Major Crimes Division mostly have gastric problems. Some of them can't even have Dr. Pepper. Do you want to turn into one of them?" Selina shook her head again. Luke nodded in satisfaction. That's why I made you these. You can pack a few cupcakes and put them in your bag. When you're hungry, you can have one. Selena asked, huh? You made all of them for me? Luke found that odd. Of course. I may give some to Elsa, but the rest are yours. Selena was touched. Ah, that's so sweet of you, Luke. I love you. Luke was lost for words. Do you always say that to your mom? Selena said. Well, not exactly. Luke chuckled. He knew that he was right when he saw how awkwardly Selena was acting. He had made dinner because the meticulousness of the task could help dispel his negative emotions after the slaughter in New York. Likewise, bickering with Selena was a way for him to readjust his mentality. As they chatted, the main course was finally ready. Luke fetched the roast chicken from the oven. Putting it on a plate, he opened the tinfoil to reveal the 2 chickens inside. It wasn't turkey, but Sanhuang chicken. Luke didn't know whether he had gotten the original flavor right, but it was much tastier than turkey. After being marinated in cooking wine and seasoning, the chicken meat was soft and smooth, and could be easily pulled apart. The chicken had cooking wine and seasoning both on the skin and in the stomach. It was much more delicious than a regular turkey. Luke and Selena stopped talking. They each grabbed a chicken and gobbled it down. Selena finished it even faster than Luke. She asked him pitifully, "Darling, is there more?" Luke chuckled. "There's another in the oven. You can take it out yourself." He had known that 1 chicken wouldn't be enough for Selena. The chickens he bought from the supermarket only weighed slightly more than half a kilogram each after they were cleaned. 1 definitely wasn't enough for Selena. Watching Selena fetch the chicken and enjoy it herself, Luke smiled and poured another bowl of stewed beef brisket with tomatoes for himself. Everything was the same as always, except for a certain someone who was too full to stand up after that. The next morning, Luke shook his head at Selena, who looked like a spring roll in her blanket on the couch, and he wondered why it was her head that was buried in the blanket and her butt exposed instead. Thankfully, it was Los Angeles, where the lowest temperature was still over 10 degrees warmer, even in November, or she might have caught a cold. Luke washed his face first before he woke up Selena and then prepared breakfast. The most uncomfortable thing for him in New York had been that he had to eat out every day. By the time Selena came out, hot milk and homemade sandwiches were already on the table. She said happily, "Wow, this is too great. I'm going to throw up if I have hot dogs again." "Finally, your sandwiches are back in town." Luke chuckled. "You're just lazy. It doesn't take a lot of time if you buy some of the pre-made ingredients and make the food yourself. You can adjust the flavor, too." Selena didn't say anything. She never made food, simply because she didn't want to. After they finished the simple but delicious breakfast, they left for work. Selena drove the car. Luke grabbed her bag after they got in. Selena was shocked. "What do you want?" Luke showed her the paper bag in his hand, lost for words. "I told you to take a few cupcakes with you last night. You were so fast just now that I couldn't even stop you." Selena said, "I forgot." "Darling, I know that you're the best." Luke said, "Save that for your mom." On their way to the police department, Luke asked Selena how work had been for her recently. Selena replied that everything was under control, and that she was learning much more here than in Houston. Donald, her partner, wasn't very remarkable, but he was reliable and barely made any mistakes. He was also familiar with the standard procedures of the Major Crimes Division. From that point of view, Donald was a great teacher. Luke was quite satisfied, too. He didn't want Selena to just sit around. Police officers who just sat around might become public enemy number 1. They soon reached the police department. Selena parked the car, and Luke headed in first. Luke was the one who bought the car, but Selena had been driving it. Luke had only driven it once, on the day he bought it. He could say that he had a chauffeur to drive him every day. Luke entered the bullpen of the Major Crimes Division. Elsa was already there, busy with the paperwork on her table. Luke grinned inwardly. That was the benefit of not wanting any credit. In other teams, it was the junior partner who would have to write the report, and the senior partner who would review it. But since Luke had let go of the credit, there was naturally no need for him to write the report, in case he suddenly changed his mind and decided to claim credit in it. Luke said hi to Elsa and asked, "What's the arrangement for today? Do we have a new case?" Elsa nodded her head. "We'll get going after I deliver this report to Dustin." Luke nodded his head. 10 minutes later, Elsa returned with a pleased look on her face. Luke teased, "What? Did the boss set you up on a date?" Elsa glared at him and said, "Let's go." They got in their police car in the parking lot. Elsa finally said, "The boss said that we'll get reward money for Sergei's case, even if we did give away the bank robbery case." Luke perked up when he heard that. "How much?" Elsa replied, "Not very much, $2,000 each." Luke was excited. Not bad. That's 2 weeks' worth of my wages." More importantly, the money was clean and could be used for anything. In comparison, he didn't dare deposit the money he got from Sergei into his bank account, since he couldn't explain where it came from. He could only use it to pay for his living expenses. Luke observed Elsa for a moment, then smiled again. "Is there more good news? Just tell me." Elsa was somewhat embarrassed, but she couldn't keep it a secret anyway. "Actually, the boss said that a few detectives will be promoted as sergeants soon, and it's likely that I'll be one of them." Luke said with a smile, "Let me congratulate you in advance." He knew that Elsa had passed the civil service test and had enough experience, all she had needed was an opportunity. Elsa couldn't hold in her smile anymore. "It isn't settled yet." Luke said, "You better work harder now. I'll definitely support you." Elsa looked at him and said, "I'll hold you to that." Luke chuckled. "If you're promoted, you'll be my boss. You can look after me then." Elsa said with a bitter smile, "Enough. I think I'll be the one who needs your help." Luke shrugged. "We should always help each other, because we're partners, aren't we?" Elsa looked at him again and nodded solemnly. "Yes, we are." There was a brief silence in the car. Luke finally changed the topic. "What's the case this time?" A man named Kiyoshi died in an apartment on Seaside Avenue. He was an Asian male, 47 years old, and worked as an engineer for a construction company, said Elsa. Luke found that odd. "Is he from Japan?" Elsa said, "Yes, but he lives in America. His son is over 20 years old, and lives with Kiyoshi's ex-wife elsewhere in California." Luke asked, "What about the details?" Elsa said, "Mr. Kiyoshi died a rather miserable death. You can read the file later. It was willful murder, the victim was cruelly tortured before he was killed." Luke frowned. "Nobody's investigating it?" It sounded like a difficult case, and the murder had probably been carried out by professionals. That also meant that solving a case like this would be a remarkable achievement. So why was nobody on it? Elsa glanced at him and said, "Donald was responsible for this case, but he hasn't made much progress in the last few days. That's why the boss gave it to us." Luke was lost for words. He had stolen Selina's case on the day of his return. He would have to make it up to her by cooking delicious food tonight. As for Donald, well, that was Elsa's problem. Donald wouldn't bother begrudging Luke at all, since they weren't on the same level. So, it would be Elsa versus Donald, and Luke versus Selina. Luke felt that he could handle Selina easily enough, and Elsa obviously didn't consider Donald a big deal either. She was too formidable a woman to be scared of a gentleman like Donald. However, after investigating the case for 3 days themselves, they didn't find any leads. In the end, they had to transfer the case file to the archive room. Then, it was a peaceful but busy life. There weren't any major cases, but there were numerous small ones. With Elsa as his teacher, Luke made swift progress. After their last conversation, Elsa decided to groom him as her future subordinate, so she often shared tricks with Luke as they worked on cases. Luke might slip up horribly someday if she didn't share her knowledge with him. Her know-how was based on her years of experience as an officer. Elsa was only imparting her tricks to Luke as an advance investment. More importantly, Luke wasn't greedy. He couldn't be, in any case. He lacked both experience and a college degree, which meant that he didn't pose a threat to Elsa. Soon, it was Christmas. Catherine called Luke and asked if he was going home for the holiday. Luke, however, regretfully said that he couldn't. As newbies, he and Selena had to stay in Los Angeles during Christmas in the event of an emergency. If nothing happened, they would be able to celebrate Christmas in peace. But if something did happen, they would have to deal with the emergency without extra pay. Every newbie had to go through this. Catherine was a little disappointed, but Luke suggested that they visit Los Angeles during Christmas so that the family could get together and Claire and Joseph could have some fun. The Christmas break in America was usually 2 weeks long, and ran from December 22nd to January 5th in the new year. Many people also took annual leave during this time, which meant that they got a 1-month holiday. In the end, Catherine said that she would consider it. Even if they did visit LA, they would celebrate Christmas at home first. Luke said that it was fine, and declared that he would pay for their trip. Robert wasn't happy. "You think you're rich now, boy?" Luke gloated. I just received a $2,000 reward for cracking a case. How does that sound?" Robert was defeated. He didn't know what to say. Shackleford was too small a town. There was barely any reward money here, unless he ran into drug dealers. "Fine, you can pay for our trip." Robert gnashed his teeth and gave the phone to Catherine. Catherine was amused as she watched the two men bicker, and hung up after exchanging a few more words with Luke. "Why are you always fighting with Luke?" asked Catherine with a smile. Robert snorted. "That boy is getting arrogant. I'll have to teach him a lesson in LA this time." Catherine was lost for words for a moment. "Fine. The both of you can do whatever you want." There was something that Robert didn't tell his wife. What sort of case could lead to a $2,000 reward? A victim might give the officer who cracked their case money as a token of appreciation. That would be for a regular case. If the money was from the police department, however, $2,000 was certainly a lot. It would definitely have been a tough case. Robert was worried that Luke might have pissed off some troublesome gang or people now that Luke was no longer under his protection. Of course, Robert didn't know that Luke's capability was beyond his imagination, or that Luke would soon be reaping more reward money again. Luke hung up the phone. He shook his head at Selena, who was also making a call. Selena must be talking to her family, too. They were both apart from their families and busy at work. The holiday season would be a difficult time for them. Thankfully, he and Selena still had each other. After Selena hung up, Luke asked, "Did Sandra ask you to go home, too?" Selena nodded. "Yes, but it's not that easy. The police department's not paying us for nothing. Maybe next year." Luke chuckled and rubbed her head. "All right, let's have dinner." Selena's mood lifted at the mention of food. "What are we having today?" Luke asked, "Was the roast chicken delicious?" Selena nodded quickly. "Yes." "Are we having that again?" Luke shook his head. "No, it's something new. It's my special honey chicken today." Selena exclaimed, "What? Why did he bother making something new, when the previous dish was delicious enough?" By the time Luke brought out the honey chicken, however, Selena's complaints had completely disappeared. She took a deep breath of the fantastic smell of the fragrant meat. Luke grinned inwardly. The honey chicken wasn't actually made with honey, but with char siu sauce. Char siu sauce looked just as appetizing on chicken as it did on char siu, and the crimson chicken smelled sweet and appealing. Even Luke, who didn't like sweets, couldn't hold back anymore. Luke quickly cut the chicken and gave Selena a leg first, while he had the chicken breast. Well, it doesn't taste bad, but the chicken breast is a little tough. I should probably cook them separately next time, Luke remarked, not entirely satisfied with his cooking. It took Selena a while to reply, because she was too busy devouring the chicken leg. Well. I think this is more delicious than the chicken before. Luke said helplessly, don't talk with food in your mouth. In the end, he only had 1/3 of the chicken, and the rest went to Selena's stomach. He shook his head with a smile when Selena grinned happily. He threw the dishes into the kitchen, too lazy to wash them. Everybody was on holiday. Hearing the laugh track for the boring soap opera on TV, Luke felt homesick for the first time. More and more people took leave in the next few days. Even the major crimes division was half empty. Detectives were still human, and also had families. Even Elsa, who struck Luke as an iron lady, flew back to Miami on December 22nd for the holiday. Luke was quite jealous. Miami was a warm place where people could swim even during Christmas. There was sure to be plenty of gorgeous girls and guys out and about. Well, Los Angeles was also all right. It was much better than New York, at least. Since Elsa was on vacation, Luke simply signed up for duty on the 22nd and 23rd. That way, he wouldn't have to work on Christmas Eve and Christmas, unless there was a major incident. Donald had also taken leave, so Selena simply applied for duty alongside Luke. Selena brought up the fact that they would probably be celebrating Christmas by themselves in their apartment. Luke, however, chuckled at that. Excuse me, but I have a date on Christmas Eve, and I might not be home that night. Selena was stunned. What? A date? With who? With an indecipherable look on his face, Luke said, Jimena. Selena thought for a moment, before she said, your ex-girlfriend? Why is she in Los Angeles? Luke shrugged and said, she's studying at a small college in Los Angeles. Selena found that odd. Did she contact you? Luke shook his head. Not exactly. It was a pure coincidence. You remember the case Elsa took from Donald? The victim was called Kiyoshi, or something like that. Selena nodded. I do. Donald was pretty relieved that you guys took that tough case. Luke was speechless. Then why did you tell me that Donald was angry, and that you put in a good word for me? You even asked me to reward you with noodles, didn't you? Selena said, huh? Did I? I don't remember now. Let's go back to Jimena. How is she related to the Japanese guy? Luke continued with his explanation. When I was investigating the Japanese guy's workplace, I noticed that he had been renovating the last few floors of Nakatomi Plaza, and Jimena's a receptionist there. Selena said, wait, is that her part-time job? Luke said, to be more precise, it's an internship organized by her school. Nakatomi Corporation makes a lot of money. Jimena's college asked if any of the students wanted to work at the company, and Jimena volunteered. I heard that the pay for interns is very good. Selena asked, but, she's not going home for Christmas? Luke shrugged. You know that many kids run wild and never go home once they get free. Jimena said that she wanted to stay here and try her luck. Selena asked, at becoming a star? Luke said in amusement, no, she's changed her goal. A manager in her company called Jen Nero enlightened her, and she wants to see if she can work in the finance sector. Selena remarked, is she drunk? Aren't finance people all from Ivy League schools? Did she even pass maths in high school? Luke secretly agreed with her. Finance was all about numbers, and considering Jimena's lack of talent in maths, it was unlikely that she would become a finance elite. But Luke could only say, she's still young. Nobody can stop her from trying everything, that's her right. Selina didn't say anything. It indeed wasn't her place, nor was it Luke's, to tell Jimena what or what not to do with her future. They could offer suggestions, but they couldn't force Jimena to accept their opinions. After a brief silence, Selina asked, then, where are you taking her for Christmas? You can't bring her here, or I'll get mad. Luke chuckled. I certainly won't. Nakatomi Corporation is having a company party on Christmas Eve, and as an intern, Jimena gets to attend. Well, fine, she's actually going to be working, like pouring wine for other people. She doesn't have to, of course, but it'll be hard for her to work in the company for long if she doesn't. So, you know. Selina was speechless for a moment. How are you getting in? Luke said solemnly, as a member of LAPD, it's my responsibility to go out on patrol on Christmas Eve for the safety of our citizens. There's no need to thank me. This is voluntary overtime. Selina. She felt that she had asked a dumb question, and she pouted gloomily. Watching TV alone on Christmas Eve was too depressing. Luke smiled. Don't be angry. I prepared lunch and dinner for you. You can just heat them up before you eat, it's your favorite steak. Selina nodded dejectedly, looking like she was traumatized. Luke, however, didn't have a choice. He was a regular guy, and hadn't had sex since breaking up with Jimena half a year ago. It wasn't because he didn't want to, but that he couldn't find the right person or time. There was Selina, but he didn't want their relationship to turn into a romantic one. Brothers could become enemies after starting a business together, the same could happen to partners who became romantically involved. Jimena had always been a passionate person. When Luke spoke with her, she had practically said, "Come find me, and bring protection." What else could Luke do, except gladly accept the offer? The next day was December 24th, Christmas Eve. Luke drove off, leaving Selina to gloomily watch soap operas on her own and curse him in the apartment. Luke was wearing casual clothes. This wasn't work, after all, and he didn't have to wear a uniform. It was already dusk by the time he reached Nakatomi Plaza. Luke drove the car into the underground garage, a limo following behind him. Luke looked back to discover that the driver of the limo was a short, charming black man. Luke didn't pay much attention to him, and took the elevator to the lobby. He asked the middle-aged receptionist a question, and she pointed to a screen not far away and said, "Type in the name of the person you're looking for, and it'll tell you the floor they're on." Luke wondered if Jimena was on the list, since she was only an intern. Another man soon joined him. He was also looking for someone. The receptionist said the same thing to the man, and Luke hurriedly made way for the man. A moment later, Luke watched the man type in a name, Holly Gennaro. He remembered that that was the name of the senior manager whom Jimena had mentioned. He hurriedly followed the man to the elevator. The man was in his 30s, and wore a white singlet under his shirt. Luke didn't even need to think to know what the man did for a living. He was a police officer. And a very good one, no less. When they reached the elevator, the man turned around warily and asked, "Who are you?" Luke said with a smile, "My friend is an intern at Nakatomi Corporation. I couldn't find her name on the list, but I was told that Gennaro is her manager, so." The man had an odd expression. He seemed unhappy, but Luke sensed that the man wasn't upset at him. They entered the elevator together. To avoid the awkward silence, Luke asked casually, "May I know your name?" Stumped for a moment, the man said with a vague smile, "John." Luke nodded and said, "My name's Luke." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Officer John." The man was stumped again. "How did you know that?" Luke chuckled and showed his badge. "Because we're colleagues." The man was surprised. "You're a police officer. Is LAPD hiring boys now?" He immediately realized how insulting his remark was, and quickly apologized. "Sorry, I just meant." Luke raised his hand. "I know. Most police school graduates are in their 20s. But do you know that certain people can ignore the rules? John asked curiously, are you one of those people? Luke grinned. Not exactly, but I had a minor conflict with one of them, and he somehow got me transferred here. However. John was interested. However what? Luke replied, however, it seems that the guy's already forgotten about me. John was dumbfounded. Luke finally smiled again. So, I'm not rich, and I don't have a powerful dad. I'm just a regular guy from Texas. John looked more relaxed now. He extended his hand to Luke. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm John McClane, from NYPD's Major Crimes Division. Dazed for a moment, Luke smiled. Nice to meet you. I'm Luke, from LAPD's Major Crimes Division. John was even more curious. How did you? Before he finished, the elevator had reached their stop, and the doors opened to a rowdy party. Luke shrugged to indicate that he couldn't hear anything anymore, before he followed John out. They wandered around, looking for their respective people. Luke soon spotted Jimena, who was serving wine on a tray as a waitress. He shook his head slightly, not really optimistic about his ex-girlfriend's choice. But if she didn't try, she wouldn't know. The best Luke could do was to give her a hand when she needed it. A man suddenly jumped at them, and Luke subconsciously dodged him. As a result, the man fell on John, who was next to Luke. The man kissed John's stubbly face and cried, "Merry Christmas." Luke was amused. Baffled, John wiped his face and asked with a wry smile, "Is this the Californian style?" Luke nodded and patted his shoulder. "I'm going to meet my friend. See you, John, and Merry Christmas." John nodded and saw him walk off. He was convinced that Luke was telling the truth when he saw the latter talking to a pretty young girl, and they clearly knew each other. After all, it didn't make sense if a person who was tailing him left for someone else. Luke also stopped minding the detective from New York, since all his attention was now focused on Jimena. A middle-aged man certainly wasn't nearly as attractive as the hot chick in his arms. When John turned around and left, he suddenly realized that Luke's name was familiar, and seemed to have heard it from somewhere. The next moment, an old Asian man reached him and said, "Hello, are you Mr. McClane?" John asked, "And you are?" "My name is Takagi." "I'm Holly's boss," said the old Asian man with a stiff smile. John asked, "Oh, you were the one who sent the car to pick me up?" Takagi smiled. "It's the least I can do for Holly. She's very capable. Come, this way, please." At that moment, Luke had slipped away with Jimena. Jimena led them through the emergency exit and climbed up to the 34th floor. When she opened the door, Luke saw that it was a luxurious private office with a conference room attached. It definitely belonged to a boss. There were a few building models in the conference room, including of Nakatomi Plaza itself. Luke asked Jimena, "Where are we?" Jimena said, "The CEO's room for guests, but I saw him downstairs just now. He has to give a speech soon, and won't come here." "Jerk, did you miss me?" Luke said without any hesitation, "I miss your everything, Jimena," and covered her lips with his own. The two of them started making out in the conference room. Jimena was wearing a professional suit with a skirt that was 10 centimeters above her knees. It was a loose skirt, and Luke lifted it easily. He then quickly placed his hands on Jimena's hips. Jimena hadn't had a boyfriend since coming here. She was feeling rather frisky, too. She wrapped her legs around Luke's waist, and the two of them melted into one. Luke chuckled. "Wow, you're too considerate. You chose the best silk stockings." Jimena was breathing heavily, and didn't respond to him at all. Luke touched her long legs covered in the silver stockings, and felt amazed. Jimena had obviously come prepared. Both her skirt and her silk stockings had been carefully chosen for her meeting with him tonight. In the meantime, Detective John wasn't as happy downstairs. His conversation with Ms. Holly Gennaro didn't go well, because they had a fight over Ms. Gennaro's last name. Gennaro? When did you change your name? May I remind you that you're married and should be addressed as Mrs. McLean, said John mockingly. Holly said helplessly, this is a Japanese company. They believe that married women are unreliable, so. A clerk suddenly opened the door and interrupted their argument. Ms. Gennaro, Mr. Takagi hopes that you can give a speech, since you were the greatest contributor to revenue this year. Holly looked at John and said, all right, I'm coming. When the clerk closed the door, she said to John again, just calm down. Let's talk when I get back, all right? She then left the office. Their meeting came to a bitter end. Inside the room, John smiled wryly and said, wow, John, how mature of you, fighting with her the moment you meet. Why can't you just say that you miss her and the kids? While John McClane was left on his own again, Luke and Jimena had already finished one round. It really was a smart decision to bring more condoms. Luke thought, lucky. It had been a long time since they saw each other, and Luke couldn't hold back for very long. But thanks to Jimena's provocation, they quickly started a second round. They weren't as rushed as the first time, and took the time to chat about their lives. Jimena was thrilled to know that Luke was now a detective of LAPD's Major Crimes Division. Oh, Luke, I knew you were the best, the town couldn't keep you forever. Luke chuckled and exerted more strength. What about you? Are you going to settle down here? Jimena frowned and sighed. I'm not sure. I still have 3 years to think about it before I graduate. Luke said, that's fine. Come find me whenever you need it. Breathing heavily, Jimena threw herself at him and asked, need what? Luke worked with her and replied, anything. They finished their second round, stuck to each other. They were silent for a moment on the conference room table. Then, Jimena giggled. Luke said, damn it. What are you learning in college? Jimena said, some of my roomies rented some videos, and I took a peek at them. How about it? Are you satisfied, my little Luke? Luke gritted his teeth. Very much. Suddenly, his hands on Jimena's smooth back paused. In the next moment, his face changed and he covered Jimena's mouth, before he leaned in close to her. Jimena was at a loss. Huh? Luke put a finger to his lips to indicate for Jimena to be quiet, before he quickly helped her put on her clothes. Jimena didn't say anything. She put on her clothes and wondered if anyone was coming. If anyone discovered Luke and her fooling around here, she would lose her internship and probably be punished by her school. So, she dressed quickly. Luke turned away and put on his own clothes. Thankfully, he was wearing casual clothes, and his jacket, pants and shoes were on in 10 seconds. Then, he whispered to Jimena, who was powdering her face, there are gunshots downstairs. I think something's happened. Jimena was about to exclaim in surprise in his arms, but Luke was prepared for her reaction, and covered her mouth. Luke continued, is there a place in this building with a lot of furniture and nobody around right now? Jimena licked Luke's hand, and he finally realized that he was still covering her mouth. He hurriedly let her go. Jimena glared at him and said in a low voice, the 21st floor is the office of a big company, with 200 clerks. Do you think that'll work for you? Luke nodded and said, I'll take you there first. Hide there until I come get you once the crisis is over. Don't run away before I return. Jimena nodded obediently. Luke grabbed a bottle of water from a cabinet and gave it to her. Have some water if you're nervous, but don't drink too much in case you need to use the bathroom. Jimena's flushed face got even redder. She glared at Luke, since she didn't need to use the bathroom anytime soon. Luke was much more comfortable. Jimena had truly learned a lot of wonderful new things in college. Luke led Jimena to the emergency stairs. He shook his head at her high heels. The noise from her high heels would definitely draw attention. Luke bent slightly, hinting that Jimena should climb on his back. When that young and vigorous body was leaning on his back, Luke said in a low voice, "Don't scream." Then, he carried her downstairs. Jimena nearly cried out when she saw the stairs and walls rushing up toward her. She hurriedly closed her eyes and held on to Luke tightly. Luke was as fast as the wind, as if he wasn't carrying Jimena at all. He reached the 21st floor in less than 3 minutes. He entered through the emergency exit and found the place dark. Luke's eyes were better than most people's. In the dim light, he discovered that it was indeed an office, with tables, computers, documents, and miscellaneous items everywhere. It was indeed a great place to hide. Looking for someone here would mean examining each workstation one by one. Luke carried Jimena in quickly and put her down in a corner, before he said, "Remember, don't move, don't make a sound, and wait for me." He was about to leave, when Jimena suddenly dragged him down. "Haven't you forgotten something?" Luke was confused. Jimena pulled his hands to her breasts and said, "You better be careful if you don't want to miss them. Don't take any risks." Luke squeezed her breasts slightly and said, "I swear I'll be careful, I only used up half the condoms I brought." Jimena hugged him and said, "Go now." Luke nodded and quickly left the place. If his ears didn't deceive him, the gunshots were from the 30th floor. Considering the size of this tower, it would take hundreds of people to take full control of it. Jimena's hiding place was safe for now. The criminals hadn't occupied it yet. Or rather, they didn't have to. According to the receptionist when Luke first arrived, only the company that Jimena worked for was active tonight, the other companies were all on holiday. Nakatomi Corporation was on the 30th floor. Luke didn't think that the criminals would have searched all the way to the 21st floor, since that would weaken their defense. He didn't call the police immediately. The police would arrive sooner or later, so Luke didn't have to call them now. He preferred to figure out the situation first, such as what the criminals wanted and what weapons they had, before he passed on that intelligence. Luke frowned when he returned to the 30th floor. His sharp nose picked up an armed criminal right next to the emergency exit. It had to be a criminal. All the other companies in the building were on vacation, and security was on the bottom floor. Luke didn't go in. He simply took deep breaths with his eyes closed. When he had been wandering around the party earlier, he had counted the number of attendees out of habit, and there were roughly 50 of them. There were now almost 80 people inside, so 30 of them were criminals. Also, the criminals might have left some people on the bottom floor, so that they would know when the police arrived. Luke had also heard noises on the 33rd floor on his way down, as if they were moving something. His guess was that there were at least 40 criminals in the building. Thinking for a moment, Luke returned to the 34th floor. After determining the number of criminals, Luke felt that he had better clean up his and Jimena's battlefield first. This case would definitely be a big one. It would be very awkward if the forensics department asked Luke why his semen was at the scene of the crime, so he decided to remove the used condoms that he had thrown into the dustbin. Luke quickly returned to the 34th floor. He then smelled a familiar scent. He was stumped. Was that John McClane? He was up here. After thinking for a moment, Luke didn't go looking for the guy. After all, he was only here to deal with a personal issue. He didn't even need to look to know that John was hiding in a certain corner in the conference room and peeping into the office. Luke took the dustbin away without a sound. Very soon, Luke returned without the dustbin. There was only a plastic bag in his hand, with 2 used condoms in it. Luke was finally relieved. However, there was nothing he could do about the table on which he and Jimena had had sex. The table was covered in sweat. If it was investigated, Luke decided to say that the two of them had been making out here. Suddenly, Luke heard something. "Give me the code." It was a mellow male voice. "It's useless even if I give you the code. The data in the computer is synchronized with the data at headquarters at 7 every morning," said the old Japanese man. "Mr. Takagi, I do not care about the data from your headquarters. I only need the code, the unknown man said in his mellow voice. What do you want, exactly, said the old man named Takagi. Nakatomi Corporation made a fortune in the past 2 years. We know that there's a secret vault underneath your tower, with $640 million in bearer bonds, said the man. Luke now realized why the 40 criminals were attracted to this place. They were going after $640 million. Bearer bonds sounded like a sophisticated product, but there weren't as many of them nowadays, since it was the best means by which criminals could transfer money. They were no longer released in most countries, and bearer bonds redeemed by the government were then destroyed. The old man named Takagi was angry. What kind of terrorists are you? You just want money? Yes, Mr. Takagi. We just want money. It doesn't matter how other people view us. So, tell me the code, said the unknown man. Takagi was silent. The man sighed. All right, do you see this? I'll kill you on the count of 3 if you don't talk. Luke craned his head slightly, only to discover that it was a middle-aged white man with a mustache. He had the vibe of a villain, and was pointing a gun at Takagi's head. What do I do? Luke thought quickly, and soon made a decision. He couldn't allow Takagi to die here. If this place turned into a murder scene, the forensics department would turn it upside down, and Luke and Jimenez's little secret would be exposed. He didn't want his personal life exposed to the public. Do you know what happened on Christmas Eve? A detective had sex right above some terrorists, and after he was done, he pulled up his pants and killed all the terrorists. It certainly wouldn't be a case that Luke could be proud of if that sort of gossip went around the police. Our detective fired at terrorists without pants on. Imagining how Dustin might tell new detectives about Luke's feat in the future, Luke quickly decided to take action. He walked softly into the conference room through the other door at the end. The conference room and office were separated by a glass wall. Luke moved into the shadows across from the criminals. He put on his gloves and threw out 2 iron balls. Bam! Bam! After the 2 odd pops of noise, the mustached man and another man holding a gun next to him passed out before they saw anyone. Luke took out another ball from his pocket and knocked out the last criminal, who had been sitting down. Finally, he grabbed Takagi and quickly withdrew. He couldn't kill the criminals, at least not for now. The mustached man was clearly the leader. If he died, there was no telling how the criminals who were holding 50 people hostage would react. So, Luke had to rescue Takagi and get the details from him first. Luke moved so fast that Detective John only saw the 2 criminals suddenly collapse, followed by the third one, before a dark shadow lunged out and hauled Takagi away. What the hell? John muttered. But he perked up a moment later and approached the criminals, taking the 2 weapons off them. When he was taking off their shoes, 2 criminals barged in from the elevator with guns. Shocked, John snuck away via the emergency exit on the other side, carrying the guns and shoes that he had taken. Luke carried Takagi all the way to the 23rd floor, which was currently under renovation. He put the old man down and showed him his badge. LAPD, Detective Luke from the Major Crimes Division. What's going on here? The old man tried to calm his pounding heart and queasy stomach. He bowed solemnly to Luke. Thank you for saving me, sir. Luke waved his hand. I'm a police officer, it's my job. Enough of the formalities. What do you know about the robbers? Takagi shook his head. I don't know much. Their leader seems to be a German named Hans. They're here for the money in the underground vault. Have you called the police, Mr. Luke? Luke shook his head. This Takagi didn't seem to know much. He asked, what about their numbers and their weapons? Are they trained? How many people are being held hostage? I need that information before I can call for reinforcements. Takagi hurried to tell him what he had seen. Luke frowned. Takagi wasn't familiar with weapons, but as a businessman, he had a keen eye. He could easily tell that these people weren't poor, based on their clothes and equipment. They were also well organized, unlike some gangs, and from their manner of speech, some of the intruders were clearly well educated. Everything indicated that they were a team of professional criminals with one objective. Luke frowned. Can they open the vault under the building? Takagi shook his head. They can destroy the doors at the front, but as long as force is used, the innermost alloy door will lock automatically. It can't be opened without a code. Luke said, "Is that why they grabbed you?" Takagi nodded. Most likely. Luke, however, shook his head. I think Hans meant it when he threatened to kill you just now. Your code might not be indispensable to them. Takagi also frowned. The alloy door is made with the latest technology. I don't think it can be destroyed. Seeing that Takagi had no more useful information, Luke told him to hide. Takagi asked, "Aren't you going to call the police department?" Luke nodded. The signal is bad here. I need to find a different place to make the call. Mr. Takagi, stay safe. Luke left the 23rd floor and returned to the 30th floor. This time, the criminal that had been guarding the emergency exit was gone. In the meantime, Luke heard gunshots from the 34th floor. Only someone whose ears were as good as his could have caught them. Luke was stunned for a moment. Who was fighting the criminals? He thought for a moment, then climbed the stairs to the 34th floor. Confirming that nobody was at the door, Luke opened it slightly and took a peek. The conference room was now a mess. The long desk that Luke and Jimena had used was riddled with bullet holes. A criminal lay on it, dead, and there was another body not far away. Wow, John's quite good. Luke chuckled inwardly. His sharp nose had informed him that it was Detective John McClane who was inside. He then heard Detective John speaking furiously into a walkie-talkie. F***CKU. That's right, I'm making fun of the police, why don't you come and arrest me? I'm at Nakatomi Plaza. The man probably didn't have his cell phone on him. Luke quite admired the harried, barefooted man in a ragged vest. Detective John wasn't Luke, who had a system and was far stronger than an ordinary person. He was just a regular police officer, but he had the guts to go up against 15 criminals. But Luke didn't think now was a good time to meet up with Detective John. First of all, Detective John's wife, the female manager named Jen Nero, was probably also a hostage. Luke had learned this from his chat with Jimena earlier. She told Luke that Jen Nero had a husband who was a detective in New York. So, if Luke were to make himself known now, wouldn't he be obliged to tag along with John and save Ms. Jen Nero? Secondly, Luke was an LA officer, but John wasn't. If they worked together, it would mean that Luke endorsed John's actions, and he might be held responsible for any mistakes John made. Thirdly, Luke's movements would be hampered if he was with Detective John. So, it was better to stealthily help John wipe out the criminals. Thinking this, Luke was about to slip away. However, John suddenly exclaimed excitedly, They're here, they're finally here. A moment later, he complained disappointedly, really? Only one police car. But he soon moved into action. Luke observed Detective John with great interest, and applauded his ingenuity. John smashed the window and threw down the body of one of the intruders he had killed. It was impossible for the police officers to not see it. With his keen ears, Luke even heard the body smash into a car. There hadn't been any cars parked in front of the building just now, so the only car the body could have fallen on had to be the police car that had just arrived. Intense gunfire burst out. Luke shook his head, and knew that the police department would definitely take action. Since he knew what the criminals were up to, Luke wasn't in a hurry. Also, John had already attracted the police's attention, so Luke had to contact his boss, too. Luke made a call on the roof of the building with his cell phone. A moment later, Dustin said, "Dustin speaking." Luke said, "Boss, it's Luke. I'm now at Nakatomi Plaza in the Central District. There are about 50 armed criminals in this place. They have heavy firearms and more than 50 hostages. A police car just arrived, and someone threw a body down at it. What should I do, boss? After a brief silence, Dustin said, "Tell me everything you know about the criminals." Luke quickly explained everything, and Dustin grew excited. "Be careful while you're inside. Hide and wait for my instructions." He then hung up. Luke knew that Dustin had to be reporting to the director. This was taking place in the Central District, which wasn't Dustin's territory. However, Luke was at the scene of the crime, which gave Dustin an opportunity to intervene. Luke enjoyed the cold breeze on the roof and felt bored as he waited for Dustin's instructions. Suddenly, the door behind him creaked. Luke immediately plastered himself to the wall and took a deep breath. He smelled 3 people, and C4. These were true professionals. Luke silently drew out his Glock 23. There were hasty footsteps, and the door opened as 3 people emerged on the roof. They were in a hurry and had their guards down. After all, their compatriots were hunting down Detective John, and he couldn't have run to the roof. Calmly, Luke aimed at them without any hesitation. Pa! 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 He was only 2 meters away from them, and they were unprepared. He hit them in the back of their heads like a kid shooting at balloons. Luke listened carefully to make sure that nobody else was coming, before he examined the dead men's equipment. Besides the C4, there were detonators, ropes and wires. Eventually, Luke picked up a UMP and its magazines. As for the C4, he casually tossed it down into the square at the bottom of the building. If the criminals wanted it, they could go downstairs and pick it up themselves. Luke was about to go down, when he saw several police cars arrive. Several floodlights were then focused on the building. He stopped and noticed a SWAT team. Luke didn't know what to say. The team only had 8 soldiers. There were 50 armed criminals in the building, and the officers were going to charge in when they were so outnumbered. But there was nothing Luke could do. Alert them by firing his weapon. The officers weren't cowards. They would only close in on the building even more quickly to take cover. Call them? There wasn't any time. If the SWAT team had waited a while longer, they would have gotten Dustin's intelligence. However, their commander was too hasty, which had given Dustin little time to relay to them the information he had just learned. Luke watched helplessly as the SWAT team disappeared into the building. As he expected, intense gunfire rang out a moment later, mixed with screams. It was clear that the SWAT team had been ambushed. Luke didn't know what to say. Dustin hadn't given him any instructions. He couldn't do anything. However capable he was, he didn't have the power to command officers of a different district. Even Dustin couldn't have expected them to follow his commands. A moment later, a light armored car drove up. Luke's eyes lit up. LAPD was truly rich if they could afford such a vehicle. Most criminals couldn't do anything to armored cars. However, what happened in the next moment stunned Luke. With a whoosh, a streak of fire shot out from the 2nd floor of the building. Boom! The armored car, which had been climbing the steps, was hit by an RPG. F***CK. Luke couldn't help but curse out loud. The criminals were true professionals. They even carried an RPG. In less than 5 seconds, a second rocket missile hit the armored car again, blowing it up into a gigantic fireball. Luke cursed in his heart. The criminals turned out to have more than one RPG. At that moment, Dustin called him. "Hey, Luke, how's it going on your end?" Luke said, "Boss, you better tell the commander here what you know about the criminals. A SWAT team just charged in the moment they came. Several men and an armored car have been wiped out." Dustin was stunned for a moment. "What?" Luke said, "Just now, those people shot the police's armored car with RPGs and turned it into a big fireball." Dustin gasped. "Where are the terrorists from?" Luke shook his head. No, boss, they're here for money. They're not terrorists. Dustin remarked, cash-strapped lunatics. Alright, let's get down to business. You're free to take action, but you must ensure the safety of the hostages, which is the top priority. Then, it's the vault. You have to try and stop them. Don't attack if you don't think you can achieve these two objectives. Trust me, Luke, you'll be in serious trouble if any of the hostages die. Luke shrugged. Got it. The bottom line is that the hostages can't die, right? Dustin said, that's right. We couldn't reach an understanding with the Central District's police department over command. They want you to obey their instructions, but the chief rejected that. Luke was dumbfounded. What? Boss, I'm sure that I'll die very quickly if I listen to them. Dustin said, we know. That's why we refused. Whatever contribution you can make is going to be up to you now. Luke asked, well, it won't be a problem if I kill all of them, right? After a brief silence, Dustin said, you should at least spare Hans, or it'll be difficult to close the case. Luke said, okay, that makes it much easier for me now. I'm hanging up, boss. Dustin said, take care. Dustin sighed in his office. Those are 50 armed criminals. You make it sound like it isn't a big deal. However, when he recalled Elsa's report on Luke's performance, he suddenly had some hope. If Luke took down all the criminals without getting any of the hostages injured, their police department would claim all the credit. Though this was a case in the Central District, Luke just happened to be there, so this wasn't crossing a line. If it was anyone else, Dustin would have told them to hide and just pass on intelligence. No boss could ask their subordinate to challenge 50 enemies on their own, that was just suicide. Luke hung up and started warming up. He was about to go down, when there was an intense explosion down below, which sent broken glass flying. Luke craned his head, only to see that it was on the second floor, where the RPGs had been launched from earlier. There could only be one person on the offense on that floor right now. Detective John, you are one tough cookie. How many C4S have you used? Thanks to this crazy saboteur, Luke felt that it wouldn't be too difficult to pull off a miracle. But then a dilemma cropped up. The police and the criminals started negotiations. Luke put in his earpiece and connected to the criminals' channel with his fake phone. Then, he heard a familiar voice. You little rat, you think you can scare us? I'll catch you and throw you from the roof. Hee hee. Hans, didn't you say that you would kill me? Send more people. I'm waiting for you. Let me see. What's this guy's name? He's so tall, but he has the tiny feet of a woman. Disgusting. That was also a familiar voice. Luke was lost for words. Well, it was clear that Hans and Detective John were on poor terms. Luke secretly said sorry to John, because he had to leave John alone to distract the criminals. He returned to the 30th floor. Taking a deep breath, he discovered that there were much fewer criminals here now. At least 20 had left the floor where the hostages were being kept. Hans was probably annoyed by Detective John's explosions and his mocking, and was determined to kill him. Luke was quite confident in Detective John, who must have already killed more than one criminal. It would be hard for him to die. A moment later, Luke heard something else in his earphone. Larry, Carl, has the bomb been set up on the roof? Luke suddenly realized that he had just come from the roof. Thinking for a moment, he pressed a button and said in a low voice, yes. Come down and defend the doors. The FBI should be on their way. The person was too preoccupied to notice anything wrong. He instructed, we'll drive some of the hostages up to the roof. When the police helicopter approaches to pick them up, detonate the bomb on the roof. Luke said, okay. He was quite shocked. Hans certainly deserved the death penalty for planning to use the innocent civilians in the building as bait before blowing them up. But Luke didn't regret not killing Hans earlier. His lackeys might have run wild otherwise, and started killing people randomly. At the very least, Hans wouldn't kill all the hostages, because his goal was money. Thinking quickly, Luke went back up to the roof and hid on the ledge above the door. A moment later, the elevator dinged, and there were the footsteps of more than 10 people. Luke took a deep breath and locked onto 3 targets. One was in the front, one was behind, and one was in the middle. It was a classic way to escort hostages. Luke held the familiar Glock 23 in his right hand, and an M1911 that he had just acquired in his left hand. He took a deep breath and watched the criminals in the front and middle show up. At that point, the criminal in the lead realized that something was wrong when he didn't see his compatriot on the roof. He called out, "Carl." Luke leapt down. Flipping in midair, he used the Glock to shoot the criminal at the back of the group, who had been about to retreat from the door. A moment later, Luke locked onto another target with the M1911. Bam! The criminal in the middle was shot in the head. Luke landed steadily and flicked his right wrist. Pa! His Glock blew up the head of the criminal at the front. There was utter silence for a moment, which was quickly broken by the screams of the hostages. Luke put his guns away and flashed his badge at the screaming hostages. "LAPD, please be quiet. You'll be able to leave when the helicopter arrives." As he spoke, Luke quickly searched the bodies of the criminals. He found 3 M1911 magazines and 2 for a UMP. He also took a holster and tactical vest off one of the criminals, and strapped the magazines he had just looted to the vest. Everything took him less than a minute. Everybody was dumbfounded as they watched the young officer, who seemed too familiar with this looting business. Luke nodded at them. "You'll evacuate when the police helicopter gets here. Tell them to come back again ASAP. I'll bring the rest of the hostages to the roof. Do you understand?" All the hostages nodded. Luke suddenly beamed. "Oh, I almost forgot. Merry Christmas." The hostages were lost for words. "Do we look merry at all?" Luke, in the meantime, entered the elevator and went down to the 30th floor. But the electricity went out in the whole building at that moment. Luke was surprised. This was downtown Los Angeles. How could there be a blackout? He was now stuck between the 31st and 30th floors. Speechless, Luke broke through the ceiling of the elevator and climbed out. Swiftly opening the elevator doors for the 31st floor, Luke crawled out. It was a pity that his plan to distract the enemy with the elevator couldn't work now. It was some distance between the elevator and the hall. The hostages would be safe if the battle was restricted to this area. Taking the stairs wasn't the best option, but it was the only choice Luke had now. The emergency lights were now on, but they were much dimmer than regular lights. Luke heard Detective John start mocking again in his earpiece. "Hans, your men are too weak. 2 more have died. You better hurry up." A moment later, Hans replied coldly, "Oh, is that so? Are you so cocky because you think I don't know who you are? Hee, Detective John McClane, this isn't New York." Luke was rather shocked. How did Hans discover John's identity? John had clearly only shown up for the party tonight. John fell silent, apparently at a loss. Let me guess. You're biting me like a crazy dog because there's someone you care about here, right? Hans said unhurriedly and gracefully, as if he were a theater actor reciting his lines. Luke frowned, and there wasn't a sound from John. If Hans found out about John's wife, John would be in serious trouble. Muttering to himself, Luke reached the 30th floor emergency exit. Verifying that nobody was hiding nearby, he quickly stepped out onto the floor. It was much dimmer outside. Illuminated by the few emergency lights, everybody looked like ghosts, and the panic on their faces made it look like the set of a horror movie. Hans continued speaking in Luke's earpiece. "Hee, excuse me, Detective John, but come, Ms. Holly Jen Nero, say hi to Detective John." Detective John was doomed. Luke sighed and hid himself in the dark as he locked onto the criminals among the hostages with sharp nose. Well, the criminals weren't exactly among the hostages, but surrounding them. However, there were only 7 men. Plus the 3 who had escorted the hostages to the roof earlier, that was only 10 men who had been left here. What was going on? Luke frowned, but remained relaxed. Since there were only 7 people, he could give it a shot now. Once he rescued the hostages, there would be nothing else to worry about, and he could clean up all the other criminals. Observing the positions of the 7 men, Luke took out an iron ball and threw it. Bang! One of the emergency lights broke, startling the criminal who was right next to it. Another man nearby cursed. Damn it! It's even darker now. The criminals didn't really care. According to the plan, they would be withdrawing soon. They didn't need much light. Soon after the man made the remark, pain exploded in the back of his head and he passed out. 5 seconds later, Luke knocked out the second criminal not far away from the emergency light. 5 to go. Luke quickly assessed the situation, and rejected the idea of shooting immediately. To ensure the hostages' safety, he couldn't give the criminals a chance to open fire. Luke wasn't a bad shooter, but he still needed time to adjust to the dark environment. Also, his left hand had become far less agile and precise since his last injury. It had never fully recovered. 5 targets were too many. Luke wasn't confident. He had to try his luck now. Bending low, Luke quickly snuck up on the nearest criminal. Before he attacked, the criminal had already exclaimed, "Where are Bill and George?" Without any hesitation, Luke knocked the man hard on the back of the head, before drawing out his guns under the criminal's arms. Bang! 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 The other 4 criminals collapsed without a sound. Everybody screamed. Luke shot at the ceiling and revealed himself as he stepped out of the dark. He kicked the head of the criminal next to his feet. LAPD. Listen to me. Take the stairs to the roof. A helicopter will pick you up. Women and children first. Don't talk in case the criminals hear you. Got it? Let's go. Luke wandered around the hall and picked up the criminals' firearms as he spoke. The hostages were somewhat stunned. Luke frowned. What are you waiting for? I can't protect so many people if the criminals come back later. The hostages finally came back to themselves and started moving. Thanks to the 10 or so guns that Luke was carrying, nobody dared assault him. The women left first, followed by the men. After all, there weren't any children here. Soon, they got to the roof. A helicopter soon landed. Seeing Luke armed to the teeth behind the hostages, someone on the helicopter opened fire immediately. Luke had been observing the helicopter, and his heart jumped when he saw the man's movements. He leapt back into the stairwell without thinking as bullets brushed past his hair. Luke cursed out loud in his heart. Who was this idiot? The hostages exclaimed in shock. Luke was too angry to greet the idiots on the helicopter. He dropped the guns he had picked up and ran to the elevators. He opened the doors of the second elevator. The elevator in this shaft was still at the bottom of the building. Wrapping his hands in his jacket, Luke grabbed a cable and rappelled down. 10 seconds later, Luke landed at the bottom of the elevator shaft. After checking his surroundings with sharp nose, he left through the elevator doors on the second floor. Luke quietly walked along the second floor with his sharp nose fully activated. There were roughly 30 criminals scattered around on the first floor, who were opening fire and retreating at the same time. There was a person who was shooting back at them from around the first corner. It was none other than the resolute detective John McClane. Luke observed the battle from the stairs and didn't help John immediately. Suddenly, his face changed. He went downstairs again to the underground garage. Luke scanned the garage from the cover of the door. Two vans were parked not far away, and someone was loading something into a nondescript Ford. Luke squinted. He saw that Hans was near the Ford, and the woman he had with him seemed to be John's wife, called Holly Jen Nero or something like that. Luke wouldn't have recognized her if he hadn't seen her photo at the receptionist's when he first arrived. Was Hans going to run away? Luke thought for a moment. Was it possible that Hans had gotten his hands on the bearer bonds that were worth 640 million? Luke certainly couldn't let him get away. For one thing, Hans was the culprit tonight. For another, he was running away with valuable bearer bonds. Given Luke's understanding of the system, he would gain tremendous experience and credit for capturing Hans and retrieving the bonds. The gunshots were drawing closer from the first floor. Luke knew that Detective John had to be attacking the criminals like crazy. He seized the opportunity to take action. Bending slightly, Luke rushed toward the two vans. Some criminals were already running for the vans from another exit, and Detective John was chasing them. Thanks to Detective John's distraction, Luke managed to get within 10 meters of the vans. He stood behind a pillar and waited for the right moment. When the gunfight at the exit was at its fiercest, Luke pulled the trigger of his UMP as he aimed roughly 1.2 meters off the ground and hit the vans with a barrage. Da-da. 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 A straight line of bullet holes that were almost evenly distributed were left on the vans. Cries and screams burst out. Luke didn't stop. He reloaded his UMP and swiveled to shoot the other van. Da-da. 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 The people in the second van also screamed. His gunshots were drowned out by the criminals' gunfire as they were also using UMPs, so few people noticed anything wrong. The criminals lost their cool. They were so annoyed by the pesky Detective John that they almost puked blood. This man also liked to mock them over the walkie-talkie. He had grabbed all their attention. That was the reason why they had no idea that another invisible detective was on a killing spree in the plaza. They involuntarily thought that Detective John was responsible for everything. Some things didn't feel right, like when their fellows died on the roof and on the 31st floor at the same time. Detective John certainly couldn't split himself into two. However, the criminals were too anxious to really consider the anomaly. Luke thus successfully stayed off the radar and ambushed the criminals as they retreated. He didn't feel any delight, however, he wouldn't let himself feel anything while he was in battle. After emptying 2 magazines, Luke reloaded the gun without any hesitation and killed the criminals who appeared at the exit one by one. Da-da. 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 The criminals screamed and fell near the exit as they were running. They had been frightened by the screams in the vans and didn't know where to go. Now, they no longer needed to think about it, since they were already dead. An engine started, and there was the squeal of rubber tires on the ground as the Ford dashed out, obviously determined to flee. Luke stopped. Leaning against the pillar, he reloaded his gun and fired at the Ford's tires. Though it wasn't the best position for shooting, Luke had a UMP in his hand. The gun had little recoil and was quite accurate, allowing Luke to blow up the car's tires with the sheer number of bullets. Could he have mistaken it for someone else's car? That would be impossible. It was Christmas Eve, and only Nakatomi Corporation had a party tonight. All the other companies who used the building were on vacation. The Ford was the only other car parked next to the vans in the underground garage. Luke quickly switched locations and hid behind another cement pillar, before he unhurriedly reloaded his UMP. It was his last magazine, but Luke didn't think he would get the chance to use it. At the exit, a man roared, "Hans Gruber." Luke raised an eyebrow and craned his head. Detective John McClane was soaked in blood, his white vest now a ragged mess of gray, black and red, and his pants torn at the hem. His feet wrapped in cloth, the detective hobbled out of the exit, holding a UMP. His eyes were full of fury. Luke was stunned. Detective John was so hardcore. He still wouldn't let Hans go, even when he was so terribly wounded. On the other side, the door of the Ford finally opened, and Hans emerged with a beautiful woman in front of him. It was none other than Holly Jen Nero, John's wife. Luke quickly shook his head. From the conversation he overheard just now, Luke knew that John McClane was probably a man that could be flattered, but not threatened. The more you threatened him, the fiercer his retaliation would be. Say that his shooting only rated 80 points, if someone used his wife or daughter to threaten him, it would become 100 points, or even 120 points, allowing him to blow up anyone's head. Just now, Detective John had mentioned on the walkie-talkie that he had killed 6 criminals. He had blown up the men with RPGs on the second floor with C4. There were also 2 criminals in the CEO's office at the top who were riddled with bullet holes. Luke finally relaxed. It took time for Sharp-Nose to fully investigate an environment, and Luke finally had the lay of the underground garage. There were no more criminals behind him, everybody was clustered around the 2 exits. Hans pointed the gun at Holly's head and said, "Drop your gun and raise your hands, Detective McClane."